Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3670. Sir, there's something else I need to report. Lan's face was pale. She had suffered heavy injuries. Speak. Elder Yu is dead, Lan said. Xianxia was shocked. He's dead. Yes, young master, you reported that old Yu is dead, Lan said. Xianxia frowned. How did he die? Lan hesitated and said, he said it has something to do with Lu Xianxia. Xianxia understood that Lu Yin and Yuya must have been involved in the battle between Yuya and Lu Yin. There were some battles that one could not get involved in unless one reached a certain level. He had been wary of the Zhikong territory for so many years, not because of old Yu, but because of the Ru clan and the Nine Heavens universe behind him. Foolish old man thought that he was smart, but in fact, most of the time he thought that he was smart. He was far-sighted. After the Ru clan was destroyed, he wanted to find a backer, but this backer was not someone he could rely on. Previously, it was also Yu Ye's order to rely on Wu Jiang. So what if he dies? What about the Zhikong domain? The Dark Messenger seems to be dead as well. What the foolish young master means is that he hopes that we will acknowledge him as the master of the Zhikong domain. Didn't the Zhikong region side with Wu Jiang? Well, Yu Gongzi didn't say anything about it. Perhaps because of Yu Gongzi's death, he has a grudge against Wu Jiang? Xianxia didn't care. It's up to them. If they don't have enough strength, they can make the Zhikong domain disappear. Lan's expression changed. Disappearing? That was the Zhikong domain. Its history was even older than the Yusang sky. Once it disappeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially now that the Zhikong region had just pledged allegiance to the Wujiang region. Regardless of the reason behind old Yu's death, touching the Zhikong region was equivalent to slapping the Wujiang region in the face. What did Lord Xianxia mean? When the news of Foolish Old's death spread out, it caused a huge uproar. Not long ago, Foolish Old had publicly announced that he was going to rely on Wu Jiang. Now that he was dead, it was inevitable that people would think of something. One by one they looked towards the sky above the sky. Many people were curious about who the next master of the Zhikong domain would be. All this time, the master of the Zhikong domain had been secretly transmitting messages. However, at this moment there was no movement at all. Outsiders did not know that the Dark Messenger was dead. During this period of time, Yu Gongzi had also tried to contact Lu Yin, but he was unable to do so. Just like that, another period of time passed, and Huamani completely disappeared from the world. What replaced him was Lu Yin's boundless consciousness, which had nearly doubled in size. It could be said that Huamani was the powerhouse whose consciousness Lu Yin had absorbed the most, and he had absorbed more than Black Wuxian and White Wuxian. They were only at the level of the sequence laws, which corresponded to the astral form realm. Huamani, on the other hand, was at the cosmic realm. The sudden increase in his consciousness allowed the transformation of the Nine Heavens to double in size, giving him unprecedented confidence. The stronger the transformation of the Nine Heavens was, the more ridiculous the increase in his strength would be. His current strength was definitely enough to fight Xianxia. A thought of eternity could sweep through 5 of the 13 celestial phenomenon, but Lu Yin felt that he could try to break through it. He had only been able to do so after teaming up with the primogenitor. His sudden increase in confidence made him want to absorb Wu Wei's consciousness as well. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. After all, he wasn't cultivating his consciousness by himself. It was better to stabilize it. Raising his hand, he continued to roll the die. 1. A useless item dropped. Continue. 5. Borrowing talent? This couldn't be wasted. Lu Yin walked out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Qi. Under Yuan Qi's stunned gaze, Lu Yin placed a hand on his shoulder, scaring him into a fight. No. Lu Yin was astonished. Across from him, Yuan Qi was still in shock and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin. He turned around and vanished. Yuan Qi was stunned. What had happened? He looked over his shoulder with a blank expression. Lu Yin was at a loss as well. Yuan Qi didn't have an innate gift, which was unexpected. Spiritualized cultivators could produce spiritualized innate gifts or spiritualized weapons due to their spirit molts. Yuan Qi was a spiritualized weapon, the Dao Bell. In fact, many spiritualized cultivators had their own innate gifts, just like many people in the Tianyuan universe. This was especially true for powerhouses like Yuan Qi, who should have an innate gift, but he didn't. Lu Yin had chosen him because he wanted to see if Yuan Qi was hiding anything. Xianxia had used the small spiritual universe as an excuse to chase Yuan Qi to the Tianyuan universe, which was abnormal. If Yuan Qi was hiding an innate gift, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from the die's 5 points. However, Yuan Qi really didn't have one. Lu Yin looked at the giant battleships in the distance. These were spacetime ships that could cross the universe, comparable to Boundless. Rebirth, Great Wave Fighting Era. The ship region was bustling with activity, and Boundless looked brand new beneath his feet. Master, young master, you has been looking for you many times, Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked at him, and Old Tao respectfully handed over the spirit cloud stone. Speak. My lord, please tell me where Jikong territory will go from now on. Lu Yin asked, what's Beyond Heaven's attitude? Beyond Heaven said that if Jikong territory is not strong enough, it can be replaced. That's not necessary. Your wish has been fulfilled. From now on, you are the master of Jikong territory. My lord, He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He was still pretending. There was someone behind this person, and he had deliberately betrayed old Yu because of that person's instructions. If he wasn't wrong, it was very likely Yu Sang-tian. Yu Sang-tian seemed to have gone to a parallel universe and didn't interfere with the battle between Yuya and Lu Yin, but in reality he had always been watching. He couldn't let Yuya's plan succeed, or else he wouldn't have given the old salamander the chance to kill Emperor Wu Huang. This person's current uneasiness was just an act for Lu Yin to see. In that case, there shouldn't be any problem with Lu Yin showing disdain for useless people. I've already done what I promised you. You are now the master of Jikong territory. That's all. Lu Yin was about to end the conversation. Jikong territory. Yu Sang-tian hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had thought that Lu Yin would accept him since he had helped Lu Yin plot against old Yu. Now that he was the master of Jikong territory, he should have been useful. However, because he was weak, he posed no threat. How had things turned out this way? Lu Yin seemed to want to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. Wait, my lord. I have something to say. Speak. Jikong territory can contact Royal God Mountain, and Jikong territory has great influence in the spiritualized universe. They can do many things for my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Then think about what they can do for me. He ended the conversation and looked up to see an uninvited guest. Outside the Ark territory, a person walked out of the void and looked at Limitless with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected someone to come again. This person was Ru Guo. Senior Ru Guo, what brings you to Limitless? Lu Yin's voice sounded. Ru Guo looked at Limitless from outer space. I want to talk to Lu Sang-tian. Please come in. Ru Guo took a step forward and entered the Ark territory, avoiding the others. He boarded Limitless and appeared in front of Lu Yin. This was the first time the two had met. Previously, in the Beishan region, Lu Yin had suddenly attacked Foolish Old Man, and Eternity had attacked Ru Guo at the same time, leading to that confrontation. However, Ru Guo was strong enough to escape and hadn't appeared again. Now he had come to Limitless. Ru Guo looked at Lu Yin and praised, Lu Sang-tian is unbelievably young. When I was your age, I couldn't even reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin was amused. Senior, are you praising yourself? Of course not. In our Tianyuan universe, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate to the progenitor realm. There is no one who has reached the progenitor realm at my age. Ru Guo said, but in the ninth heaven universe this is not too amazing. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Is the ninth heaven universe that powerful? Ru Guo's expression was solemn. This time, I came to dispel Lu Sang-tian's doubts and gain a basic understanding of the ninth heaven universe. Why? Lu Yin asked. He hadn't expected Ru Guo to come looking for him. Ru Guo sighed deeply. To cooperate. You and me. Lu Yin was surprised. To be precise, it's the Ru family and Limitless. You attacked Limitless not long ago and now you want to cooperate. Is this how the ninth heaven universe does things? Lu Yin found it ridiculous. Ru Guo said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Lu Yin agreed. That's right, but what benefits can you give me? Ru Guo pointed to the top of his head. Whatever I know about the ninth heaven universe, you can know about it. Why should I know about it? Lu Yin didn't care. As far as I know, the people of the ninth heaven universe can't enter the spiritualized universe without permission, let alone the distant Tianyuan universe. I don't have to come into contact with the ninth heaven universe at all. Ru Guo shook his head. Lu Sang-tian's words don't sound like the words of a universe master. If the ninth heaven universe is really no threat, why should Lu Sang-tian join forces with the Eternal? Lu Yin smiled. It's not joining forces, it's a tacit understanding. A tacit understanding between enemies? How enviable. Rugwa sighed and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Then I'll put it another way. I'm here to give Limitless an explanation. I attacked Limitless before, and this matter can't be forgotten. Lu Yin looked at him. It seems like you really have no other choice. Rugwa's face turned ugly and he said helplessly, to tell you the truth, I really have no other choice. It's not as simple as you think if the Ru family wants to survive. The position of inferior god is a curse and everyone wants us to die. Back then, because of the spiritualized universe, Xianxia tried to find a way to fight with my brother. My brother was the inferior god and he died in that battle. Because of this, the ninth heaven universe was extremely dissatisfied with Xianxia, especially people like Yuya. They always felt that the spiritualized universe was above the ninth heaven universe. They despised the defeat of the Ru family, and they hated Xianxia's arrogance. If the Ru family wants to protect itself, we need allies. Xianxia is impossible, and as for the ninth heaven universe, Danhong doesn't care about worldly affairs. It's even more impossible for Xingfan and Yuya to join forces. What I want to do now is to return to the ninth heaven universe. As long as I'm there, I'm confident that the Ru family can continue. That's the root of the Ru family. Lu Yin understood. There are still members of the Ru family who haven't died on Royal God Mountain. Rugwa nodded and said in a heavy tone, including my daughter Ru Mu. They're all imprisoned on Royal God Mountain by Yuya's people. You don't want me to accompany you to Royal God Mountain to save people, do you? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Rugwa smiled bitterly. Of course not. I'll tell you how to do it. It's up to you whether you want to or not. It's simple and I'm willing to pay the price. Lu Xianxia, you can ask me anything you want, but at our level, no matter how the universe changes, it doesn't mean much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3671. Lu Yin understood that no matter how strong the Jiuxiao universe was, his combat power was second only to those below the eternal realm. Even if he wasn't a match for Yuya and the other gods of defense, he was still on the same level. What he needed to know was limited. Seeing Lu Yin deep in thought, Rugwa said, it seems like you haven't figured out what to ask. Then I'll tell you what you should know. Lu Yin looked at him and didn't say anything. Rugwa said, Jiuxiao universe has the upper and lower gods. You know about the lower gods and there are currently 3 upper gods. Although he didn't need to know much, Rugwa still talked for half a day, which gave Lu Yin a general understanding of the Jiuxiao universe. The universe's development was mysterious, but it was also cruel and ruthless. This was especially obvious in the Jiuxiao universe and the spiritualized universe, which shocked Lu Yin. Perhaps some of it was exaggerated, but Rugwa wanted to make Lu Yin feel threatened. Some things really happened. The deaths of cultivators from several domains had happened in front of him, which made him feel cold. If this happened in the Tianyuan universe, it would be unavoidable. Not only did Rugwa talk about the Jiuxiao universe, but he also told Lu Yin about the Ru family's Rushi Sutra. Lu Yin was shocked. The Rushi Sutra was the cultivation method of the Ru family, and it was created by Rushi. Rushi was a legendary figure. Although he lost to Xianxia, he wasn't weak. On the contrary, he was too outstanding, or rather, too conceited. For cultivators, there were cultivation arts, battle techniques, innate talents, external objects, and so on. But for Rushi, he only cultivated the Rushi true scripture. For this reason, he abandoned everything else, wanting to use the Rushi true scripture to step into the eternal life realm. In his deduction, the Rushi Sutra could do it. Xianxia knew this, and that was why he wanted to fight Rushi. No matter how powerful the Rushi Sutra was, even if it could make someone reach eternal life, as long as Rushi did not reach eternal life, he would still be suffering. The Rushi Sutra could not beat Xianxia. The more conceited a person was, the more likely they would die. Rugwa's face turned ugly when he mentioned this. He was full of unwillingness. Give my brother some more time. When he reaches the last level of the Rushi Sutra, Xianxia won't be a match. No lower gods will be my brother's opponent. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Why did you teach me the true sutra? That was too much of a joke. While they were talking, he taught him the Sutra of Kindness. Even if Mr. Mu taught his disciple, he would not be so straightforward. Even Lu Yin's tracing of the ancients was a request. Rugwa smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Many people in the Nine Heavens universe know it. It's been popularized. Lu Yin was surprised. Popularize? Rugwa looked at Lu Yin and said, why do you think I can take over my brother's position as the god of defense? As long as I stay in the Imperial God Mountain, no one in the Nine Clouds universe can replace me, unless they take a huge risk like Yuya. The destruction of the Ru family is not that simple. Even the god of defense will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Because of the sutra? Ru Gua nodded. I gave the sutra as the price to the Nine Clouds universe in exchange for the temporary position of the god of defense. In the Imperial God Mountain, there is not much difference between being the temporary position and not being the temporary position. No one can replace me. When I cultivate to the level of my brother, I am confident that I can become the god of defense. Then, I can return to the Nine Clouds universe and take the temporary position. I can do all this by relying on the sutra. The sutra, I sold my brother's sutra to the Nine Clouds universe. Lu Yin did not know what to say. He could not judge whether Ru Gua was right or not. If it were him, would he be willing? He did not know. Everyone's experience was different, and he could not make the decision for Ru Gua. Do you think I did something wrong? Ru Gua asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. It doesn't matter whether it's right or not. Anyway, it has been done. Ru Gua sighed. Yes, anyway it has been done. By the way, the transformation of the Empyrean is the same as the sutra. It is common in the Nine Clouds universe, but do not think that it is common. On the contrary, the common power that can be spread out in the Nine Clouds universe, whether it is a cultivation method or a combat skill, is the best. Lu Yin was shaken. The Nina Firmament's universe was truly generous. He felt how strong the transformation of the Empyrean was. The sutra made Ru Shi confident to step into the eternal realm. These two powers were common. It would never be possible in the Xuanhuan universe. When the eternal race publicized the cultivation method of the Corpse King transformation, it was also to plot against the humans. It was not really to improve the strength of the cultivators in the Xuanhuan universe. The existence of the fifth pagoda was to improve the strength of the cultivators, but there were also conditions. Anyone who obtained the power from the fifth pagoda had to recognize Lu Yin as half a teacher. Lu Yin did not know where the Nine Clouds universe got the courage to do so. They completely publicized these powerful forces. Perhaps it was the absolute confidence of the god of defense and the god of defense? In comparison, his vision was much smaller. Actually, Lu Yin could not be blamed. He had started out weak, and it was only recently that he had truly reached Yu Sangtian's level of power. If he had possessed his current level of power back in the Xuanhuan universe, then he would have been able to publicize some of the most powerful cultivation techniques or battle techniques. If he could safely return to the Xuanhuan universe, he would definitely publicize his powerful cultivation force and increase the overall strength of the Xuanhuan universe. That's right, there are ready-made ones. The changes of the nine heavens, such as the true scriptures, can all be made public. When he thought about this, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the border. He wanted to go back and announce this to the world. Perhaps a few geniuses would be born then. Ruegwa did not know what Lu Yin was thinking. He continued to talk about the cultivation method of the sutra. The heart sits in the beginning, the heart moves, the body does not move, the body moves, the mind moves, the mind moves, the spirit moves, and the world moves. These are the four realms of the sutra. The sutra is like the descent of a mountain, like the true will of oneself, like sorrow and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing the truth. Lu Yin closed his eyes and listened quietly. As Ruegwa's voice rang out, the universe seemed to shrink. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him, but then it instantly expanded. It was boundless, and the darkness of the universe was deep and distant. He saw himself become the center, constantly absorbing all of the darkness, causing the heavens to distort and tremble. Ruegwa looked at Lu Yin in shock. It can't be, right? How can he enter the sutra state so quickly? The four realms of the sutra could be cultivated, but whether or not one could comprehend them could only be sensed and not explained. Everyone had a different understanding of the sutra, and what they felt was different as well. He felt like the ocean was surging and he was like a reef. Only when he became a reef could he sit in the sutra state. Gradually, the reef gained a heart, and it moved with the wind, the rain, the swallows that whizzed past, and the fishes. The reef wanted to move, but it could not. Could only watch. Day after day, year after year, countless years of watching. The ocean dried up, but the reef still had to watch. One day his heart stopped moving, but his body could move. His body moved. But as he looked at the withered land, the once warm sea breeze was gone, and there was nothing left. The reef could only continue to wait for the world to change again. He waited, but it did not happen. The reef became numb and his heart was sealed. Countless years passed and his heart moved once more. If the world did not change, then let it change. Why wait? The reef moved once more, wanting to change the world and return it to the way it was countless years ago. Ruegwa's sutra state had been cultivated to the point where his heart moved and his body did not move. His body did not move and his mind did not move. After so many years, he had reached the peak of the second realm, and it was difficult for him to take another step forward. The reef seemed to have dried up along with the ocean, and it was difficult for him to change the world. However, Lu Yin stepped into the sutra state as soon as he heard it. It was no wonder why this person's cultivation was so high at such a young age. He had never seen such talent before. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes, and his expression was one of shock. The sutra had allowed him to enter a different state, and he had become the center of the universe. This technique was broad and profound, and it emphasized intent over strength. It was similar to the Primogenitor's Sutra, but it was also different. The Primogenitor's Sutra enlightened all living beings and could make up for their shortcomings, but this sutra allowed him to have an epiphany. Brother Ling is a genius. If he is given time, he may be able to go further, Lu Yin praised. Ruegwa said bitterly, perhaps. Is this sutra the price for attacking my boundless territory? Lu Yin asked. Ruegwa nodded. Lu Sangtian, are you satisfied? I am not the only one in the boundless territory. The sutra has been imparted, and it has nothing to do with me who learns it. Lu Yin sighed. You really don't care. Ruegwa smiled. I can't go far. If one day someone can go further than my brother with the sutra, or even step into the immortal realm, my brother will be happy. Lu Yin agreed. I hope so. Lu Sangtian, what else do you want to know? Ruegwa asked. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. You'd better tell me how you want to help. If you give me too many gifts, I'm afraid I can't pay you back. Ruegwa smiled. You don't have to pay me back. If Lu Sangtian doesn't want to help, I won't force you. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky. The people of the ninth heaven universe are unexpectedly ambitious, just like how the spiritualized universe is enslaved by you. Ruegwa was silent. People who heard the truth about the ninth heaven universe and the spiritualized universe for the first time couldn't accept it, but that was the truth. What is the Royal God Mountain? Lu Yin asked. Since Ruegwa said so, he asked. Ruegwa said, it's similar to Torchfire City. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ruegwa. Boundless territory came from the Xuanhuan universe and passed by Torchfire City. You should know the significance of Torchfire City. The Royal God Mountain is similar. Through the Royal God Mountain you can go to the ninth heaven universe. The difference is that it's not as far as the Xuanhuan universe from the spiritualized universe. With our cultivation we can reach there in a few days, Ruegwa explained. Lu Yin asked, is the Royal God Mountain in a parallel universe? Ruegwa shook his head. It's a place in the limitless universe. Why would Lu Sangtian ask that? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. It's not the little spiritual universe? If Ruegwa didn't lie to him, then Origin shouldn't lie to him either, because Yu Sangtian didn't deny it. That meant that the source of this lie came from Yu Sangtian. Fairywood romance. His guess was getting closer and closer. Yu Sangtian used the little spiritual universe as an excuse to drive Origin away, but why? That was the most important thing. Ruegwa definitely couldn't find this reason. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3672. Ruegwa did not understand why Lu Yin would ask such a question. How could the Royal God Mountain be a parallel universe? What is the spiritualization heavenly technique? Lu Yin asked. Ruegwa said, this is to prevent the aura of the Jiaoxiao universe from being detected by the spiritualized universe cultivators. They all cultivate the spiritualization heavenly technique, so the spiritualized universe cultivators can't see the aura of foreign cultivators. To go to the Jiaoxiao universe, one must go through the Royal God Mountain? Yes, but going through the Royal God Mountain does not necessarily mean going to the Jiaoxiao universe. Ruegwa thought about it and added, it can even be said that it is impossible to go there. It is not a problem of the path, but you can't enter the Jiaoxiao universe even if you see it. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Ruegwa said solemnly, there is a gate of heaven in the Jiaoxiao universe. No one can barge in. Even you and I can't because the gate of heaven comes from the god of defense. Lu Yin's gaze changed. The power of the god of defense? Ruegwa nodded and said in a deep voice, those who barge into the gate of heaven will die. Lu Yin frowned. Is it necessary? Just to prevent the spiritualized universe cultivators from entering the Jiaoxiao universe? I don't know the reason, but since ancient times only one person has entered the gate of heaven. He is the supreme extreme of the spiritualized universe. Other than him, no one else has succeeded. Ruegwa said. Lu Yin's mind flashed with the image of Master Grass. Only the eternal life realm could enter the gate of heaven. His strength was far from enough. But besides the gate of heaven, there is another way to go to the Jiuxiao universe. Rugua continued. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Tomorrow's beast palm. Rugua nodded. The tomorrow beast is a giant beast that monitors the spiritualized universe in the ninth cloud universe. The tomorrow beast is very powerful. It can be compared to a springboard. With its power, you can be thrown directly into the ninth cloud universe, which is equivalent to sneaking in. However, there is a flaw in this method, which is that in the ninth cloud universe, there must be a coordinate to attract the tomorrow beast. If there isn't, the tomorrow beast will directly throw you into the ninth cloud universe. Yuya wants to take me to the Jiuxiao universe through the tomorrow's beast? That's right. He has coordinates that can attract the sun beast. You will appear there when you are thrown into the ninth cloud universe. That's why I want to cooperate with Lu Sangtian. Rugua stared at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Help me save the Ru family. I will return to the ninth heaven universe and set up a set of coordinates to attract the sun beast in a safe place. If there comes a day when your Wujiang can't stay in the spiritualized universe anymore, you can think of a way to go to the ninth heaven universe with the help of the sun beast. Whether you trust me or not, this is a way to survive. Yuya will also set up coordinates. Even the ninth firmament universe must have set up a lot of coordinates to solve this kind of sneak-in. Rugua smiled and said, You're overthinking. People who can use this method to sneak into the continent of the nine clouds are not ordinary people. Not everyone in the continent of the nine clouds is as strong as the defense god. This method of sneaking into the continent of the nine clouds has eliminated a large number of weak cultivators. Only the strongest cultivators know that traps are for dealing with other people, not for themselves. The god of defense doesn't have time to pay attention to this. Among the god of defense, Dan Hong doesn't worry about this kind of thing. Xingfan doesn't have time and Yuya is the same. The only thing you have to worry about is that Yuya will set up coordinates in advance for you. But if it's really time to escape, this is the only way. The tomorrow's beast can be arranged in the spiritualized universe. You have to believe in its defense. As long as Wujiang can enter the tomorrow's beast's palm, Yu Sangtian won't be able to do anything for the time being. Lu Yin didn't completely believe Rugua, but if Wujiang was really desperate, this was indeed a way out. Besides these two methods, is there no other way to go to the ninth firmament universe? Lu Yin asked. Rugua looked up at the starry sky. You have seen the third method. Lu Yin's face fell. Fishing? This third method was really interesting. What do you want me to do? Rugua had shown enough sincerity and said everything that needed to be said. He had even taught Lu Yin the true sutra. If it wasn't too much, Lu Yin was willing to help. But if Yuya was the mastermind behind all of this, even if Lu Yin was willing, Yu Sangtian wouldn't be willing. Delay Yu Sangtian so that I can return to the royal god mountain to save the Ru family, Rugua said. Lu Yin was shocked. What does this have to do with Yu Sangtian? Rugua sneered. How can the position I obtained at the cost of the true sutra be taken away so easily? Yuya destroyed the Ru family and violated a taboo. He will definitely be unlucky, but if I can save the Ru family and return to the ninth firmament universe, Yuya's crime will be reduced. This is not something that Yu Sangtian wants to see. He won't let me save the family members so easily. His hatred for the Ru family is so great that he wants to find an opportunity to get rid of me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Have you ever thought that I would be like Yu Sangtian and wish for Yuya to be unlucky? Rugua smiled. You are different from Yu Sangtian. You can't escape punishment for destroying the Ru family. Under the wrath of the superior god, Yuya might be stripped of his position as inferior god. Although the possibility is high, it depends on which superior god appears. But no matter how small the possibility is, Yu Sangtian will have to take the risk. Once Yuya is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will no longer be a threat to him. As for you, unless Yuya dies, he won't let you go. So what if he is stripped of his position as inferior god? On the other hand, if he is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will be even more unscrupulous and will have less pressure to descend into the spiritualized universe. Don't think that the superior god can be reached step by step. If an ordinary person becomes an eternal realm powerhouse in the blink of an eye, they can also become superior god. The position of inferior god is not that important to Yuya. He can fight for the position of superior god and strive to become an eternal realm powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded. That's true. Rugua didn't say anything else and waited for Lu Yin's reply. I'm curious, is the Ru family that important to you? Among the current members of the Ru family, the only one you care about is Ru Mu, right? Cultivators don't care about emotions, but the Ru family is different. If there were no emotions, my elder brother wouldn't have been able to create the Rushi True Sutra. Only emotions can enter one's mind, and one's mind can understand the Rushi True Sutra. Lu Yin looked into the distance in a daze. He thought that it was ridiculous for cultivators to be emotionless. If people were emotionless, what was the point of living? Was it just for the endless years that couldn't be seen? Even if one saw the changes of time, it was because one wanted to see them. Since one wanted to see them, it meant that one cared about them and that one had emotions. He thought so, but he didn't know if Rugua thought so. In his opinion, Rugua was more likely to be cultivating the Rushi True Sutra. The cultivation of the Rushi True Sutra required emotions. If Rugua gave up on the people of the Ru family, including his own daughter, he would have no emotions and his cultivation would stop there. Yiya was able to threaten him because he knew this. Which level are you at now? The second level, moving the body but not the mind. What about your elder brother? The third level, moving the mind but not the mind. Is your elder brother confident that he can defeat xianxia at the last level? He can definitely win. It wasn't easy for xianxia to win back then. Why does the Ru family want the Zhou region? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic and asked Rugua a question that caught him off guard. Rugua hesitated for a moment. To leave a way out. The consciousness universe or the Xuanhuan universe? Lu Yin asked. Rugua said, it doesn't matter as long as there is a way out. Lu Yin smiled faintly and walked to the edge of the boundless universe with his back to Rugua. He looked at the busy Zhou region and said, you exchanged your status with the Rushi True Sutra, but you still don't feel safe? Swallowing the starry sky check into godhood, Rugua looked at Lu Yin's back. It's not a way out for your life, but a way out for your cultivation. Lu Yin held onto the wooden railing. A way out for emotions. Rugua exclaimed, your talent is amazing and no one can surpass it. The Rushi True Sutra needed emotions, and emotions were in the depths of one's heart. As long as one felt that there were emotions, then there were emotions. The point was that one had to lie to oneself. The way out for Rugua was to send Rumu and the others away. As long as these people left, no matter what the future would be in Rugua's heart, he would have done his duty. That was enough. Even if Rumu and the others died, he would have done his duty. It was said that he had emotions, but in reality he was ruthless. Lu Yin turned to look at Rugua. Are you sure you can leave a way out for your emotions? Rugua was very serious. Whether it's the ninth heaven universe or the spiritualized universe, there are too many people watching the Ru family. The Jikong territory betrayed us and there is no loyalty to speak of. It's more dangerous for them to stay here. As long as I can reach my elder brother's strength and truly become a god of defense, even if I can never take another step, it's enough. Therefore, this way of emotions can only stop at the third level. Yes. Then if Ru Shi cultivates to the third level, what is his way out? Lu Yin suddenly asked and stared at Rugua. Rugua was startled and looked at Lu Yin deeply. I don't know. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Could it be your younger brother? Rugua was confused. It's possible. Lu Yin smiled. It's just a chat. Don't think too much. Your elder brother is dead, so there is no way out. Alright, you can go. I will contact you. Rugua left and looked back. From the beginning he had the initiative, but as he spoke more and more, especially the last few sentences, he completely lost control. What did Lu Sangtian mean by those last words? Cultivation techniques sometimes came with many conditions. Lu Yin and Rugua's conversation was just following his words. There was no special meaning, but some words would make people think too much. Especially when facing some top powerhouses, he had to be careful. Was Ru Shi dead? He would not believe what Rugua said unless he saw it with his own eyes. He would rather guess that Ru Shi was not dead. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, Yuya would not have destroyed the Ru family, and Rugua would not have used the Ru Shi Sutra in exchange for his position. The value of the Ru Shi Sutra was not below that of the change of the nine heavens. In terms of help to cultivation and the state of mind, it surpassed the change of the nine heavens. The change of the nine heavens was just a battle technique, but the Ru Shi Sutra was the path to heaven. Rugua's arrival gave Lu Yin a clearer understanding of the ninth heaven universe and made him more fearful. The ninth heaven universe was more troublesome than he thought, but he had another idea about the spiritualized universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3673. The spiritualized universe had become a barrier for the nine firmaments universe to control the other three universes. Without the spiritualized universe, who would the nine firmaments universe target next? It could very well be the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin had once thought about reactivating the spiritualized universe, but he was no saint. If the spiritualized universe wanted to reactivate the Xuanhuan universe, then he would do so. But now that he thought about it, nothing could happen to the spiritualized universe, at least not now. The miserable state of the cultivators from the Wei territory and the other regions could not be repeated, or the spiritualized universe's value would be weakened. The Nine Firmaments universe's current cultivation state originated from plundering the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe could not keep up with the Nine Firmaments universe's consumption, then the Nine Firmaments universe would definitely target the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up at the sky. In the past, his cultivation opponents had been humans, and it had been said that he was fighting against the heavens for his own life. But now, his opponent was a universe that was like a monster that occupied everyone's heads, plundering everything. This was truly a struggle against the heavens. He raised his hand and continued rolling the die. Although he could leave, he was injured, and it would be too obvious if he left so quickly. The die slowly stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. His luck was pretty good. He had entered the time-stop space to melt the spirit seeds, but now he could also cultivate the Rushi mantra. Lu Yin was not afraid of cultivating more power, and he was only using the Rushi mantra as a way to cultivate his mental state. If his cultivation progressed too quickly, then his mental state would not be able to keep up. This was also why he had not thought of a way to break through the sequence laws. Only by completely stabilizing his mental state would Lu Yin consider breaking through the sequence laws. That day had been very long, but the appearance of the Rushi mantra had shortened the process. It was time to consider his own sequence laws. The cultivators of the Xuanhuan universe did not cultivate a fixed sequence law. The 3 realms and 6 Daos all broke the sequence laws, and so did Lu Yin. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to reality. He continued rolling the die. 1, 2, 4. He entered the time-stop space and continued rolling. He rolled the die again and again, resting for 10 days after the 4th roll before continuing. Another month passed and Lu Yin rolled 4 pips 5 times. This was equivalent to 50 years of seclusion before he completely melted all the spirit seeds. At this moment, there was still not much spirit seed liquid left in his heart, but it was much more than before. It was enough to envelop his entire body. In the past, it could only wrap around 2 hands or a little more, barely cover the entire body. But now, it could wrap around the entire person. It was enough for the time being. To the outside world, he was injured and had been in seclusion for 4 months, so he could finally leave. Lu Yin contacted Rugua and told him to get ready while he headed to the Heavens Craftsman realm. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless void and hovered above the Arc region for a moment before leaving. This scene quickly spread to the outside world, as Lu Yin was different from the other Xianxians. His every move would affect the entire spiritualized universe, and no one knew what he would do next. In Beyond Heaven, Lan reported to Xianxian. Lu Yin left the Arc region and headed in a certain direction. Xianxian looked in that direction. Heaven's Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's target was the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Yuya had used the Heaven's Craftsman realm's spirit threads to lure Lu Yin to the Nine Firmaments universe. During the battle, the word spirit had also been activated, which meant that the Heaven's Craftsman realm was definitely involved. Ever since Ling Zhuo had led a group of people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm out and returned a few months ago, the atmosphere in the Heaven's Craftsman realm had not been right. Young disciples were constantly sent out, and the production of spirit threads was stopped. Ling Zhuo personally explained the cultivation method of spirit threads to the disciples of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Those old fellows that everyone thought had died long ago also came out and chose suitable people to help them cultivate. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were making arrangements for their deaths. The little fatty Ling Tong had already been sent away. When news of Lu Yin leaving the Arc region spread, Ling Zhuo immediately ordered all of the Heaven's Craftsman realm's younger generation to leave and not return without orders. When Lu Yin arrived at the Heaven's Craftsman realm, only Ling Zhuo and the other older powerhouses were left, as well as the ordinary cultivators who produced spirit threads. The Ling family did not have a single young disciple, regardless of whether it was a direct descendant or a side branch. The Heaven's Craftsman realm was shaken, and Lu Yin's appearance had become an unbearable burden for them. Ling Zhuo and the other older cultivators looked up at Lu Yin with calm expressions. They had not seen what had happened in the Northmont region, but since Lu Yin had returned, they knew that the Heaven's Craftsman realm would not be able to escape misfortune. Death was their inevitable outcome, and since they were going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Lu Yin looked down at the ground from above and saw Ling Zhuo, as well as a few older cultivators beside him. It seems like you've been waiting for me for a long time. Ling Zhuo looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. What does Lu Sangtian want? Lu Yin scanned the heavens craftsman realm. The younger generation has all run away, so you're fearless. Are you not afraid of death? The heavens craftsman realm's creation of spirit threads is a great contribution to spiritualizing the universe. Does Lu Sangtian want to destroy the heavens craftsman realm? An old man shouted with a fearless expression. He should have died long ago, as death was nothing to him. He had no chance of continuing to live. A person who should not have been alive in the first place would not be afraid of death. Lu Yin moved his finger, and the old man did not even have time to react before his body exploded and his blood splattered all over the ground. Beside him, Ling Zhuo and the others stared blankly at the flowing blood as the stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. What a tyrannical Lu Sangtian. I've experienced it myself. We cannot resist your strength, so continue to attack. Let's see if the heavens craftsman realm is afraid of death, an old woman said as she looked at Lu Yin with a gaze that was bone-chilling. Ling Zhuo frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian, there are some things that the heavens craftsman realm has no choice but to do. It is not up to us to decide. I hope that our deaths will appease Lu Sangtian's anger and that there will be no more enmity between you and the heavens craftsman realm. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I like to eliminate the source of trouble. How long can those people from the heavens craftsman realm escape? Even if they do, as long as I'm here, the heavens craftsman realm will never recover. How long can the heavens craftsman realm last? Time is the most terrifying poison. Ling Zhuo's eyes narrowed. What happened in the Beishan region has nothing to do with anyone else. Everyone involved is here. Why does Lu Sangtian want to implicate the innocent? Lu Yin smiled. I like it. Ling Zhuo was speechless. Resist? Impossible. The heavens craftsman realm could not even withstand a single finger from Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tyrannical aura suppressed the heavens craftsman realm. As long as he wanted to, he could make this land disappear in an instant and turn the heavens craftsman realm into history. At that moment, the void distorted and a figure walked out. It was Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked ahead and was not surprised. It would be strange if Yu Sangtian did not come. After all, the heavens craftsman realm had a special status in the spiritualized universe. This was also the reason why Lu Yin could delay Yu Sangtian and allow him to go to the royal god mountain. Ling Zhuo and the others were relieved when they saw Yu Sangtian appear. They had not been certain that Yu Sangtian would come. If it had been any other Yu Sangtian who had acted against the heavens craftsman realm, the realm beyond heaven would have intervened. However, Lu Yin was a powerhouse on the same level as Yu Sangtian. No one could be certain that Yu Sangtian would not act, as the price was too high. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother? Yu Sangtian said calmly as he faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sangtian. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother protecting them? Yu Sangtian calmly replied, the heavens craftsman realm cannot disappear. Spirit threads do not exist forever and need to be replaced. The spiritualized universe needs the heavens craftsman realm. It has nothing to do with me. If the heavens craftsman realm acts against me, I will make it disappear. This is my principle. Do you think you can destroy the heavens craftsman realm in front of me? Yu Sangtian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin stared at him. I don't think you will stay in the heavens craftsman realm forever. Yu Sangtian shook his head. The heavens craftsman realm will pay a sufficient price. What do you want? Spirit seeds? From today onwards, all the spirit seeds obtained by the heavens craftsman realm will belong to you. Below, Ling Zhuo and the others heard this. They did not refute, as it was not their place to do so. They could only listen. Lu Yin laughed. Mo Shang, do you really think you can use spirit seeds to buy my life? Mo Shang was Yu Sangtian's name. Lu Yin did not know about it before, but he did now. No one in the spiritualized universe dared to mention this name. It was just like how Elder Yu and the others did not mention the names of the other gods of defense when they were conversing in the Zhikong domain. However, Lu Yin knew about it now, so he could mention it. He did not need to be afraid of anything, and Yu Sangtian was no exception. Lu Yin had enough spirit seeds for now. If he had more the better. However, this was not a necessary condition. You're being too serious. The heavens craftsman realm can't take your life, Yu Sangtian said. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I didn't have some ability, you know what would have happened to me. If this can't take my life, then what right do you have to say that you saved my life when you attacked Rumumu? Yu Sangtian looked down. If a group of old fellows attacked you, then you can deal with them. Why do you have to make things difficult for the entire Heaven's Craftsman realm? This is making things difficult for me. Then let's see what these old fellows can offer me to let go of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, Luin said. He then looked down. If I'm willing, the Heaven's Craftsman realm will never appear in the spiritualized universe unless I, limitless, am gone. Luin said these words in front of Yu Sang-tian. He did not care at all. Ling's heart sank. This Lu Sang-tian was more resolute than he had imagined. Conditions? What conditions could the Heaven's Craftsman realm offer? Aside from spirit threads and spirit seeds, there was nothing else. At the same time, Lu Yin went to heavens beyond and headed towards a corner that led to the god-governing mountain. However, there was someone in that direction, Zi Tianshu. When Lu Yin arrived, Zi Tianshu opened his eyes with a helpless expression. He still came. This period of time has been too chaotic and it's all because of Limitless. Boom. There was no unnecessary conversation, and they immediately attacked. Zi Tianshu alone could not stop Lu Yin. Even though he had Sang-tian's power level, Lu Yin was close to Yu Sang-tian's level and had even surpassed Sang-tian's. However, this was heavens beyond, and even if Zi Tianshu could not win against Lu Yin as long as he could attack, he would be able to attract other powerhouses. Lan and the three elders who had been guarding Huamani appeared and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. If he had enough time he could deal with this group of people, but Yu Sang-tian could return at any time. Fortunately, he was prepared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3674. With a point of his finger, the void in the distance shattered and many figures walked out. One of them used the power of Yin, and another carried 7 swords on his back. All of them were wandering corpses. Although the wandering corpses' combat power was far from enough to participate in such a battle, they were at most at the level of sequence precepts. However, there were many of them and there were more than 10 of them. They charged forward as if their lives depended on it. Although the wandering corpses were killed in an instant, Rugwa took the opportunity to beat Zi Tianshu back and enter the Royal God Mountain. Looking at the broken corpses on the ground, Lan and Zi Tianshu looked at each other. If Rugwa returned to the Royal God Mountain, they did not know how to explain it to Yu Sang-tian. Ling Zhua and the others could not think of any conditions to exchange for the safety of the Heaven's Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Amo Shang, how long can you protect them here? Yu Sang-tian's eyes were calm. Do you really want to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman domain? As long as I want to. Even if it will attract the star sail? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Sang-tian. It will attract the star sail? Yu Sang-tian said, it will definitely attract the star sail. You should have seen the relationship between the Ninth Heaven universe and the spiritualized universe. Do you think the Ninth Heaven universe will tolerate it if the spirit thread breaks? Lu Yin had neglected this point. The Ninth Firmament universe needed the help of the spirit character to plunder and spiritualize the universe's spirit seed. Without it, the 7 funnels would not be able to pour the spirit seed liquid into the Ninth Firmament universe. How could the Ninth Firmament universe ignore this? It was false that the Heaven's Craftsman domain was important to the spiritualized universe, but it was true that it was important to the Ninth Heaven universe. The people of the Heaven's Craftsman domain could not hear these words. Only Lu Yin and Yu Sang-tian could. Ling Zhua and the others went to the Beishan region to arrange the spirit thread, but they only knew that this order could not be disobeyed. Ling Zhua only knew that this order came from the Ninth Heaven universe, but he did not know the details. If the Heaven's Craftsman domain was really destroyed, the Ninth Heaven universe would definitely make up for it. The star sail was the spirit thread's power. You can't even deal with Yuya and the star sail. If you really want to do it, I will not stop you, Yu Sang-tian said. Lu Yin looked at him. Isn't this what you want to see? Don't tell me you're willing to let the 9 Clouds universe take over the spiritualized universe. You'll be happy if I destroy the Heaven's Craftsman domain. That way you won't offend Master Grass and you can watch the 9 Clouds universe get rid of me. You can also let the spiritualized universe breathe. But if that's the case, I won't be able to escape responsibility, said Yu Sang-tian. Yu Sang-tian had protected the Heaven's Craftsman realm, which made it clear to Lu Yin that the reason Yu Sang-tian hadn't attacked him wasn't just because of Grandmaster Qing Chao. It was even possible that Yu Sang-tian had made up the excuse of Grandmaster Qing Chao. Yu Sang-tian had other reasons, which was why Yu Sang-tian didn't want Lu Yin to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman realm and bring about a crisis to the Ninna Firmament's universe. Just like when he attacked Ru Mu, he also let the old salamander attack Wu Huang. Unrivaled immortal, the 7 karmic lands, the karmic city wall, and the rectangular object that kept spreading karma. Sometimes it seemed like he had the initiative, but in reality he was always under Xianxia's control. He didn't need to do anything except stabilize the direction. But Yuya's intervention made this direction unstable. That was why Lu Yin could see things clearly. He had no choice but to protect the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Although Xianxia's scheme put Lu Yin in danger, the good thing was that Xianxia was also protecting him. If Yuya wanted to capture him, Xianxia would protect him. By the same logic, if Xianxia's scheme succeeded and he wanted to deal with Lu Yin, Yuya would protect him. Lu Yin had a lot to think about. He suddenly realized that Yuya might not be an enemy. Xianxia didn't know that Lu Yin was thinking so much. He was even thinking about the Ling cosmos and the primordial genesis. Although Lu Yin was young, he had experienced a lot, especially when fate had plotted against his future daughter through the river of time. He could think of many scenarios, and he also had people like Xuanhuan and Wei Rong by his side, so he would think more about such situations. When ordinary people caught hold of the weakness of the little spirit universe, they would not have thought that it might be an illusion that the other party had released. They would not have thought that the little spirit universe itself could be fake. Cultivation was too cruel. If he didn't think more about it, he would have died long ago. Xianxia's words made Lu Yin let go of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, but not those people. Above the Heaven's Craftsman realm, Ling's will watch the palm descend and sighed. It was over. Boom. Aside from a pale, skinny old man, Ling's, the old woman, and a few other old fellows were all killed by Lu Yin. No matter what the Heaven's Craftsman realm represented, it was a fact that they had helped Yuya deal with him, so there was no reason to let them go. Ling Zhua and the others were all dead, and that skinny old man was the only one who had looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. Thus, Lu Yin let him go and let him stay in the Heaven's Craftsman realm so that some of its inheritances wouldn't be cut off. From today onwards, all spirit seeds in the Heaven's Craftsman realm belong to Boundless. Do you have any objections? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Emo Shang. Xianxia left, and the deaths of those old fellows didn't affect Lu Yin at all. In any case, those old fellows had pretended to be dead, and only Ling Zhua had shown up. Now it was just a different old fellow, so it didn't matter. The Heaven's Craftsman realm could still produce spirit threads as usual, and that was enough. Lu Yin also left, but before he left he looked back at the skinny old man. The skinny old man slowly bowed under Lu Yin's gaze. Ling Gui sends Lu Xianxia off. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and left. Ling Gui only relaxed when Lu Yin disappeared. It was over. He looked around and the smell of blood turned the air red. Was he afraid of death? Of course he was. He hadn't reached the end of his life yet, and he was different from the old fellows around him. As for his cultivation, he couldn't compare to Ling Zhua's and was only at the Grandmaster level in the Heaven's Craftsman realm. However, it was enough to ensure that he could continue producing spirit threads. Even if the Heaven's Craftsman realm had lost its spirit seeds forever, it didn't need any in the first place. It was time for those little fellows to come back. He looked at the distant sky again. No one in the Heaven's Craftsman realm could ever reach Lu Xianxia's level. On the other side, Xianxia returned to Beyond Heaven. As soon as he returned, he found out that Ruyu had gone to God's Rain Mountain, and his expression turned ugly. Just as Ruyu had said, he didn't want the Ru family to be saved. That would increase the chances of Yuya being stripped of his god of defense, even if the chances weren't high to begin with. Bone grafters. Xianxia looked at the corpses on the ground with a gloomy expression. Bone grafters. Lan was puzzled. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. It was eternal again. What was this eternal trying to do? He knew about the bone grafters a long time ago. Previously, when the spiritualized universe and the Eternals had joined forces to deal with the Above Heaven sect, Eternal had said that he was a bone grafter. His talent was enough to ensure that the Eternals had an endless supply of experts. That was why he hadn't mobilized more experts from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. One bone boat was enough. Now he didn't expect the bone grafters to attack the sky beyond heaven. Previously they had saved the old salamander and joined forces with Yuya. Then they were discovered to have joined forces with their old enemy Lu Yin. Now they had joined forces with Ruyu again. Why was this eternal joining forces with others everywhere? Xianxia couldn't understand what he was trying to do. My lord, it's our fault that Ru Guo returned to the god-governing mountain. Please punish us, Lan apologized. Xianxia waved his hand. It's normal for the bone grafters to intervene. If the bone grafters couldn't help Ru Guo return to the god-governing mountain, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Now that Rugwa had returned, Yuya would be punished for the previous incident and couldn't come out for the time being. Rugwa would definitely be able to save the Ru family. Once Rugwa was rescued, he wouldn't stay in the god-governing mountain and would most likely return to the Ninth Heaven universe. What was the point of the Eternals helping him? Right, the enemy that the Ninth Spirit had been looking for was related to the Eternals. Could it be that the Eternals wanted to set up the Ninth Heaven universe? Did he have the guts? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was useless. The Ninth Heaven universe was on a completely different level from their three universes. At the god-governing mountain, Rugwa rescued Rumu and the others and killed the cultivators who helped Yuya besiege the Ru family. Unfortunately, he ran away. Rugwa took the living dead, Rumu, and the others to the Ninth Heaven universe. Looking back, the god-governing mountain would no longer belong to the Ru family. The status that the Rushi scripture had exchanged for would eventually be lost. Without power, any status was useless. He wanted to return to the Ninth Heaven universe and put down his desire for the position of inferior god. He wanted to focus on cultivation and reach the third tier of the Rushi scripture as soon as possible. The position of inferior god was inescapable. Luin, I will do what I promised you. I will leave you a way out of the Ninth Heaven universe. I hope we can meet again in the Ninth Heaven universe one day. Yuya wanted to train Rugwa to have helpers after he became a superior god. In the eyes of the Ninth Heaven universe, there was no essential difference between the spiritualized universes and the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia could be bestowed the title of inferior god and so could Luin. This time he had saved Rumu and the others. His escape route had been completed and he had made up for the state of mind of the Sutra of Truth. He would definitely be able to cultivate to the third level and become the god of defense. When that time came he would also need help. Luin was the best help. This person was targeted by Yuya and was an enemy. He was also an enemy of Yuya and Xianxia. They were on the same side. Don't disappoint yourself. At the same time, when Luin returned to the boundless universe, Sky Beyond sent out an order to set off on an expedition to the consciousness universe. 7 huge battleships headed for the border. Along the way, countless people sent them off. Some were envious, some were hopeful, some were nervous, and some were excited. The war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe had lasted for too long. Speaking of which, the consciousness universe was completely passive and was no match for the spiritualized universes. But even now, the consciousness universe had not been reactivated. Generations of relatives, friends, and comrades had died in the consciousness universe. Even though it was the spiritualized universes that started the war, the hatred still spread. Many of them hoped to destroy the consciousness universe. As for reactivating it, it had little to do with them. Only those who had passed the bitter tribulation could use the rebooted universe to reach the eternal realm. As for the others, even if they were primordial realm powerhouses, it was meaningless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3675. Those who didn't even have the qualifications to follow the expedition didn't even need to think about restarting. Many people were looking forward to it because there was no mention of restarting after the life forms in the consciousness universe were destroyed. They were willing to wait. There was also a rumor that anyone who experienced the restarting of the universe would have a hope of crossing the bitter adversity and entering the eternal realm, regardless of their current realm. Although this rumor was purposely made up to comfort the majority of cultivators, there was no lack of people who believed it. Boundless was in the middle of the 7 ships, but it wasn't the largest. The spiritualized universe had a leading ship that was even larger than Boundless. It was called Reboot, a name that represented the spiritualized universe's wishes. Boundless was second only to Reboot in size. Luin stood atop Boundless and looked into the distance. Xianxia's order had caught him off guard. No one had expected an expedition to come so suddenly. Previously, he had used the consciousness lifeforms hidden in parallel spacetime to delay the expedition, and he had succeeded. After all, there was still the threat of 13 celestial phenomenon, and Xianxia wouldn't leave so easily. However, this sudden change made Luin feel that Xianxia had other plans. He was too impatient and he didn't even have time to pick up the bricks. Could it be related to the Nina Firmament's universe? Luin looked up at the sky, wanting to see the Nina Firmament's universe, but he couldn't see anything. Boundless would eventually have to follow the expedition to the consciousness universe. The only thing Luin could do was increase Boundless' chances of survival, and the Truth Sutra's appearance was one of his methods. The changes in the 9 heavens and the Truth Sutra were the strength of the Nina Firmament's universe's cultivators. Now that they had been brought to Boundless, Lu Yin hoped that he could bring them back to the Xuanhuan universe one day. The ship wasn't fast and many cultivators looked into the distance along the way. Many gazes landed on Boundless. The spiritualized universe seemed familiar with Boundless, but at the same time, unfamiliar. They didn't know how many people were in Boundless. Lu Yin alone seemed to magnify the entire Boundless before the spiritualized universe, but he also concealed much of it. With the ship's current speed, it would take more than a month to reach the border from the Arc region. A month wasn't a long time, especially for cultivators. It was just the time to close their eyes. Along the way, Lu Yin let Yishang out. Yishang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform for a long time, and after coming out, he seemed to be in a daze and had experienced unspeakable suffering. Long time no see, Yishang. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him. The reason why Yishang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform hell for so long was to take revenge on him for leading the spiritualized universe on an expedition to the Xuanhuan universe. This expedition had caused many deaths in the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin couldn't forget how Yishang had used the sealed realm to wipe out 12 mechas and Nong Yi. Nong Yi was the first ancestor realm expert to be conferred godhood by him. He had helped him and died at the border battlefield. Even with the passage of time, that battle could not be erased from his memories. Many people said that once one reached a certain height, they would be able to let go of their past grudges. This was because if one stood at too high a level, it would be too narrow-minded to care about the past. However, just as Lu Yin had said when he had attacked the Lotus Venerate's disciple, Lingmu, forgetting the past was tantamount to betraying the future. It was also irresponsible to one's past and irresponsible to those past experiences. Revenge was not necessarily a derogatory term. It was also an explanation for what had happened in the past. Yishang was still in a daze when he heard Lu Yin's voice. Yin raised her head and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with confusion. He could no longer distinguish between reality and the cycle. Was the person in front of him a real person or a situation that he had encountered in the past? Those people who had clearly died kept appearing, and it was as if he had returned to the past. This feeling could only be understood after experiencing it. Heartless people were not afraid, but how could a person be heartless? The appearance of an enemy was not scary, but the most frightening thing was the appearance of someone who brought about feelings. His loved ones and family were like layers of dusty scars that were constantly being uncovered. The pain was multiplied, and it was not something that could be resisted with his cultivation. Yishang, long time no see. Lu Yin repeated. To Lu Yin it had only been a few months, but to Yishang it felt like several lifetimes. Yishang stared blankly at Lu Yin. Are you real or fake? Lu Yin looked at Yishang's confused and gloomy gaze. Revenge was enough. He raised a hand and tapped out. Yishang did not even react, allowing Lu Yin to tap on his forehead. Instantly his entire body felt cool, and the surrounding scenery flowed like water. It gradually became clear and real. A breeze blew past, lifting his hair and blocking his vision. He raised his hand and felt the warmth of the wind. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled. He lay down and did not move for a long time. Lu Yin just stood there like that. In the distance, many gazes swept over from the people on Boundless Horizon. Many of them belonged to the spiritualized universe, and they had been brought here by Dancing Butterfly Border. When they looked at Lu Yin again, their gazes changed. This was Yishang, the great Xianxia. What exactly had he experienced to cause such despair? What kind of ruthless methods did this Lu Xianxia have? In the past, they had only known that this Lu Xianxia was an absolute expert who had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Only now did they realize that this person was also an expert at torturing others. Even Xianxia could not withstand it and was now lying on the ground. Yuan Qi's gaze was complicated, and his fingers were trembling. Yu Shan felt the same way as he had experienced it before. It had only been a short time, but judging from Xianxia's posture, it had probably been a long time. Princess Yao had also experienced it, and she had been directly asked to be a maid without even refusing. She would rather die than fall into Lu Xianxia's hands, or else she would not be able to die even if she begged for it. The greatest fairness in the world was death, as everyone would die eventually. However, Lu Xianxia had taken away this fairness. After a long time, Yishang finally moved. He took a deep breath, raised his head and slowly stood up. He sat on the ground without a care for his image. Compared to what he had experienced, being able to see the truth was already a great fortune. Lu Yin spoke for the third time. Long time no see, Yishang. Yishang looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. If even the right to die was taken away from him, then that person would be very pitiful. Long time no see, Lu Sangtian. His words came from the bottom of his heart. It really had been a long time. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Yishang. I've prolonged your life. The fear in Yishang's eyes intensified when he heard Lu Yin's words, and even an ordinary person could see it. Life is worse than death. Lu Yin was amused and he slowly sat down across from Yishang. Image? When one reached a certain height, their actions would represent their image. How can that be? Many people enjoy such experiences, but you don't? Master Lu, just tell me what you want me to do. Yishang did not have any desire to speak. He only wanted to distance himself from such experiences, and he wanted Lu Yin to give him a guarantee. Lu Yin raised a hand and a wooden wing appeared in his palm. It was Yishang's turbid treasure. I don't understand. How do I use this thing? The vegetable skeleton's foreign wasteland reclamation. He had obtained the wooden wing, but he could not use it. Yishang's face twitched. Just one step, and he would be able to obtain the wooden wing and disappear completely. If he could disappear, he swore that he would never appear again, not in this lifetime. Even if he had to distance himself from humanity, he would not live under the same sky as this person. It was just one step and he was Lu Sangtian. He could obtain it. However, he did not dare. Even if he could obtain it, he would not dare to try. If he failed, he would be dragged into that experience again. His body trembled at the thought. The price of failure was too great, so great that he did not even dare to try. Even if the person holding the wooden wing was an ordinary person or even a child, he would not dare to snatch it. That price was too great, greater than the heavens. I won't let go. I'll hold it for a year and we'll be able to connect our minds, Yishang said, his voice hoarse and lifeless. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. The wooden wing was withdrawn, and Yishang heaved a sigh of relief before feeling bitter. He did not even have the courage to try and escape, and he even hoped that the possibility of escaping would never appear. Was this still him? Was he still the Sangtian of the past, a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter disaster realm? Lu Yin stood up and walked to the edge of Limitless. He looked into the distance. Look, we're about to leave the spiritualized universe. Yishang was shocked and slowly stood up. He looked around and saw that there were giant arcs in front and behind him. He also saw cultivators constantly appearing on both sides of the arcs, sending them off with their eyes. This is an expedition to the consciousness universe, Lu Yin said. Yishang frowned as he recalled that Yu Sangtian had once announced that he had learned of the realm of earth from Yi Meng. He would lead the spiritualized universe to sweep through that realm and level the 13 celestial phenomena. He would be able to restart the consciousness universe at any time. They've already set off? Not good. Yishang's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin's back. Master Lu, please save Yixia. Lu Yin looked back and met Yishang's gaze. Do you think that Yu Sangtian will act against Yixia in Torch City? He definitely will, Yishang said. Lu Yin smiled. You really do care about this grandson of yours? This is just a facade for Yu Sangtian to see. Isn't your son Rong Xiang the one who can truly succeed Yu Sangtian? Yishang's expression dimmed. I might not have a chance to return from the consciousness universe. When I fall into Master Lu's hands, our cooperation with the Gate of Arts will end. The Radiant God Sequence Foundation will no longer belong to us, and Rong Xiang will no longer have a chance. Do you think Yixia still has a chance? Lu Yin asked. Without the Sky Devourer parasol, Yixia would never become Sangtian. Yishang said bitterly, I just hope that he can survive. Lu Yin nodded. A very simple wish. Yishang looked at Lu Yin. If Master Lu can help me, the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce and the Yi family's countless years of accumulated wealth will all belong to Master Lu. I will also work for Master Lu just like I did in the beginning. Lu Yin quietly looked into the distance and did not speak. The cultivators on both sides looked at Limitless with interesting gazes. They hoped to gain Limitless recognition and help, but they were also afraid that Limitless status would bring them disaster. Many people wanted to be repaid, but they did not want to pay the price. They stood in place and paced back and forth, ultimately achieving nothing. Actually, whether these people fought for or retreated, they had a lot of leeway, but they could not see it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3676. There are two powerful sects that are very suitable for you, and they're both willing to accept you when you're down. Which one will you choose? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yishang hesitated. I want to. What? Lu Yin laughed. Are you qualified to think about it? Yishang stared at Lu Yin in a daze and then smiled bitterly. Yes, am I qualified to think about it? When I think about it, it means that I've failed. To a sect, a person in dire straits was like an ant, and it was already a great fortune that they were willing to accept him. If this person still wanted to think about it, it would be an insult to the sect. The faster he made his choice, the more recognition the chosen sect would have. Even if it was just the recognition of an ant, it would be more beneficial for the person in dire straits. Even if he might offend another sect, that was not something that needed to be considered. Think. Many people had been ruined by this word. It was better for people to be decisive. Yishang took a deep breath. If he were to return to his youth, he would have decisively chosen one. After all, he had lived for so long and he understood this principle. However, he had been in a high position for too long, and he would unconsciously think for himself. Perhaps this was also his instinct as a businessman. This was very similar to his current situation. Was he qualified to make a deal with Lu Yin? If he saved Xia, would he give his life's worth of information to Lu Yin and help him do things? Wrong. He would first offer himself and then ask Lu Yin to save Xia. The order was wrong. Yishang wanted to say something but he did not. Not long after, the group saw the giant door at the border. Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was also a door at the border of the Xuanhuan universe and it was very similar. Lu Yin's feelings when he had first seen that door had completely changed. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe were already waiting at the border. When they saw the battleships arrive, they all lined up to board. Next, they would go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. Yishang looked in one direction. There were many springboards there that could be used to contact Torch City. When Torch City had first contacted the spiritualized universe, many of the springboards had been destroyed, but the remaining ones could still be used to send messages. Go on, Lu Yin said calmly. Yishang bowed. Thank you, Lu Sangtian. He then headed in that direction. 7 huge battleships were lined up in a row. Many cultivators boarded the other 6 battleships. Only Wu Jiang was not. Every battleship had a bitter adversity expert overseeing it. Meng Sangtian, Ninth Spirit, Su Shidao, Old Salamander, Yu Sangtian, Zitianshu of the Sky Beyond Heaven experts and so on. This expedition to the universe of consciousness had taken away more than half of the spiritualized universe's experts. There were still a few hidden experts in the human-shaped spirit mold, as well as a few hidden experts in the beast-shaped spirit mold. All of them were discovered by Lu Yin. As for the more secretive corners, it was still unknown if Eternal had come. It was unknown how many great beings of the 9 Clouds universe there were. This trip was a grave that the consciousness universe had dug for Yu Sangtian, but no one knew who would be buried there. At the corner of the border, Yishang arrived. He had come to this place many times to talk to Torch City, especially after Xia had become the city lord of Torch City. He was considered the person who came here the most in the spiritualized universe. He was very familiar with this place. However, this time he was stopped. Senior, please return. Lord Yu Sangtian has ordered that no one is allowed to approach. Yishang did not say a word and forced his way in. From the side, an elder walked out. Yishang, you dare to disobey Lord Yu Sangtian's orders? Yishang looked over. I did not expect that even you would be brought out this time. Right, I remember now. Is this your condition for joining the Sky Beyond Heaven? Did Yu Sangtian give you a spot to restart the universe? The elder's face was gloomy. He was a bitter adversity expert from the Sky Beyond Heaven. He had once guarded Huamani and prevented Ru Guo from returning to Royal God Mountain. Although he had failed twice, this did not prevent him from following Lu Yin to the universe of consciousness. This was the condition that had been agreed upon with Yu Sangtian. Compared to Yishang, who had reached the level of Yu Sangtian, he was somewhat inferior. However, crossing the bitter adversity was a form of capital. His strength was not considered powerful among the bitter adversity experts, but he could still prevent Yishang from using the springboard to contact Torch City. This person's appearance was troublesome for Yishang. The spiritualized universe can contact Torch City. What right does Yu Sangtian have to stop me? Yishang's face was gloomy. The elder said coldly, everything in the spiritualized universe belongs to Lord Yu Sangtian, even the border. Yishang was unwilling. If Torch City did not know about this expedition, the moment Yu Sangtian arrived at Torch City would be the moment of Xia's misfortune. Previously, with Rong Xiang as a backup, supporting Xia to become Yu Sangtian was just a facade. However, now that there was no hope of becoming a radiant god, Xia had become a real hope. He wanted to preserve the Yi family's bloodline. When he thought of this, he attacked. The elder attacked at the same time. Both of them suppressed the area of their battle to prevent others from noticing. However, gradually the aftershocks from their attacks grew larger and larger. After all, they were both bitter adversity experts. Scram! A shout distorted the starry sky and caused the border gate to tremble. Countless cultivators covered their ears and looked in Wu Zhang's direction in shock. This shout came from Lu Yin, and the sound wave blasted towards the elder. The elder was shocked and quickly retreated, not daring to take it head-on. He looked at Wu Jiang with a pale face. What a terrifying pressure. Was this Yu Sangtian's level? On the restart, Yu Sangtian looked at Wu Jiang. Lu Sangtian, you've gone too far. Lu Yin looked at the restart. He's one of my people. What's wrong with using the springboards? One of your people? Yu Sangtian looked at the corner and his gaze landed on Yishang. Yishang's body froze and a chill enveloped him. He did not dare to move, as if he would die if he moved. Lu Yin said calmly, "That's right. He's one of my people." As he spoke, the starry sky changed, and an invisible force pushed Yishang towards the springboards. Yu Sangtian's voice rang out. "Your people have to follow the rules." As he spoke, the pressure from the front pushed Yishang away. The two pressures acted on Yishang, causing him to vomit blood. Yishang could choose to use Yu Sangtian's pressure to offset Lu Yin's because Lu Yin's pressure was not as strong as Yu Sangtian's. However, he did not do so and endured the pressure head-on. This scene caused Yu Sangtian to frown. Yishang's choice was unexpected. Although the two pressures were not enough to kill a bitter adversity expert, he had lost all his face. It was as if he had become a bargaining chip in the game between the two. However, Yishang did not back down. This Lu Yin really had some tricks up his sleeve. Clang. A bell rang out and the pressure immediately disappeared. The sound of a bell rang out from Boundless. This was the first time Yuanqi had used a bell since arriving in the spiritualized universe. It had been many years since this bell had rung in the spiritualized universe. The war is imminent. The bigger picture is more important. Yuanqi spoke, and these few words caused Yishang to recover. He hurriedly rushed towards the springboards. Yu Sangtian did not stop him. What a familiar voice. Yuanqi Sangtian. I hope to see this bell again in the battle in the consciousness universe. Yuanqi spoke up from Boundless. We will. Yuanqi's attack. This reminded everyone in the spiritualized universe that there was a Sangtian above Boundless. Yuanqi was not an ordinary Sangtian. He had lived for a long time, and he was not inferior to Emperor Wu and the others. He was an antique, and his name had shaken the spiritualized universe. His strength was unfathomable, and even Yu Sangtian had to be wary of him. Lu Yin looked at Reboot and saw Yu Sangtian. Yu Sangtian's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. The elder had also returned to the battleship. Xuanhuan used the springboard to send a message to Torch City. In Torch City, Xianxia had not received any news from the spiritualized universe for a long time. Ever since Boundless had gone to the spiritualized universe, his connection with it had been severed, and he knew nothing about it. Today news had arrived. When Xianxia saw the news, his expression changed. An expedition to the consciousness universe? This was troublesome. Yu Sangtian had personally come. If Lu Yin wanted to face Yu Sangtian directly, he would be in big trouble. The secrets of the tiny spiritual universe were enough for Yu Sangtian to destroy him. Yishang had sent the message to warn him to avoid Yu Sangtian, but Torch City was only a few inches away. Where could he hide? Unless he went to a springboard. The springboard to the consciousness universe could not be used, or else Yu Sangtian would definitely find him. The other option was to go to the springboard to the Tianyuan universe. Boundless had made a springboard along the way, but if Yu Sangtian wanted to get rid of Lu Yin, he could follow the springboard to find him. Leaving Torch City would be even more dangerous. Xianxia looked at the broken foundation. Not long after, Xianxia found the other two vice city lords of Torch City. Using the excuse that he had broken through and was in seclusion, he handed over all of Torch City's affairs to them. The two vice city lords had already been subdued by Xianxia, so they naturally obeyed his orders. A few days later, at the border of the spiritualized universe, all of the cultivators boarded the battleships. Under the guidance of rebooting, the gates opened, and the battleships boarded the springboard. They instantly disappeared, heading towards Torch City. One battleship after another set off. Boundless was the third, and as the springboard was thrown out, Boundless entered the core and set off for Torch City. It would take them 10 years to reach Torch City. On Boundless, a group of people looked at the familiar dark space. They had not expected it to happen again. They had set off from the Tianyuan universe, entered the core, and then arrived at the spiritualized universe. At first, they had not thought that they would return to the core again, and they had all come prepared to die. Now that they saw the familiar dark space again, their emotions were indescribable. They had reached Torch City, and if he wanted to, he was confident that he could bring Boundless back to the Xuanhuan universe. The path home was so close, but he still could not take it. Even if they had come prepared to die, Boundless would still return to the Xuanhuan universe if they had the chance. This chance was growing larger and larger. Just as the final battleship boarded the core, the border gates closed, leaving behind countless gazes to wait for the results. On Royal God Mountain, a figure landed on the Ru family's ruins. With a wave of his hand, the Ru family's ruins completely disappeared, and the figure headed towards the spiritualized universe. Within the core, 7 giant battleships headed towards Torch City, but none of them could see each other. When one battleship used the springboard to travel far away, the next battleship also used the springboard to travel far away. In the time it took for the previous battleship to travel, the power of the springboard came from the universe itself. In that instant, it was difficult for a person to reach. In the past, Lu Yin had thought about how powerful it would be if he could reach the springboard's power one day. With a single slap, even Sang Tian would be slapped to death. It would take 10 years to reach Torch City, and during this time Lu Yin began to teach the Rushi Sutra. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3677. Like a true scripture, like a mountain descending, like my true will, like sorrow and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing that you are coming. First, there was the change of the 9 heavens, and then there was the sutra. The power that Lu Yin had given Wu Jiang left everyone stunned. The transformation of the 9 heavens was one of Yu Sang Tian's invincible battle techniques, but now, it seemed to be a true scripture. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't sound simple. However, no matter how strong the power was, it still depended on whether it was suitable or not. For example, the change of the 9 heavens was not suitable for Chu Yi. Chu Yi cultivated the Tao of the Heavenly One in order to find a way to survive. On the other hand, the change of the 9 heavens specialized in killing. It was equivalent to fighting head-on. It was very suitable for people like the Celestial Lord Combatant and the Aragami. As for the sutra, one would be moved the moment they heard it. The primogenitor Patriarch Lu Tianyi and the others were moved, but Heavenly Lord Victorious pretended not to have heard it. The biggest change was Crazy Dean Xiaochen. After listening to the sutra, he immediately gained enlightenment. This scene stunned everyone else, including Lu Yin. So fast? He had also cultivated the Rushi Sutra, and this was the first time he had heard of it. Just like the crazy principle, he had also gained an epiphany and was stunned by the Rushi Sutra. Now he was experiencing what the Rushi Sutra felt. Seeing the insane principle gain enlightenment, the others silently retreated. Everyone had a cultivation technique that was suitable for them. The crazy headmaster walked the path of the secular world, and no one could help him. Even Lu Yin, who had wanted to give Wu Jin's technique to the crazy headmaster, had been unable to help him. The path of the secular world had to be walked by the crazy headmaster himself. Now Lu Yin had actually found a technique that could help him. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the cultivation of the true scripture emphasized intent, emotions, and a way out, what was the most abundant in the mortal world? Love is the most abundant. What is the mortal world? There was nothing more suitable for the crazy principle than a true scripture. Compared to old ancestor Lu Tianyi and the others, the crazy dean had only cultivated for a short period of time. He still had a lot of room for improvement. The primogenitor was very curious as to how far he could go in the path of mortals. Doing business and cultivating, as long as the target was an intelligent life form, they would never be able to escape from the mortal world. Perhaps, the crazy principle's achievements would surpass everyone else's. Lu Yin was also looking forward to it. He hoped that the experts of the unbounded continent would have a future. The Xuanhuan universe had given birth to many geniuses since ancient times, but only a few of them had survived. If one day those experts could relive their lives, how glorious would that be? In the spiritualized universe, the figure who destroyed the Ru family ruins came to the border and looked at the tightly shut gate. He was filled with unwillingness. One step late, one step too late. It was definitely Mo Shang's doing. It was impossible for him to run. The figure stared at the border for a long time before turning to leave. There were still things that needed to be taken care of in this universe. Aside from Lu Yin, there was also the Eternal. Since Lu Yin had dared to mess with him, Lu Yin still needed to be dealt with. Time passed day by day. The darkness in the square-inch area never changed. The unchanging scenery made people feel numb. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Let alone 10 years, even if it was 100 years or 1,000 years, they could still endure this numbing darkness. 2 years had passed, and the crazy headmaster had cultivated to the first level of the Buddha's Sutra. Heart moved, body immovable. This was not surprising. Primogenitors, Chi, and the others had reached that level long ago. However, they were experts above the primordial realm. Their cultivation and time of cultivation far exceeded the crazy principles, so there was no comparison. Then another 5 years passed. In the 7th year since Wu Jiang entered Mind Sphere, the crazy headmaster had reached the 2nd level. Immovable body and immovable mind. This was surprising, as in all of Wu Jiang, only the primogenitors had reached this level. Neither Qi, Luyin, or the others had reached this level. Of course, given enough time they could have reached it, but it would not have happened so quickly. It should be known that even Rugua had only reached the 2nd level. Just because they were in the same realm did not mean that the crazy headmaster was comparable to Rugua. It was only in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra that the crazy headmaster's talent was shocking. The primogenitors had relied on their mental fortitude that had been cultivated for countless years, and Rugua was the same. The crazy headmaster had not even reached the level of a sequence law, but he was on par with them in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra. If Rugua knew about this, he would definitely think of a way to take the crazy headmaster away. In the entire 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, there was only one person who had reached the 3rd level of the Buddha's Sutra, and that was the former inferior god, Rushi. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. The crazy headmaster opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well. How do you feel? Luyin was curious. The primogenitors and the others also looked at the crazy headmaster. This person's path of growth was difficult to replicate. He had been insane for so many years, and now that he had sobered up, he had shocked the world. The crazy headmaster looked at Luyin. I'm all right. Luyin blinked. How about your power level? How much? The crazy headmaster thought about it. Not much. The Buddhist Sutra emphasizes the will. If not for that, Rushi would not have lost to xianxia. Rugua relied on his foundation from Ku adversity to forcefully cultivate the Buddhist Sutra, which allowed him to reach xianxia's level of power. It's unrealistic to think that this technique can increase your power level in a short period of time, the primogenitor said. Luyin was disappointed. The crazy headmaster looked at his hands. Although my power level hasn't increased by much, I have a feeling that I will reach the 3rd level in the near future. At that time it will transform. Luyin's eyes lit up. Are you sure you can reach the 3rd level? The crazy headmaster nodded. I'm sure. Luyin sighed. Do you know who the last person to reach the 3rd level was? The crazy headmaster sighed. It must have been someone shocking. Luyin exchanged glances with the primogenitor. He felt like the old man was boasting. No one disturbed the crazy headmaster, and he was allowed to cultivate in peace. Luyin was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the crazy headmaster reached the 3rd level. Of course, Luyin was not looking forward to his power level. The crazy headmaster could not possibly reach Rutian's level all of a sudden. That would be too laughable. What Luyin was looking forward to was the transformation of his realm, which would guide him in the right direction. The sutra could stabilize his realm. Once he reached the 3rd level, Luyin did not know how much stronger he would become, but he would definitely be able to fight xianxia head-on. He might not be confident now, but he might be able to do so in the future. If the primogenitor could do it, then so could Luyin. The primogenitor was looking forward to it as well. The sutra was very suitable for him to cultivate. Once he reached the 3rd level, he also did not know how it would help him. The unknown was worth waiting for. On the other side of Limitless, in front of Yuanqi, a bell flickered. Ever since Yuanqi had been defeated in the Tianyuan universe, this bell had been shattered, and it had only recently recovered a little. It had helped Luyin intimidate xianxia at the border, so xianxia should not have noticed anything wrong with it. Although it was still far from fully recovered, Yuanqi could at least protect himself. Yuanqi smiled bitterly as he looked at the bell. He was a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity. Even if he had lost his spiritual weapon, he was still not the weakest among those who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, when he came into contact with this bell, he felt like he was powerless to protect himself. It was as if the universe he had come into contact with was fake. Above Limitless, some people cultivated the sutra while others cultivated the transformation of the 9 heavens. Luyin pulled Strength Beast and Su Wang over to check on their progress with the transformation of the 9 heavens. It had to be said that these two fellows were exceptionally gifted, and their strength had broken through their previous limits with the help of the transformation of the nine heavens. They were developing in an unknown direction just like Lu Yin. The two fellows were exceptionally confident, and they looked at Lu Yin with unconvinced gazes. Lu Yin was unhappy. How could they rely on their own battle techniques? Chains? Do you dare to rebel? Thus he took action, punching each of them and pinning them down to the ground. Strength Beast was also unhappy. His body flickered with the transformation of the nine heavens, and each flicker increased his strength. Bang! There was a loud bang and Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground. His body trembled and a visible bump appeared on his head. Lu Yin looked at Su Wang with a dangerous gaze. Su Wang grinned and wagged his tail. Here's a thumbs up. He did not attack and just stood there like a mascot. Lu Yin snorted and looked at Strength Beast again. Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground and did not even raise his head. Here's a thumbs up. Behave yourself. Lu Yin walked away. Not long after he found Startoad. Startoad's heart was heavy, and it was huddled in a corner with a gloomy expression. It could not cultivate the transformation of the nine heavens. It did not know why, but it just could not do it. It did not feel anything from the Rushi true scripture either. It was clearly an extremely powerful technique, so why couldn't it cultivate it? Even those two fools could cultivate it. Lu Yin must have taught it a fake, and the others must have been taught the real thing. Startoad was not convinced. Lu Yin appeared in front of it. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture? Nonsense. Startoad was unhappy and immediately replied, but then it felt that something was wrong. It looked up and saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression. Startoad's heart skipped a beat and it hurriedly greeted him. Master Lu, I didn't see you. I thought it was some fool. Don't mind. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture? Lu Yin asked again. Startoad grimaced and hugged its lotus leaf. I can't cultivate it. It stole a glance at Lu Yin as if trying to see something. Lu Yin found it strange. You're really useless. It's fine if you can't cultivate the transformation of the nine heavens, but you can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture either. Startoad stood there in a daze. He wanted to curse. You must have given me a fake one. You must have. Lu Yin did not know why Startoad could not cultivate it, but it was better that it could not. This guy was caught by him and it did not help him sincerely. Now that he thought about it, this guy had always complained about him. Lu Yin walked around the boundless border and he even went to check on Xianxia. She was hiding under her blanket and didn't dare to come out, which made Lu Yin unable to say anything even if he wanted to. He suddenly thought of a guy, Furball Green Immortal. Ever since he left Xuanhuan universe, this guy was placed in Mount Supreme, and it had not appeared for a long time. Lu Yin let out Furball Green Immortal. Furball Green Immortal was confused. It looked around. Master, where is this? To Furball Green Immortal, being locked in Mount Supreme was much better than being outside. At least it did not have to worry about being killed by Lu Yin. It would rather hide in Mount Supreme. Lu Yin looked at Furball Green Immortal. Are you injured? Furball Green Immortal answered carefully, No, I'm not injured. Lu Yin's heart sank. As expected, it did not suffer any karmic backlash. This meant that Green Immortal was not affected by karma. Was this the power of an eternal realm expert? This meant that Zhang Xiaoshua's Green Immortal might still be alive. He wondered how the Tianyuan universe was doing. Fan Tuan visits the book. Lu Yin was not interested in talking to Furball Green Immortal, so he put it away. He did not notice that before putting it away, Furball Green Immortal looked in a certain direction. This action was not clear and it looked confused. It looked like it was looking around curiously, so it did not attract Lu Yin's attention. There were only 3 more years until he reached Torch City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3678. In front of the battleship, Torch City was brightly lit. Compared to the bustling city in the past, it was much quieter now. Due to the arrival of the Spirit Sacrifice Day, many cultivators returned to the spiritualized universe, causing the number of cultivators in Torch City to decrease greatly. Torch City wasn't worried about an attack from the consciousness universe. The cultivators from the consciousness universe could only secretly follow the spiritualized universe battleship. Otherwise, it would take too long to travel from the consciousness universe to Torch City. It wasn't worth it as they didn't have a space-time battleship. Boom. In a corner of Torch City, a house collapsed. A few cultivators fled in all directions pathetically. In the collapsed ruins, a tall figure stood up. He scanned the surroundings with a dignified gaze, but with a hint of drunkenness. Who dares to scold me, Xuanhuan? Stand out and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Win people over with virtue. You despicable people have to win people over with virtue. No one answered. No one dared to look at him, afraid that he would target them. This person was Xuanhuan. Back then, in order to avoid Star Toad and the others, he had escaped from the spiritualized universe. He said that he was going to the consciousness universe to fight, but in reality he had been tyrannizing Torch City. No one could do anything to him. Even xianxia had to respectfully address him as senior. Xianxia was miserable. As for the situation in the spiritualized universe, xianxia couldn't get any information from him. This guy was a scoundrel. Actually, even if the spiritualized universe didn't attack the consciousness universe, xianxia had planned to hide. This Xuanhuan was getting more and more despicable. Last time he actually went to the city lord's residence to behave atrociously. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have pulled out his tendons and skinned him. Xuanhuan's arrival made many cultivators in Torch City angry. This guy was too despicable. His character was too vile. Yet he acted as if he could walk the world with virtue. Disgusting. These cultivators didn't dare to say it in front of him. They could only scold him behind his back to vent their anger. Who knew that this guy would actually start eavesdropping? He couldn't even be scolded behind his back. Who was Xuanhuan? He was a smart person who believed that the beast spirit molt was the strongest and was the most suitable to lead the beast spirit molt to surpass the human spirit molt. He was virtuous and talented. How could he allow others to scold him behind his back? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. He wouldn't allow it. His reputation couldn't be tarnished. Moreover, it was really tasteless to curse people behind their backs. Such people were not worthy of talking about him. Therefore he was very busy now. After teaching a group of people a lesson, he sneaked to other places to hide, listening to who dared to curse him behind his back. Ever since Xuanhuan did this, the atmosphere in Torch City changed. Everyone was very careful, afraid that there would be a pair of eyes staring at them from behind. Some girls didn't even dare to take off their clothes. Even the slightest movement would cause them to scream. This made the people in Torch City nervous. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, found this very interesting and became even more motivated. At the same time, he had another hobby, planting flags. These flags represented Xuanhuan. Each flag only had one word: virtue. Virtue ruled the world, using virtue to convince others. This was Xuanhuan. In a short period of time, Torch City was filled with flags with the word virtue, causing the eyelids of those who saw it to twitch. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such shameless people. On this day, Xuanhuan carried the virtue banner to the city lord's manor. He strutted into the city lord's manor and planted it there. Looking at the virtue banner fluttering in the wind, he was very satisfied. Xianxia, where are you? Come out. An old man ran over with a bitter face. Greetings, Senior Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked over and grinned. Isn't this the vice city lord? Where is Xianxia? Let him come out and see what this Xuanhuan planted for him. Banner, as a person you have to convince others with virtue. This Xuanhuan noticed that the atmosphere in Torch City is not right. Why do they all like to talk about people behind their backs? The old man was speechless. Wasn't it all because of him? City Lord Xianxia is in seclusion. Xuanhuan raised his brows. Seclusion? When? A few years ago. Xuanhuan was surprised. I haven't seen Xianxia in a few years? That's right, in these few years this Xuanhuan was focused on teaching Torch City and forgot to visit. Right, how many years has it been? The old man thought about it. About 10 years. 10 years, that's enough. He can come out. Let him come out and see this banner. From now on, hang it here and let the people of Torch City see what it means to convince others with virtue. Let them think of this Xuanhuan when they see this banner. The old man sighed. There was no need to look. Your deeds would definitely be passed down in history. As long as Torch City existed, it would not be forgotten. The city lord is in seclusion. We can't call him out. Xuanhuan was unhappy. Why can't you call him out? Why is he in seclusion? To improve his cultivation? Is that useful? Yishang is crippled. He can forget about being Sangtian in this life. Go call him out. The old man was in a difficult position and did not move. Xuanhuan moved closer and stared at the old man. His aura suppressed the void, causing the old man's back to turn cold. He felt like he was going to be killed at any moment. Are you rejecting me? The old man's face turned pale. I dare not. It's just that I can't find the city lord. What do you mean you can't find him? Torch City is only so big. Can he run to the Tianyuan universe? The city lord is in the broken foundation. Xuanhuan was stunned. What is he doing there? The old man said, training in seclusion. Although Xuanhuan was shameless, he was not stupid. The broken foundation protected the springboard. The springboard was protected because it was afraid of attracting an unknown civilization. The more one understood the universe, the more they respected it. Experts could easily destroy parallel universes, but a parallel universe was just a speck of dust in the universe. The springboard borrowed the power of the universe to reach a height that living beings could not touch. The universe itself was vast and endless. Who said that there were only 3 universes? Xuanhuan knew that there were more than 3 universes, but who could say for sure how many universes there were? The springboard's existence was strange. Whether it was naturally formed or man-made, the spiritualized universe did not know. If the springboard was exposed and attracted other universes, who knew what kind of civilization would appear? Anyway, it would not be a good thing. This xianxia was smart to hide in the broken foundation. Even if Xuanhuan found him there, he could not attack him to prevent accidents. Wait, he was hiding from him? There was no need. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something and stared at the old man. Is there any news from the spiritualized universe? The old man's face was pale and he did not know how to answer. Before xianxia went into seclusion, he had specifically told him not to spread the news. Xuanhuan grabbed the old man's collar. A terrifying pressure descended, making the old man feel like his whole body was being crushed. The despair of death made him lose all will to resist. Yes. 10 years ago? Yes. Xuanhuan threw the old man away. This bastard xianxia was not hiding from him, but from the spiritualized universe. If he could hide, there must be someone at Xianxia's level or even more. Xianxia would not come. Thinking of this, he wanted to leave, but where to? Right, the broken foundation. If xianxia could hide in the broken foundation, so could he. No matter what. However, as a precaution, he was about to move. In the distance, a battleship suddenly descended. It could be seen from Torch City, and Torch City could also be seen from the battleship. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and rushed to the broken foundation. This was the rebooting of the spiritualized universe battleship as the lead ship. Xianxia was definitely here. Bad luck. Good things never came, but bad things did. Xianxia was on the reboot. The moment he saw Torch City, he also saw Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan rushing to the broken foundation, he raised his eyebrows. A vast consciousness descended, as if there was an additional sky, blocking Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan attacked with his claw, trying to tear the consciousness sky apart. When the consciousness sky was torn apart, a white imperial robe appeared. On it was the word, Imperial, that could burn the sky and destroy the earth. It covered Torch City and pressed down. Xuanhuan knew it was too late. Even if he could break the imperial robe, Xianxia was waiting for him. The imperial robe descended, and Xuanhuan slowly landed. The battleship also stopped. In Torch City, many cultivators saw the battleship appear. Finally, someone was here. They had been tortured by Xuanhuan all these years. Finally, a battleship appeared. They could return to the spiritualized universe. Even if they had to kill their way to the consciousness universe, it was better than staying in Torch City. The scene of Xuanhuan being suppressed by the imperial robe was not seen by every cultivator. However, any cultivator who saw it knew that it was not only the battleship that had arrived, but also Xianxia himself. Xianxia had come personally. Was he going to crush the consciousness universe? Within the city lord residence, the elder rushed to the battleship to welcome Xianxia. Within Torch City, figure after figure rushed over. They were all at least at the progenitor realm to welcome Xianxia. Xuanhuan's face was bitter. He could not escape. Greetings, Lord Xianxia. Greetings, Lord Xianxia. His voice resounded throughout Torch City, shocking all the cultivators in the city. Lord Xianxia was coming personally? At this time, another battleship arrived, stopping beside Torch City. On this battleship, the ninth spirit walked out, shaking Torch City. And then the third battleship arrived. It was Wujiang. Wujiang was completely different from the other battleships. It did not belong to the spiritualized universe because the cultivators in Torch City had not seen it before. Before, Wujiang had stunned all the cultivators in Torch City. Other than xianxia and Old Tao, no one else knew of Wujiang's existence. And now the cultivators in Torch City looked on blankly. They had not seen this battleship before. Xuanhuan saw Wujiang and was stunned. Why was Wujiang here? Had the group from the Tianyuan universe been dealt with by Xianxia? Next he felt a familiar aura. It was Lu Yin, the expert who had once defeated him. That damn toad was also here. The group from the Xuanhuan universe was fine. He knew that he was in trouble. Above Torch City, within the broken base, Yixia saw Wu Jiang arrive with a complicated expression. If not for Wu Jiang, he would not have been in such a state. What had Wu Jiang done in the spiritualized universe? How had he come out unscathed? Xianxia had come, and so had Wu Jiang. The two universes had joined forces to conquer the consciousness universe. He did not know if they would be able to completely destroy it. If the consciousness universe was destroyed, then Torch City would lose much of its meaning. It would be reduced to a defensive springboard. Next, battleship after battleship arrived, shocking Torch City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3679. The 7 battleships were all spacetime class. At this moment, the cultivators in Torch City knew that something big was about to happen. Since ancient times, it had been rare for all spacetime class battleships in the spiritualized universe to be deployed. There were only a few recorded instances, and each time they swept through the consciousness universe, they had not been able to completely destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon. The cultivators in Torch City never thought that they would see such a day. On the battleships, experts entered Torch City one after another. This made the cultivators of Torch City excited. Many of the cultivators went to look for their elders and then complained. "Forefather, you don't know how despicable xuanhuan is. He forced his disciple to praise him as the strongest in beast form. Senior, please help us. Xuanhuan is despicable and shameless, planting flags in our home. Xuanhuan eavesdropped on us. We clearly said that xuanhuan was the strongest, and he punished us by standing for 100 days. Despicable. To prevent others from speaking ill of him, he eavesdropped and hid in the shadows. Little junior sister, little junior sister. What? What happened to little junior sister? Little junior sister is ashamed and indignant. She insists on marrying me. Xuanhuan even made a song dedicated to him. Torch City has to sing it every day. It's disgusting. Ninth Immortal, please help us. Meng Sang-tian, please help us. Lord Meng Sang-tian, please help us." The people on the battleships were bewildered. They had thought that they would be greeted with praise and worship, as well as anticipation for the revival of the consciousness universe. Why was it all complaints? How despicable was this xuanhuan? Seeing the banners fluttering all over Torch City, they were speechless. They had seen shameless people, but not this shameless. Even the ninth spirit felt that the thought immortal was better than xuanhuan. This was too shameless. On the boundless border, the star toad stomped its feet and cursed. It begged Lu Yin to capture xuanhuan and teach him a lesson. Lu Yin glanced at the star toad. "Xuanhuan has really seen a toad like you?" "Not a toad." The star toad was helpless. Everyone was calling it a toad now. Where was the dignity of Kuai? He couldn't see it at all in the boundless lands. So Wang Tian looked at the virtue banners in the city and felt respect for xuanhuan from the bottom of his heart. It was rare for someone to be so shameless. On the other battleship, many beast-shaped spirit molts had ugly expressions. Most of them were from the 10,000 beast territory, so they didn't have a good impression of xuanhuan. This bastard had brought shame to the beast-shaped spirit molts. Since when did beast-shaped spirit molts convince people with their virtues? The fist was the true dignity of the spirit-molted beast. "I asked the border lord to capture xuanhuan and clean up the family." A beast-shaped spiritual molt spoke. It was one of the 10,000 beast borders mountain lords. Immediately after, the spirit-molted beast spoke. Even winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox wanted to capture xuanhuan, but they knew that they were no match for him. No matter what, xuanhuan was an existence that could challenge Wuhuang. They looked at the old salamander. Would the old salamander make a move? Previously, in order to make Wuhuang and Lu Sang-tian fight, the old salamander worked together with xuanhuan to send the battle invitation to the boundless lands and announce it to the spiritualized universe. No one knew what the relationship between these two fellows was. The old salamander had a headache. Couldn't xuanhuan be more obedient? Why did he stay in Torchfire City? Wasn't it better to go to the consciousness universe? Torchfire City was filled with resentment. The cultivators hated xuanhuan to the core. In the city lord's residence, xuanhuan's face twitched. These shameless people kept calling him Lord xuanhuan. They scolded him, but he corrected them. Now they were bad-mouthing him in front of Sang-tian. His heart trembled. "Come here. Xianxia's voice sounded. Xuanhuan's face was bitter. He traveled through the void and arrived at the edge of Torchfire City. He wasn't far from Xianxia. In the spiritualized universe, he was enemies with the 10,000 beast border and the realm beyond skies. Hence, he had been hiding and didn't dare to show his face. It wasn't that Xianxia couldn't find him, but there was no need to make things difficult for him. Even if he was an 8-star dark spirit, his main enemy was still the 10,000 beast border. Before leaving the spiritualized universe, he specially contacted the realm beyond skies and told Xianxia that he was going to the consciousness universe. Because of this, his name was removed from the dark spirit list. If he faced Xianxia normally, he wouldn't care. However, he was surrounded by enemies now. These shameless people actually dared to complain. Xianxia looked at Xuanhuan. How long have you been in Torchfire City? Lord Xianxia, he hasn't left since he came. Someone complained with red eyes. Xuanhuan glared at that person. He would remember this and wait. Facing Xianxia's gaze, he smiled. Well, I've been resting. Yes, resting. I was injured by the third head of the Dayu Manor during the battle in the abyss of space. I've been resting until now. Xianxia looked around. Everywhere he looked, the virtue flag had turned to ashes. It's too ugly. Xuanhuan fanged. How dare you destroy my virtue flag? Just you wait, I'll kill you when I have the chance. He knew that he wasn't Xianxia's opponent now. He could only admit defeat. He couldn't even escape. However, he was once an 8-star dark spirit and had fought against the realm beyond skies. He wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be convinced. He would wait and see when he has the chance. Get on the battleship and go to the consciousness universe. Xianxia said. He had nothing to say to someone like Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. Well, I'm a spiritual molt beast. Let's go to the 5th battleship. The 5th battleship was filled with spiritual molts. The 6th battleship was also filled with spiritual molts. Before Xianxia could speak, the old salamander arrived. Xuanhuan is a spiritual molt beast. It's reasonable for him to board the battleship of the Wanshou border. Lord Xianxia, please agree. Xuanhuan glanced at the old salamander. You know what's good for you. Otherwise you'll tell everyone about us working together. Wait, where's Wuhuang? Xuanhuan looked at the 5th battleship. Why wasn't Wuhuang here? Wuhuang appeared and the old salamander spoke on behalf of the Wanshou border. Wuhuang couldn't have been killed by the third head, right? Impossible. Old man, where's Wuhuang? Xuanhuan stared at the old salamander. The old salamander didn't even look at him. He waited for Xianxia to answer. Xianxia said indifferently, he's here. Xuanhuan wasn't in the mood to care. He appeared in front of the old salamander and stared at him. Where's Wuhuang? Where's that idiot? The old salamander looked at Xuanhuan helplessly. He's dead. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. What did you say? He wasn't the only one who heard it. The cultivators in Torch City heard it too. Everyone was in an uproar. Xianxia heard it too. She couldn't believe it. How could it be? Wuhuang was dead? That was Wuhuang. He was a top expert who fought 3 Xianxia alone. If he used the ceiling sky sequence, his strength would be unimaginable. How could he be dead? How did he die? You must be joking, old man. Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. He knew Wuhuang's strength the best. With the help of the ceiling sky sequence, Wuhuang's strength was unbeatable. Even so, he only dared to talk nonsense. He didn't dare to fight Wuhuang. The old salamander and Xuanhuan stared at each other. Wuhuang was killed by me. Xuanhuan stared at the old salamander. He took a few steps back and stared at him. You can kill Wuhuang? What a joke. The old salamander didn't plan to explain. If Xianxia didn't let him go, he had no choice. He turned and left. Don't go. Explain yourself. Xuanhuan pressed on the old salamander's shoulder, trying to drag him back. The old salamander's eyes darkened. He raised his left hand and grabbed Xuanhuan's right hand. He slowly raised it. The two forces clashed. The ground cracked and Torch City shook. Xuanhuan's face darkened. He pressed his hand down but couldn't. He couldn't believe it. When did this old man become so strong? On the 5th battleship, the beast-shaped spiritual molts had complicated expressions. Although they didn't want to accept the old salamander as the leader of the Wanshou border because of Wuhuang's death, the old salamander's strength was not fake. He had fought with Wuhuang and Lu Xianxia. When the 5-clawed heavenly centipede true body appeared, Wuhuang couldn't suppress him without the help of the ceiling sky sequence. The old salamander hid his strength too well. Without the help of the sealing sky sequence and the transformation of 9 skies, Wu Huang might not be able to defeat him. This was also the reason why the old salamander could become the leader of the Wanshou border. He was really strong. Now the sealing sky sequence was in his hands. Except for the lack of the transformation of 9 skies, he was equivalent to Wu Huang. With a whoosh, Wu Huang's hand was pushed away by the old salamander. He took a few steps back and was shocked. "Old man, you?" The old salamander didn't even turn his head. "Be honest. Don't embarrass the beast-shaped spiritual molts. I'm not Wu Huang. You can escape from Wu Huang, but you can't escape from me." Then he returned to the 5th battleship. Wu Huang's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He had been suppressed by the old salamander. In the past he didn't care about this old man. He was just a piece of trash who was enjoying his retirement in the Wanshou border. Now he knew that he had been wrong. This old man had hidden too deeply. Seeing the old salamander return to the 5th battleship, Wu Huang couldn't take it lying down. He shouted, "Old man, you were the one who helped me deliver the letter of challenge. Did you forget? You and I worked together to give Wu Huang a big gift." No one paid attention to him. This matter was already clear. On the 5th battleship, Yi Dai and the others looked at each other. Sometimes the truth wasn't important. Wu Huang was at a loss. Why was there no reaction at all? He subconsciously looked at Wu Huang. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. Beside him, the star toad was hurriedly saying something. Seeing the toad, Wu Huang's eyes flashed. Yu Sangtian's voice sounded, "Get on the ship." Wu Huang's heart was heavy. He seemed to have missed out on a lot. At this time Lu Yin's voice sounded, "Let Wu Huang go to Wu Huang." When Wu Huang heard this, he immediately boarded the ship. He would rather stay with Yu Sangtian than go to Wu Huang. Even though he didn't know what had happened in the spiritualized universe, he didn't believe that Wu Huang had nothing to do with the old turtle killing Wu Huang. These people didn't react to his words, which meant that they knew the truth. This meant that the letter of challenge had been sent out, and with Wu Huang's temper, it was impossible for him to refuse. Wu Huang could roughly guess what had happened, and he didn't dare to come into contact with Lu Yin. Yu Sangtian looked at Lu Yin. "No need. Just stay here." Lu Yin smiled, "Then I'll board as well. Is that okay?" "Sure." Yu Sangtian didn't know why Lu Yin was targeting Wu Huang, but he wanted to know the reason. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3680. The Star Toad jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder and urged him to look for Wu Huang. The 7 arcs would need to be repaired in Torch City for a few days to replenish their resources, so he wasn't in a hurry to restart them. The next day Yu Sangtian arrived at the base of the severed section. "If I want to make a move, this place can't guarantee your safety. Guarding against the unknown doesn't mean that we can't touch the unknown." On the other side Xia was nervous. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. "This lowly one is not worthy of Lord Yu Sangtian taking action. This lowly one has long forgotten what he should not know." Yu Sangtian said indifferently, "The Sky Devourer silk umbrella is on the battleship. I can give it to you." Xia's eyes widened. He did not understand what Yu Sangtian was trying to do. The Yi family will have a seat in Sangtian's seat, but now Yi Shang has followed Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang represents the Tianyuan universe. You know very well that I do not wish for such a thing to happen. The Tianyuan universe is destined not to last long. As for Little Spirit Cosmos, Xia's expression changed. This was a secret that Lu Yin had revealed to him in order to ensure that Torch City remained neutral between the Heaven's Origin universe and the spiritualized universe. Xia did not want this information, but Lu Yin had received it, which was why he was afraid that Yu Sangtian would act against him. There's no value in saying it out loud. With that, Yu Sangtian left as Lu Yin's login had been reactivated. Xia sat quietly where he was. Sangtian's position, Sky Devourer Luo Fan. Could he really achieve Sangtian's position? Yu Sangtian's intentions were simple. He wanted Yi Shang to betray Wu Jiang. His eyes flashed. As long as Yu Sangtian did not care about the small spirit cosmos, he would naturally side with Yu Sangtian. These people from the Tianyuan cosmos were simply sending themselves to their deaths. How could they fight against the entire spiritualized universe? No matter what Wu Jiang did in the spiritualized universe, no matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass Yu Sangtian. Otherwise, he would not have followed Yu Sangtian to the consciousness universe. As for why his grandfather followed Wu Jiang, he knew that it was because Wu Jiang had enough strength. However, in his opinion, this strength was still not enough to shake xianxia. She had to think of a way to talk to her grandfather and avoid Wu Jiang. Ixia looked at Wu Jiang, his gaze cold. His current predicament was all because of Lu Yin. This person had harmed him, but he had also given him an opportunity. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the Star Toad up to restart. Reboot was huge, even bigger than Boundless. After all, it used up a lot of resources from the spiritualized universe and was built with the strength of a domain. It carried many cultivators, some strong and some weak. When Lu Yin boarded the reboot, countless eyes looked over, not knowing what he was going to do. Lu Yin went to look for xuanhuan. Xuanhuan wanted to dodge, but how could he avoid Lu Yin? If you keep dodging, even xianxia won't be able to stop me. Xuanhuan was even more sure of his guess. Xuanhuan's death must have something to do with this guy. Otherwise, how could this guy have the guts to say something like this? Moreover, after spending a day in the reboot, he had a rough idea of what had happened. No one knew how Emperor Wuhuang died. They only knew that he died at the hands of the old salamander. However, everyone in the spiritualized universe knew about the battle at Fuheyuan. That battle had shaken the spiritualized universe. Wuhuang had used the Sealed Sky Foundation and the Nine Skies Change, but he had still been defeated. Wuhuang was stunned. He had expected that Sovereign Wuhuang had some hidden power, but he did not expect it to be the Change of the Nine Heavens. If he had encountered Sovereign Wuhuang, who had mastered the Change of the Nine Heavens, he would have had no chance of escaping. Even so, Sovereign Wuhuang had still been defeated by this third master. This third master had also mastered the Change of the Nine Heavens, and he was on the same level as xianxia. This fact made Wuhuang give up on any thoughts of escaping. There was no way he could escape. He grinned, revealing what he thought was a brilliant smile. Isn't this third master and brother Toad? Why are you here? Come, come, come. Welcome, please come in. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he looked at Wuhuang's wide grin. He slowly asked, "Did you write that challenge letter?" Wuhuang blinked, confused. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached Wuhuang. His eyes were cold as he moved his fingers, causing the void to ripple and distort. It did not seem powerful, but this scene was terrifying to Wuhuang. This guy was going to make a move. He was going to make a move. Wuhuang subconsciously retreated and smiled. What is it, third master? Is there a misunderstanding? Tell me and we can resolve it. Where's xianxia? Why didn't this bastard show up? Lu Yin kept approaching Wuhuang, not saying a word. The ripples grew bigger and bigger. He raised his hand and pointed at Wuhuang. One sword. Wuhuang was on guard. Wuhuang lost to one sword of mine. That sword is called Azure's #1 sword. Do you want to try it? Who would want to try it? Wuhuang cursed inwardly, but he did not show it on his face. He tried his best to smile. Third master is invincible. Wuhuang is definitely not your match. What's that called? Azure's #1 sword? Good name, really good name. Did you write the challenge letter? No. You dare to trick me? No. Wuhuang hurriedly explained, that bastard old salamander wrote it in my name. He came up with the idea. Third master, if you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and the star toad on his shoulder grew anxious. This matter had already been investigated, so what was there to ask? Just as it was about to speak, xianxia appeared between Lu Yin and Wuhuang, blocking the toad's line of sight. Wuhuang heaved a sigh of relief when xianxia appeared. He was afraid that Lu Yin's transformation of the Nine Heavens would strike him, and he would definitely die. Lu Yin looked at xianxia. We can't just let the matter of the myriad beasts border go. Xianxia was solemn. We'll talk about it after the battle in the consciousness universe. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape. Lu Yin looked deeply at xianxia and did not say anything else. Wuhuang's eyes darted around. He definitely had to escape. He could not return to the spiritualized universe, and the consciousness universe was not safe either. Right, the Tianyuan universe. Big Lizard, do you still remember this star toad? The toad finally spoke up. Wuhuang did not dare to offend anyone right now, so he smiled. Of course I do. What is it, brother toad? You're the toad, I'm the star toad. Alright, brother star toad, what is it? The toad stared at Wuhuang. You've seen a star toad like me, right? Wuhuang shook his head. No, I've only seen one of you. The toad's skin changed. This bastard, what did he mean by only one of you? Don't lie to me. You didn't tell me about the letter, and if you lie to me again, you won't have a good ending. the toad threatened. Xuanhuan looked innocent. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. If I did, I'd be a little toad. Luyin turned and left. The toad wanted to ask more, but Luyin disappeared as well. Xianxia looked at Xuanhuan from where he stood. Xuanhuan smiled and turned to leave as well. Luyin returned to Xianxia on his shoulder. The toad was furious. That damn lizard, he was cursing me. Bastard, shameless, shameless. Luyin casually slapped the toad away and looked at the rebooted toad, who was jumping up and down. The fact that the toad cared so much proved that it had its own kind, but when Luyin had asked it before, its memories were fuzzy. It had only thought of the great-grandmother in the Mirage domain. Luyin didn't care too much about this, as there were too many species in the universe. He had looked for Xuanhuan to give him a warning, as the letter had been issued in his name. This matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Ever since Xuanhuan had been taken to the rebooted zone and the virtue flag had been destroyed, the people of Torch City had finally relaxed. They had all been cursing Xuanhuan to die in the consciousness universe and never return, especially those who had complained. Wuxia didn't walk out of the broken base. The two Vice City Lords had begged him to come out, as even Xianxia had come, but there had been no results. Old Tao took a good look around Torch City, as this place had carried his youth. Half a month later, the replenishment of resources was completed, and the warship moved to the north gate of Torch City. It then used the springboard to head towards the consciousness universe. Torch City disappeared in an instant, and endless darkness entered Lu Yin's vision. Wu Jiang entered the core area once more, and the next step was the consciousness universe. Ever since the battle at Immemorial City, Lu Yin had heard about the three universes from the ancestor. It had been a long time, and now he was finally going to the consciousness universe. The ancestor found Lu Yin. Master Lu, please save the consciousness universe. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor. Ever since the day of the sacrificial spirit, I thought that you would come looking for me, but you never did. The various Xianxians in the intelligence void domain, including Xianxia, have the goal of rebooting the consciousness universe, and they have pulled Wu Jiang along. What reason do you have to object? The ancestor represented the consciousness universe, and he had gone to the Xuanhuan universe to help the consciousness universe fight against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's question was straight to the heart. The spiritualized universe had already promised to rebooting the consciousness universe, not the Xuanhuan universe. Under such circumstances, what reason did the ancestor have to convince Lu Yin to join forces with the consciousness universe against the spiritualized universe? The more one understood the spiritualized universe, the more one understood how powerful it was. Wu Jiang might have been doing well in the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin had only become a Xianxia because Wu Jiang hadn't been surrounded. Once the spiritualized universe decided to surround and kill Wu Jiang would have no chance of surviving. Since you're looking for me now, can I assume that you've thought of a reason to convince me? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor lowered his head and asked, Master Lu, do you really believe in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin smiled. Psychological attacks? It doesn't work on me. I've always been the one to convince others. The ancestor looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Consciousness life forms only want to survive, and that's their greatest desire. They can do anything to survive, be it joining or betraying others. There's no bottom line to this desire. So many people think that consciousness life forms aren't trustworthy. But Master Lu, have you ever thought that consciousness life forms don't have any other desires besides survival? Compared to humans, consciousness life forms are too simple. If Master Lu is joining forces with the spiritualized universe because we're both humans, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of trust, why would the spiritualized universe let the Xuanhuan universe go? Lu Yin waved his hand. You may leave. There was no need to listen. The ancestor couldn't see the ninth firmament universe at his level, and many things didn't belong to the three universes. No one knew which universe would be rebooted, and it might even be the spiritualized universe itself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3681. Lu Yin knew that the Earth realm was a trap set by the 13 Celestials for Xianxia. This was the most important thing. If the consciousness universe could defeat Xianxia in this battle, the situation would change. He wanted to see the future, but unfortunately the river of time was not there, and it could not build a bridge to the future. Battle power and cultivation were two different concepts. Fate could plot against Maiden through the river of time, but Lu Yin could not do that. All he could do was take things one step at a time. When an opponent reached a certain level of strength, any strategy would be a joke. Unless the consciousness universe could transform him. Traveling in the dark was boring, but the cultivation of the Truth Sutra made the journey less boring. For the top cultivators of the boundless universe, a mere 10 years could not transform their strength, but the 9 heavens transformation in the Truth Sutra could transform some people. Lu Yin felt that the crazy director's aura was becoming more and more restrained. He was clearly sitting there, but sometimes he almost missed the fact that his aura was one with the environment. When a person practiced cultivation, they could blend in with the environment. They didn't need to be very strong, but it depended on the environment. There were peerless cultivators everywhere in the boundless territory. It wasn't easy to disappear from their eyes. All along, the crazy director's path of the red dust had made everyone look forward to it. Regardless of whether or not his battle power would transform, that path of the red dust had forcefully pushed Bao Qi and the desolate god to the brink of disaster. Perhaps one day, others would also need this help. The closer they got to the consciousness universe, the more curious they became about this unfamiliar universe. Almost all of the spiritualized cultivators had been to the boundless universe before. The situation of the consciousness universe might be different from what you think. Let me ask, is the Xuanhuan universe similar to our spiritualized universe? Tinya asked. The Great Genetic Age. So Wang Tian said, more or less. They are both universes, but because the Tianyuan universe does not have a unified cultivation model, there is no absolute main spacetime. Whichever parallel spacetime is the strongest is followed. Now, it listens to the primordial space, which used to be called the main space. Other than that, there is not much difference. Starry skies, celestial bodies, stars, and so on. Tinya nodded. Then my guess is correct. The consciousness universe is indeed special, even though I have not been to other universes before. After a pause, he continued, the consciousness universe also has stars, but they are alive. Everyone was surprised. Alive? By the side, Diawu rolled her eyes. Don't spout nonsense, it's just an endless loop. What's going on? Lu Qianni was curious. Diawu explained, the consciousness universe has a type of celestial body called a broken world. The regions covered by this celestial body will constantly have certain scenes, such as the growth of creatures, the birth of planets, the killing of species, survival, and so on. This type of celestial body is spread throughout the consciousness universe, and every planet in the consciousness universe has a broken world. Some are big, some are small, so they seem to be alive. Until now, we still don't understand these scenes. Are they born out of thin air, or are they recreated from the past? In our spiritualized universe, we have some guesses. These scenes might have been rebooted by the consciousness universe before, and the scenes from the previous consciousness universe have continued to this day, but that's just a guess. Some people speculate that it's the Astral Sea Mirage. Celestial Sea Mirage Tower? Muzhu was surprised. Diawu nodded, her expression solemn. The universe is vast and boundless. Even an immortal expert would not be able to touch the end of a square inch. Apart from the 3 universes that we know of, are there any other universes? Of course there are, and they might not be few, but they are too far away for us to come into contact with. Because the consciousness universe has countless sentient life forms, these life forms are essentially sentient, and the consciousness universe itself has the power of sentience. Perhaps this power resonates with the other universes, reflecting the scenes that have appeared in other universes here in the form of sentience. This is the Astral Sea Mirage Tower. The Star Toad mumbled, it has the same logic as the Mirage. More or less, Diawu said. Luoshan asked, is this broken world dangerous? World's Edge's expression was solemn. This is actually the main point we're talking about today. The broken world is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Once you see it, don't go near it. Countless scenes have appeared in the broken world, and many of them don't even have any living creatures. Although we haven't seen many of the creatures in these scenes before, they aren't dangerous and are very ordinary. A space-exploring cultivator can easily pass through them. Most of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe are like this. However, this doesn't represent all of them. Some of the creatures in these broken worlds are terrifyingly strong, and there are even scenes of past battles. Once an outsider enters and is affected, it'll be the same as being affected by a battle in the real world. Whether or not you can come out depends on the intensity of the battle. Let me put it this way. World's Edge's gaze swept across the crowd, and he said in a low voice, in the spiritualized universe, more than 100 spirit realm cultivators have died in the broken worlds, and more than 10 spirit primes and bitter adversity cultivators have died. Even Mulberry Sky died in the consciousness universe, and one of the reasons for that was the broken worlds. Luoshan was solemn. Was it that dangerous? In the distance he had his hands behind his back. He understood the consciousness universe very well, more than anyone else. After all, he had fused with Wu Wei and Huamani's bodies. The broken worlds were the steel worlds that he had encountered in the primordial space. The steel worlds would endlessly repeat past scenes, and everything inside was gray. Gray people, gray creatures, gray battle shockwaves, and so on. The first time he had encountered the steel worlds was during the battle for the Star Tower. At that time, if he hadn't reversed his steps, he might not have been able to walk out. The second time was at the frigid immortal sex ruins in the primordial space, which was also where the Day-Night clan was located. The progenitor had attacked the steel worlds there, and it had severely injured him at that time. At that time he had wondered why the steel worlds existed. As his cultivation increased, the possibilities of his guesses decreased, and many of the possibilities had been denied. In the end, he didn't bother about this matter anymore. Even if a person's cultivation could destroy the universe, it might not be able to explain the origin of a grain of sand. Luin stopped thinking about the steel worlds. However, after understanding the consciousness universe, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a steel worlds that had been magnified countless times. The scenes inside the broken worlds were also gray, and once they were disturbed, the creatures inside would attack and destroy all foreign creatures. The shockwaves of ancient battles could also be seen there. Now he had to think about the steel worlds. Similar scenes had appeared in the steel worlds, the frigid immortal sex ruins, and the consciousness universe. There had to be a connection. This scar came from the broken worlds. This is the broken worlds. World Edge rolled up his clothes and showed everyone the scar on his shoulder. Although this scar can be healed, I'll keep it to remind myself that this injury came from the broken worlds and that I shouldn't underestimate them. Broken worlds make people look down on them unknowingly because most of the broken worlds, or rather 99% of the broken worlds, are harmless. Among the remaining 10% of the broken worlds, most of them don't pose much of a threat to cultivators. This is why cultivators who go on expeditions to the universe of consciousness will look down on the broken worlds. Some people have been fighting in the universe of consciousness for thousands of years or even longer and have never encountered any danger in the broken worlds. Those people like to traverse the broken worlds because it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, cultivators who go from the spiritualized universe to the consciousness universe for the first time are warned not to underestimate the broken worlds. However, the number of people who die in the broken worlds every year is still high. Therefore, cultivators from the spiritualized universe fight in small groups in the consciousness universe? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle asked. World Edge nodded. That's one of the reasons. However, the main reason is the consciousness lifeforms. The range of their consciousness attacks is too wide. Once they can't block it, it doesn't matter how many people there are. If they can block it, one is enough. Lu Tianyi asked, does the broken worlds affect the consciousness lifeforms? Diawu said, yes, but it doesn't affect them much. It's just like when we fight against the consciousness lifeforms. If we can't affect their consciousness, we won't be able to harm them. Unless the consciousness lifeforms take the initiative to transform into their biological form, then it's no different from us entering the broken worlds. In the broken worlds, the consciousness lifeforms have an advantage over us. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was curious. Where's the most dangerous broken world you've experienced? World Edge and Diawu looked at each other. It's not fixed. This is also a unique characteristic of the broken worlds. They can float around. Today they might be here, tomorrow they might be there. We once entered a broken world by accident. At that time, we were also trying to avoid the pursuit of a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator. A group of people rushed into that broken world and in the end only the two of us managed to escape. The scene repeated in that broken world was a ritual. After we entered the broken world, we subconsciously remained silent, but there were always some people who didn't care and looked down on the broken world. Because of the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators chasing after us, those people were terrified, which alarmed the lifeforms in the broken world. We've never seen those lifeforms before, but their actions should have been a ritual. All of us were sacrificed, and the strongest life form definitely had a power level comparable to Sang Tian's. He used a bamboo blade to slaughter all of us cultivators and stab me in the shoulder. We were lucky enough to escape. Now that I think about it, the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators who were chasing after us definitely knew how terrifying that broken world was and didn't chase after us. Otherwise, in many situations, the consciousness life forms would have chased after the broken world. This is also one of the ways to determine whether a broken world is dangerous or not. It depends on whether or not the consciousness universe can enter. Because the consciousness life forms have lived for a long time, and the broken world belongs to the consciousness universe, their understanding of the broken world far surpasses ours. Lu Yin listened quietly and then released Wu Wei, which was 5 meters away from him. He wanted to search for the broken world from Wu Wei's memories. Wu Wei's memories were boundless, and Lu Yin had only seen the tip of the iceberg when he had viewed Wu Wei's memories twice. Now he was specifically searching for memories related to the broken world. Within Wu Wei's memories, there were many broken worlds in the consciousness universe that could be found throughout the universe. These broken worlds were just as dancing butterfly world Edge had said, they were not fixed and could float around. Consciousness life forms could not determine whether a broken world was dangerous or not, but they could exchange information with each other. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3682. Some broken worlds could be identified from the outside. If a sentient life form saw them and came out alive, they would mark the broken world to confirm the danger level. The information about these broken worlds was kept in the Earth of Mind realm and recorded in a book, Forbidden. That book only had one word, Forbidden. It was called the Book of Forbidden. The Book of Forbidden recorded the dangerous broken worlds that the sentient life forms had confirmed over countless years. There were more than 100 of them. Most of these broken worlds couldn't be determined as the danger level couldn't be determined because no one from the consciousness universe was willing to test them. Many of the broken worlds were recorded by hunting down cultivators from the spiritualized universe and using those cultivators as a reference to determine the danger level. Furthermore, the broken worlds would float away and weren't easy to find. However, some broken worlds were still seen clearly. The broken world mentioned by Dancing Butterfly Horizon happened to be one of the broken worlds that were seen clearly. There was a creature in that broken world that held a bamboo blade and had the strength to threaten the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm. It was one of the most dangerous broken worlds and was called the Bamboo Blade Broken World. In Wu Wei's memories, there were more than 5 broken worlds in the Book of Forbidden that were comparable to the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There were also some broken worlds that were more dangerous than the Bamboo Blade Broken World. However, other than the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm, no life form dared to test them. Therefore no one knew how dangerous they were. Dancing Butterfly Horizon was already very lucky to come out of the Bamboo Blade Broken World. That creature with the bamboo blade made Wu Wei apprehensive. Of course, that was a long time ago. Back then, Wu Wei had just become a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator and didn't have his current strength. He hadn't learned the Sword of Heaven yet. However, even the current Wu Wei wouldn't want to provoke the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There was no need. The spiritualized universe should also know about the dangers of the broken worlds. However, human cultivators didn't have a high chance of survival after entering the dangerous broken worlds. Moreover, after a batch of cultivators went there, they would return after a period of time. Many people would never go there a second time. As a result, they didn't create anything like a Book of Forbidden. They could only warn people not to enter the broken worlds. However, this warning was pale and powerless in the face of a threat to the sentient life forms. All sentient life forms had an unspoken rule that came from their instincts. Under the premise that they could eliminate the enemies from the spiritualized universe, they would try their best to use them to test the dangers of the broken worlds. Compared to the spiritualized universe cultivators who were numb and ignorant of the broken worlds, they wouldn't be willing to test any broken world unless it was truly confirmed that the broken world wasn't a threat. The consciousness universe was the home of the sentient beings. They were more willing to recognize the broken worlds and make use of them. Lu Yin finally understood why the spiritualized universe was so much more powerful than the consciousness universe, but it was still difficult to completely deal with the consciousness life forms. The broken world was a major obstacle, and there was also the direction of the ninth heaven universe behind it. Whether or not the consciousness life forms could be restarted was far from something the spiritualized universe could decide. Even Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, could not decide. And after realizing this, the Xuanhuan universe was in even greater danger. This was because the Xuanhuan universe did not have a destroyed world. In the distance, everyone was very curious about the broken world. They kept asking the spiritualized universe's cultivators about it. Not only Dancing Butterfly Skyline but Old Tao was also one of the people being asked. Yuanqi, Zhanyan, and the others, especially Ancestor Shi, Dancing Butterfly Skyline, also wanted to ask her some things. Lu Yin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Ancestor, share all the information you know about the broken world. Old Tao and the rest, tell us everything you know to prevent Wu Jiang from being in danger. Old Tao hurriedly expressed his stance. Don't worry, Master. This lowly one will definitely tell you everything from the first time I entered the consciousness universe to the last time I left. I'll let everyone experience it personally, right, Ancestor? Ancestor, she fell silent. Starting from Old Tao, everyone began to talk about everything they knew about the consciousness universe. Old Tao had experienced a lot in the consciousness universe, so he spoke in exultation and was as detailed as possible. At first, everyone was interested, but they gradually realized that this fellow was just trying to make his presence known. He wanted to show off in front of Lu Yin, which was why he was chased away. The Ancestor, she was the one who looked forward to it the most. Only then would her words be valuable. Dancing Butterfly Skyline was also very curious. A consciousness life form was equivalent to an astral phenomenon, which was not weak. She could be considered a second-grade consciousness life form, so what would her knowledge of the consciousness universe be like? Since ancient times, many consciousness life forms had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but they had never had the chance to interact with them. Under everyone's gazes, especially Lu Yin's, Ancestor, she muttered to herself for a moment before slowly explaining what she knew about the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he listened. As for the destroyed worlds, all consciousness life forms revere them. They have existed for much longer than us, and all consciousness life forms believe that the destroyed worlds form the consciousness universe. If we lose the destroyed worlds, the consciousness universe will be reduced to the same level as the spiritualized universe. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. To the consciousness life forms, a universe without a destroyed world is ordinary, even if the spiritualized universe is stronger than the consciousness universe. The consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomena are known as the realm of Earth. In that realm there is a book called the Forbidden Book. This book records the consciousness life form's knowledge of the destroyed worlds, including some of the destroyed worlds. Among them, the Book of Forbidden was something that Dancing Butterfly Skyline and the others did not know about. Yuanqi was also astonished as he did not know about it either. Lu Yin frowned. The spiritualized universe had been fighting in the consciousness universe for so many years, but they did not know about the Book of Forbidden? Many life forms in the consciousness universe had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but there were no life forms that could exchange information for equivalent value? Impossible. Either that, or only those who had reached the astral phenomenon realm had the qualifications to know about the Book of Forbidden, and life forms at that level did not necessarily need to exchange the Book of Forbidden for value, as they themselves were very valuable. Or, the Book of Forbidden had existed for a shorter period of time than Yuanqi and the others. That was not impossible. Yuanqi was an ancient life form that had existed since the Xianhuan era. Although the spiritualized universe had a longer history than the Xianhuan universe, it was not that exaggerated and had only developed for a few more eras. The consciousness universe's history might not have surpassed the spiritualized universe's. When Yuanqi was in the spiritualized universe, the Book of Forbidden might not have been formed yet. Then the question was, how did Ancestor she know about it? She had gone to the Xianhuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi. Based on what you know, how many broken worlds are recorded in the Tome of Taboo? Lu Yin interrupted the Ancestor. Ancestor, she replied, more than 10. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. More than 10? That meant that the Book of Forbidden had only just begun when Ancestor she knew about it, so it was understandable that Yuanqi did not know about it. Ancestor she had gone to the Xianhuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi, and the Book of Forbidden was a consciousness life form, so she naturally knew about it. Lu Yin had asked Ancestor she to speak because he wanted to see if she would talk about the Book of Forbidden. If she didn't, it might be because she didn't know or because she wanted to hide it. There was no pressure at all because it was impossible for her to know that Lu Yin knew about the Book of Forbidden. If she spoke about it, would it be a show of sincerity? Ancestor she was able to go from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe and from there to the Xianhuan universe. She was different from normal consciousness life forms. The instinct of consciousness life forms was to survive, but Bai Wuxian had feelings for him because of Yen. Consciousness life forms could change. They might not be pure life forms. Lu Yin turned around and left. Ancestor she took a look and continued. Yishang, do you know about the Book of Forbidden? Lu Yin asked. Yishang stood behind him. Yishang didn't talk to Yixia in Torch City as it was too sensitive. He was afraid that Yusang Tian would slap Yixia to death. Fear of the unknown was just fear. In the past, they had used a springboard to conquer the Xianhuan universe. Yishang said, I know, a consciousness life form recorded a book about a dangerous destroyed world, Earth realm, but I have never seen it before. You didn't find out about the book from the consciousness life form? I can't do it. If I could, I wouldn't have to wait until Yi Meng betrayed me before I found the Yi Earth realm. Luin thought about it and agreed. He knew why he couldn't do it. It was because of Old Head. Old Chief was the leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon in the consciousness universe, and was also the oldest consciousness life form. He had planted the locking autumn spell in every powerful consciousness life form, locking their consciousness so that the consciousness life form would not be able to speak of certain things, and outsiders would not be able to investigate these memories. Lu Yin had sensed locking autumn when he entered Huamani's body, but it couldn't stop him. As long as Huamani had these memories, Lu Yin would be able to see them. Thus he had seen Yi Tiankei's situation through Huamani. It was impossible for Yu Sang Tian to understand Yi Tiankei through Huamani, as even Huamani couldn't say anything. And because Wu Wei had surrendered too early, he hadn't been locking autumn. Huamani had once guessed that Yu Sang Tian's main goal in attacking the Yi Earth realm was Yi Tian Quebec. He guessed that Wu Wei had told Yu Sang Tian about Yi Tian Quebec. In reality, Wu Wei hadn't told Yu Sang Tian about this, and Yu Sang Tian hadn't asked. No one had asked Yu Sang Tian whether he knew about Yi Tian Quebec. To outsiders, everyone believed that Yu Sang Tian wanted to attack the Yi Earth realm and destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon so that he could restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. No one knew if that was the truth. From Huamani's memories, Lu Yin purposely read Old Head's memories. This leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon rarely showed himself, and Huamani didn't know how strong he was. Using the Yi Earth realm to plot against Yu Sang Tian was Old Head's plan, and he seemed to be very confident. Wu Wei also had memories of Old Head, but they were also very few. Is there anything similar to a tome in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. Yishang replied, there are some that have been passed down by word of mouth, but it's just a few broken worlds that are obviously dangerous. However, these broken worlds haven't been seen for a long time, so they might have disappeared. Broken worlds aren't fixed forever. Some of them may look like this at one moment, but the next moment they might change. It's impossible to see through them completely. There must be a batch of broken worlds that have expired in the tome of consciousness lifeforms. Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Expired? Although it sounded strange, it made sense. Broken worlds could expire as well. Yishang continued, in the past, the spiritualized universe also wanted to create something similar to a tome, especially after learning of its existence. However, the cost of creating something like this is too great, and there's no point in just exchanging information. The truly dangerous broken worlds need to be constantly probed, and the broken worlds that can be exchanging information aren't that dangerous. If you want to probe, you'll have to pay with human lives and the lives of experts at that. The price we have to pay to explore a broken world is much higher than the cost of the consciousness lifeforms, but that's still acceptable. Compared to the losses caused by broken worlds, Yu Sang Tian and Sang Tian have discussed it, and we're willing to pay the price of losing a generation of experts to explore a broken world. However, after discovering that broken worlds can change and expire, the price is completely different. There's no need to explore them anymore. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3683. Many of the forbidden books in the consciousness universe were created at the cost of our lives. To them, this is not a huge price to pay. What we can do is to avoid all the broken worlds. This is the smallest price we can think of. Other than that, there's no other way. Yishang explained a lot, afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him. Lu Yin could guess the reason even without Yishang's explanation. Besides, if the spiritualized universe knew about the forbidden books of the consciousness lifeforms, then the consciousness lifeforms would also know about the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe did not have anything like that. Even if it did, there was no value in hiding it. In any case, it would not be as valuable as the forbidden books. Every universe had its own advantages and disadvantages. No matter how strong the spiritualized universe was, it would still be at a disadvantage in the consciousness universe. This was also the key reason why the consciousness universe had been able to survive until now. Fortunately, Lu Yin understood the consciousness universe. Even if Limitless did not travel with the spiritualized universe's battleships, as long as they were lucky, there would not be any problems. 10 years passed quickly. When Lu Yin and the others saw the door in the distance, they knew that they had arrived at the consciousness universe. He was curious, why did every universe have a door? They all seemed to have been built by the spiritualized universe, which reminded him of the ninth spirit's power. Could that door have something to do with it? Yishang heard Lu Yin's doubts and said, I haven't really thought about it. To him, this was common knowledge for spiritualized universes, just like how spirit threads connected the 36 filaments. There was no need to ask the reason. Only an outsider like Lu Yin would find it strange. It was one thing for the spiritualized universe to have a door in their own universe, but the Xuanhuan universe and the consciousness universe also had doors. No matter how he looked at it, something did not seem right. The door opened and Limitless rushed to the other side. In an instant, a foreign aura made everyone on Limitless feel refreshed. They had arrived at a third strange universe. They had gone from the Xuanhuan universe to the spiritualized universe, and now they had arrived at the consciousness universe. On the other side of the door, there were no buildings related to the spiritualized universe. There were only 2 huge battleships and a group of cultivators. Lu Yin looked into the distance. 1, 2, 3, 8. There were a total of 8 powerful auras. 3 of them were Ku Adversity Realm cultivators, while the other 5 were spiritual primes. This was the strongest spiritualized universe in the consciousness universe. At this moment, Lu Yin finally saw the full extent of the spiritualized universe's overall strength. Xianxia had been bestowed by the 9 firmaments universe and was in charge of the spiritualized universe. He had reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. Under him were the 7 great Xianxians and the 3 in front of him. There were no less than 15 experts who had reached the bitter disaster realm. There were also more than 30 spirit primes. These experts covered the gate of magic in the myriad beast territory. Compared to the Xuanhuan universe, their numbers were terrifying. This was the true strength of a spiritualized universe. The benefit of the unified training model was that it did not waste resources and could produce experts in batches. Regardless of what the future of the universe was like, the spiritualized universe had indeed weakened the future of the Xuanhuan universe, controlling its development. Otherwise, with the unification of the above heavens, the number of experts born in the Xuanhuan universe would definitely be no less than the spiritualized universe. At the very least, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have 9 tribulation transcendence experts. Coupled with the heretic experts like the Eternals had the 3 pillars and the 6 seas. Most of them belonged to the Xuanhuan universe, so they would not be embroiled in war for long periods of time. Instead, they would join the above heavens to cultivate. There would definitely be a few more tribulation transcendence experts, let alone the primordial realm. This does not include the reincarnation universe, the 3 monarch universe and those parallel universes. Too bad. It was because they had been suppressed from the very beginning. Originally they should have been happy. After seeing the spiritualized universe clearly, they would feel more confident. However, the truth was that the 9 heavens universe was an unfathomable monster. Just the 9 heavens universe alone had 3 eternal realm experts. It would be difficult to deal with them. As they thought about this, a battleship arrived from behind. Soon after, battleships arrived one after another. In the end, all 7 battleships stopped in front of the gate. Inside the gate, many spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind to fight in the universe of consciousness were excited. It was finally going to end. They originally thought that only 1 battleship had arrived, but when they saw that it was Reboot, they knew it was not that simple. In particular, they felt Xianxia's vague presence on Reboot, which made them even more excited. There were a total of 7 battleships. Wait, how could there be 7? Weren't there only 6 spacetime battleships? They looked at Wu Jiang. Where did this battleship come from? Its size was only second to Reboot, but they had never seen it before. No one explained it to them. As the battleship started moving, they all headed in different directions. They did not stay here for long. Wu Jiang also started moving, and Xianxia's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. If we move together, we will be too big of a target. This place was previously occupied by sentient life forms, and I only cleared them after I arrived. Our target is the realm of Earth, and I've already given you the location. Destroy all sentient life forms that see the battleships along the way. As long as we destroy the realm of Earth, the universe of consciousness can be reactivated at any time. I promise you that I will not touch the Xuanhuan universe, at least as long as it is within my control. Also, there is a place in the realm of Earth called the Heavenly Tower. It is the most ancient place in the universe of consciousness, and there might be a stronger way to use consciousness there. If you are interested, you can follow me and search for it. In just a few short sentences, Xianxia had used the threat of the Xuanhuan universe as well as the enticement of the Heavenly Tower. This battle to destroy the realm of Earth was very important to Xianxia. If Wu Jiang wanted to protect the Xuanhuan universe, he had to perform well in this battle. Lu Yin was surprised that Xianxia had actually mentioned the existence of the Heavenly Tower. If he had only been tempted, he could have used other methods such as allowing Wu Jiang to return to the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was very clear that this was the greatest temptation for Wu Jiang, and he could have concealed the existence of the Heavenly Tower. But now Yu Sang Tian had mentioned the Heavenly Tower. Could it be that the 13 celestial phenomenon had guessed wrongly? Did Yu Sang Tian not have any ideas about the Heavenly Tower at all? No matter what, Wu Jiang would not participate in the battle to destroy the realm of Earth. Lu Yin knew that this was a trap set for Yu Sang Tian, so how could he throw his life away? However, he wanted to personally witness the battle, both to prevent the universe of consciousness from using the same method against him and to confirm the outcome. Even if Yu Sang Tian could survive this, he would definitely reveal his true strength. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and Wu Jiang headed in a certain direction without speaking to the spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind. Ever since Wu Huang and Jiao Shao had returned to the spiritualized universe to participate in the ritual, these cultivators had closed the door, afraid that they would be surrounded and killed by the 13 celestials. This was indeed the case, as Yu Sang Tian had already said that he had only cleared out the spiritualized universe behind the door after arriving. This meant that this place had been occupied by sentient lifeforms, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin could not see any special characteristics of the spiritualized universe. Perhaps this was also the reason for building this door. It was to allow the spiritualized cultivators in the universe of consciousness to have a place to stay. Something similar had happened in the Tianyuan universe before, and Qianxia had been hiding behind the door. If not for Lu Yin's superior methods, he would not have been able to do anything to him. Every battleship's route was different, but it had been meticulously prepared by Beyond Heaven. There were 7 routes, and they were not just simple routes. This was a star chart that had been created by the spiritualized universe after countless years of fighting in the universe of consciousness. It was priceless. Lu Yin did not know the routes of the other battleships, nor did he know if the route that Wu Jiang was taking was safe. Logically speaking, it should be. Yu Sang Tian wanted Wu Jiang to reach the realm of Earth, and Yu Sang Tian himself had some unknown plans for Lu Yin. Broken world. Someone exclaimed. Everyone on Wu Jiang's ship looked over. Not far away, the starry sky was like a flickering shadow. A giant gray plant had pierced through a planet, and it seemed to be absorbing nutrients. Wu Jiang subconsciously slowed down as he watched this scene. Old Tao explained, "This is just an ordinary broken world. That plant has power close to that of a spirit warrior, and anyone who has reached that level can ignore it. Almost all the teams in the universe of consciousness are led by the spirit ancestor, so no one cares about this broken world. There are countless broken worlds like this one." Wu Jiang swept past the broken world and continued forward. Not long after, they saw another broken world. It was a lake that had appeared out of nowhere, and it was like a silhouette of time that flowed past. Then they saw another broken world with dilapidated walls. It had a completely strange architectural style, and there were also strange diagrams and words. Judging from the size of this building, it did not seem like it had been inhabited by humans. It was too big, even bigger than the Tianyuan universe's small giants. The diagrams on it made people feel uncomfortable and stifled. Along the way, Old Tao introduced all the broken worlds that they saw. These broken worlds were too close to the borders of the universe of consciousness, and he had seen many of them before. Although broken worlds would expire, this period could be very long or very short. Old Tao could recognize almost half of the broken worlds around them, but he had either not seen the rest before or had changed. Along the way, they also saw a small team of spiritualized cultivators in one of the broken worlds. Old Tao scolded them, but he only scolded them on Wu Jiang, and his voice did not spread outside. Most of the broken worlds were harmless, and many spiritualized cultivators were numb to them, so they often entered them. The broken worlds that Old Tao had been able to recognize were things that Lu Yin could enter as well. These teams' understanding of the broken worlds around them might not be inferior to his. Lu Yin stood at the bow and released his consciousness to the surroundings. Any consciousness life form that saw Wu Jiang would not be able to escape. The range of his consciousness far exceeded what a consciousness life form could see in Wu Jiang, and it was enough to ensure that Wu Jiang approached the realm of intent Earth without anyone noticing. There were many consciousness life forms in the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin was like a fish in water, constantly absorbing their consciousnesses. His back was facing everyone, and no one could see the joy in his eyes. This universe of consciousness really could allow his consciousness to transform. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many broken worlds. Some were filled with slaughter, while others had beautiful scenery. Even the gray color could not stop the beauty. "Stop. Wait for me." Lu Yin walked out of Wujiang and headed in a certain direction. He recognized his surroundings. In Huamani's memories, there was an entrance to a parallel spacetime, and there were many consciousness lifeforms in that parallel spacetime. That was where the consciousness lifeforms ambushed spiritualized cultivators. As long as a spiritualized cultivator unintentionally approached that place, they would be surrounded and killed by the consciousness lifeforms. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3684. It was not easy to fight in the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe had invaded the universe of consciousness and had accumulated a lot of hatred over the years. This was because many spiritualized cultivators had died here. In this universe, the death rate was high. Often, only half of the cultivators on a battleship would return, and the other half would not even know how they died. Small teams worked together to fight against consciousness lifeforms, but even so, if a team died, the other teams would not know the reason, which was very normal. Part of the reason was because of this trap. A parallel spacetime entrance could send out a corresponding consciousness lifeform based on the spiritualized cultivator's strength, and the success rate was almost 100%. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the parallel spacetime entrance, entered, and appeared in a foreign spacetime. As far as the eye could see, there were conscious beings everywhere. Although there were far fewer of them than humans since they could reproduce, there were still quite a few of them. When they saw Lu Yin appear, they whizzed over and countless consciousnesses fused together to suppress him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This number was not bad, and there were even 2-star grade consciousness lifeforms that corresponded to the laws of the universe. When Lu Yin walked out of that parallel spacetime, it meant that there were no longer any threats. Wu Jiang continued forward. Huamani's understanding of the consciousness universe was not something that spiritualized cultivators could compare to. Along the way, Lu Yin saw several parallel spacetime entrances and he went to all of them. Although not every parallel spacetime had many consciousness lifeforms, the consciousnesses he absorbed along the way already surpassed what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes, including those in the realm of intent. If he absorbed another star-grade consciousness, he would completely surpass what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes. Now, the open nine skies in his heart continued to expand, and his consciousness planet also rotated, becoming more and more solid. According to the route that xianxia had given him, it would take 2 months to reach the realm of intent from the border. He did not know how long the other battleships would take, but he believed that xianxia would be willing to wait until he could no longer wait. Xianxia would not give up on attacking the realm of intent just because Wujiang did not come. He was also afraid of being discovered by the 13 celestial phenomenon. Even if this was a trap that they had set for him, he did not know about it. Wu Jiang continued to travel, but it didn't follow the route given by xianxia. Instead, it kept changing. Of course, it didn't deviate from the general route. It was still heading towards the realm of Earth. Soon more than a month passed. During this time, Lu Yin had absorbed too much consciousness, and the 9 heavens transformation continued to expand. His consciousness planet's density had also surpassed that of a God Force planet, and it slowly rotated in the starry sky where his heart was. The ancestor of the past had been observing Lu Yin all this time, and she realized that Lu Yin had a special understanding of the consciousness universe. Every time he made a turn, he would always return to his original path. The ancestor of the past did not know the reason why he would leave midway. She also wanted to know what Lu Yin was doing and how he understood the consciousness universe. Wu Wei was in Lu Yin's hands, and this was something that the former ancestor knew. However, even Wu Wei should not have understood the current universe that well. After all, he had been gone for too long and many of the destroyed worlds had changed locations. She was finding it harder and harder to see through Lu Yin, and she was glad that she had not concealed the fact that she had obtained the Tome of Forbidden. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly had Wu Jiang stop, and he frowned as he stared into space. No, this one. The route was wrong. The cultivators of the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe had been fighting for so many years, and both sides had been trying to find ways to trap the other. The route ahead would actually lead to a trap that had been hidden for a very long time and that the consciousness universe had never used. Ahead, they would pass through dozens of planets that were parallel to each other, and each planet had a spiritual treasure. Once these spiritual treasures were moved, they would coincidentally form a spiritual treasure array. This array was naturally formed by the universe and it was not a layout. The greatest use of this array was to make it difficult for everything within its range to move. Once that happened, the consciousness universe would be able to attack without restraint. This array was actually reserved for experts at Xianxia's level, and it was useless against Wujiang. Lu Yin's strength was enough to shatter the array, and even if he did not act, the progenitor could do it as well as the other experts on Wujiang. This was something that Lu Yin had learned from Huamani's memories. Why had Yu Sangtian arranged this route for Wujiang? Wujiang would definitely not fall into this trap, and even the 13 celestial phenomenon ambushes would be useless. However, they would definitely be exposed and attract even more consciousness lifeforms. Using Wujiang as bait. If that was the case, then Yu Sangtian had to know about this trap. Would Yu Sangtian know? Lu Yin was not sure, as only the 13 celestial phenomenon and a few celestial phenomenon consciousness lifeforms knew about this trap. Even Wu Wei did not know, and if Yu Sangtian wanted to know, he would have to have someone in the consciousness universe. It was not impossible. The patriarch had arranged for Yi Meng to pretend to join the spiritualized universe and lure Yu Sangtian into this trap. Yu Sangtian also had a way to control a certain consciousness lifeform. Lu Yin had not thought of this before, but now he had to think about it. If that was the case, then did Yu Sangtian really not know about the Earth Realm's trap? Logically speaking, Yu Sangtian should not have let Lu Yin guess this. Could this trap be a coincidence? At that moment, a consciousness swept past, causing Lu Yin's expression to change. He had Wujiang stay where he was and walked out of outer space, instantly vanishing. In front of Wujiang, there was an enormous consciousness that came from many consciousness lifeforms. One of them was above all the other lifeforms, and it was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon consciousness lifeforms, Xingju. This was a trap that the consciousness universe had set up for the spiritualized universe, and it had not been used for many years. However, every once in a while, a member of the 13 celestial phenomenon would come to inspect it, as this place was definitely capable of burying a powerhouse on the level of Sangtian. During this time, Xingju had already inspected the spirit treasure array and was about to leave, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. He wanted to see if there were any changes in the surrounding space. If a broken world had mysteriously appeared here, then the spiritualized cultivators would definitely not come over, and this trap would be useless. What he did not expect was to find Wujiang after scanning the surroundings with his consciousness. Only spiritualized cultivators could build a battleship. Such a large and unfamiliar battleship shocked Xingju, and he immediately had his consciousness lifeform contact the Earth Realm to report this matter. As for himself, he was certain that the cultivator on the battleship had sensed him, but so what? He was one of the 13 celestial phenomena, and in the consciousness universe, even a spiritualized powerhouse on the level of Sangtian might not be able to do anything to him, especially in this area. If Sangtian really did make a move, then it would be a good opportunity to use this trap to bury him. It would also serve as a prelude to killing Yu Sangtian. The tomato. The next moment, Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked up. Huamani was in the distance. In his memories, there were countless sentient life forms in the periphery of the trap. Some had taken the initiative to take on different forms, but most were in human form while others were passive. In Lu Yin's eyes, they were like dark clouds, the largest of which was naturally Xingju, one of the 13 celestial phenomena. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was here. He had been thinking that if he could absorb the consciousness of a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator, then it would completely surpass the total amount of consciousnesses he had absorbed in the spiritualized universe. Not long after he had thought about it, this person had arrived. Moreover, from the looks of it, this 13 celestial phenomena cultivator had no intention of running away. This was interesting. Lu Yin was confident that he could stop him if he wanted to run, but this was the consciousness universe after all, and there was the possibility of a broken world. Huamani had been in the spiritualized universe for a long time, and the surroundings had changed quite a bit. "Human, state your name," Xingju said, and the sentient life forms around him spread out to surround Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura was restrained, and with his power level, Xingju could not see through his concealment. However, Lu Yin was only in the progenitor realm, so he could be seen through. This was what Lu Yin wanted to be seen through. Lu Yin looked at Xingju's enormous consciousness. "You're a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator? You're not afraid of me, and your gaze is very calm. It seems that you've hidden your strength. If I'm not wrong, you're a spiritual prime powerhouse and have cultivated in your spiritualized universe's intent realm. Your resistance to consciousness is very strong, which is why you're not afraid of me, a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator. Is that right?" Xingju asked. He was not stupid, and Lu Yin's performance contradicted what he had seen. Lu Yin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. "Smart. I'm very sure that you can't deal with me, but it's strange. The consciousness universe is so big, So how did I encounter a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator like you? Xingju's laughter rang out. You'll never know. Today's outcome was already decided. I'll give you a chance. Join my consciousness universe and I'll let you leave alive. Lu Yin shook his head. Our life forms are different. How can we merge? Many people have sided with us. Xingju believed that Lu Yin's life was in his control and spoke without restraint. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe. There were definitely cultivators who had sided with the consciousness universe, and those cultivators had worked together to cover up part of the truth. To the spiritualized universe as a whole, these traitorous cultivators were actually useless. They had not done anything to the spiritualized universe, so they would not be discovered. The only thing they needed to do was cover up their traces. Lu Yin believed that these traitorous cultivators also did not know where the consciousness life forms were hidden, and the consciousness universe would also hide it from them. Their role was to be used as tools, nothing more. A cultivator with my strength would never side with the consciousness universe, Lu Yin retorted. Xingju sneered. You've cultivated to this level, but you still can't see through human nature. I can only grieve for you. Then die. After he finished speaking, boundless consciousnesses descended from the surroundings like mountains and seas, crushing over. They were accompanied by various consciousnesses that were equivalent to consciousness-type battle techniques. Among them, Lu Yin even saw a power similar to the Great Sky Split Disk. Lu Yin stood tall in outer space and allowed these consciousnesses to bombard him. He stood majestically, his gaze fixed on Xingju. Xingju was astonished. Your consciousness has reached the astral phenomenon realm? Lu Yin smiled. Why don't you guess? You're courting death. Xingju attacked, and a terrifying consciousness covered the sky, surpassing all other consciousness life forms. It was like a curtain of darkness falling from the sky, almost materializing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3685. This scene reminded Lu Yin of Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc, which was a near-physical consciousness attack. This Xingju's power level even surpassed Hua Mani's. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward and instantly vanished. Xingju's consciousness covered the entire area like a swamp. He had fought with cultivators for many years and knew how to deal with powerful cultivators. Cultivators who wanted to deal with pure consciousness life forms either had to have a powerful consciousness or bombard the void with a realmless to wear down their opponent's consciousness. Consciousness life forms responded by spreading their consciousness throughout the universe, making it difficult for cultivators to move. Even if they could leave, their every move would be under the consciousness life form's control. The two had fought for many years and understood each other too well. It was often easy to tell whether one could defeat the other. Xingju had thought that he could use his consciousness to suppress Lu Yin and restrict his movements. However, when Lu Yin's consciousness moved as if he were walking on flat ground, Xingju knew that he was in big trouble. This person had actually ignored his consciousness attack, which meant that he had the ability to fight against Xingju's consciousness. Once this person got close, Xingju would be in danger. Who was this human? Why had he not seen him before? Lu Yin had fought against more than one Sangtian, such as Meng Sangtian and the 100-Grass Sangtian. None of those Sangtians had been able to face Lu Yin directly, and they had only been able to distance themselves from him and think of ways to deal with his consciousness. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had dared to stay behind and fight Lu Yin. This person had never appeared in the consciousness universe before, but his strength was so terrifying. Where had he come from? This was too illogical. Xingju immediately retreated. His consciousness retreated like a tide, and the other consciousness life forms around him retreated even more decisively than Xingju. Lu Yin was too much of a threat, so much so that they no longer wanted to fight. Even if he wanted to run, was that even possible? Lu Yin was already very close to Xingju, and he struck out with a palm that destroyed the void. A powerful force pierced through the heavens, creating a path of darkness that devoured Xingju's consciousness along the way. Xingju was shocked. The strength? Who are you? Lu Yin frowned. He could not fight like this as he still needed to absorb this person's consciousness. Thinking about this, a beam of light shot through the void and reversed for a second. The consciousness that had been devoured by the realmless returned, and it was as if that palm had never been unleashed. Xingju was stunned. The power of time combined with the strength from before made this human more threatening than Emperor Wu. Since when had such a terrifying person appeared in the spiritualized universe? He did not hesitate to flee, and as he retreated, his consciousness transformed into shadows that extended all the way to Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin frowned. Shadow? Was this guy's combat skill? Before he could think further, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. A blade descended from the sky and slashed into the woman's body. That woman was Ming Yen. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Yener? The surface of his body trembled, and the surrounding starry skies shook. This caused Xingju to turn around in shock. Impossible, this guy's consciousness was at the starry sky level? He stared blankly at Lu Yin. Just who was this person? Lu Yin clenched his fists, as Xingju's consciousness had triggered the fear in his heart. He had once again seen Yener being stabbed by Xiaji's blade, which had caused his mind to become unsteady. This was a technique that directly affected one's consciousness. If not for the fact that his consciousness was strong enough to disperse it, this fear would have been deeply imprinted in his mind. He had experienced this technique more than once, and the one that had left the deepest impression on him was by Xiaohong's innate gift, heart. It allowed one to see what one missed, feared, hated, or loved the most. Both techniques allowed an enemy to see what they feared the most. One could only be seen, while the other could be directly imprinted into one's consciousness. Heart innate gifts were very unique, and this 13th celestial phenomenon cultivator could cultivate a similar power. Its level far surpassed this innate gift, but it was also based on one's consciousness. As long as the opponent's consciousness was stronger, this power would be useless. Who are you? Xingju's voice echoed throughout the heavens. This was already the third time he had asked this question. He could not understand how such a terrifying person had suddenly appeared in the spiritualized universe and could even ignore his battle technique. His name was Xingju, Nightmare Xingju. His consciousness could allow other life forms to see what they feared the most. As long as one's consciousness was not stronger than his, they would not be able to escape, and there was no limit to the amount of consciousness he could use. With this technique, he would not be afraid even if he faced two Sangtians at the same time. He could split his consciousness and strike fear into all spiritualized cultivators as long as there were no top-tier powerhouses interfering. But today his technique had actually failed. He had encountered a human whose consciousness was stronger than his. What a joke, this was a human. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. Even if it was Yu Sangtian, he did not believe that his own consciousness would be weak. Yu Sangtian's consciousness was at most at the cosmic realm. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Congratulations, you've angered me. Since you like consciousness, I'll use my consciousness to play with you. After he finished speaking, a terrifying consciousness surged out and instantly changed the heavens and the earth. It covered the universe's starry sky and spread out. Not only did it cover the trap, but it also covered the boundless expanse and the consciousness life forms that were fleeing even further away. The entire starry sky was covered by the consciousness and the sky collapsed. Xingju was shocked. No, this was impossible. This person's consciousness was ranked at the top of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. How was this possible? Lu Yin's consciousness had already reached the celestial phenomenon level, and after absorbing so much underground consciousness, he had reached the cosmic realm. He had then absorbed many consciousness life forms from parallel spacetimes, as well as the Heavens Craftsman realm, the Arc realm, and other hidden consciousness life forms. Although he had used up a lot of his consciousness, he had also absorbed Huamani's. In other words, he had almost two cosmic realm consciousnesses, which naturally surpassed Xingju's. When this consciousness appeared, Xingju knew that it was over. There was no way he could resist it. Monster, this was a monster. A consciousness life form's attack could be complicated, but it could also be simple. As long as one's consciousness surpassed the consciousness life forms, it would be difficult for the consciousness life form to win. Battle techniques were rare in the consciousness universe. Here, they only had methods of using consciousness. Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven was an exception. Aside from the sword itself, very few people in both the consciousness and spiritualized universes knew of this technique. But if one's consciousness could not surpass a consciousness life forms, then one would have to think of a way. This was especially true when facing a consciousness life form's consciousness. Lu Yin had a deep impression of the technique He Wuxian had used, Endless Road. Back then, He Wuxian had used this technique to prevent Wu Jiang from going to Immemorial City. If not for Hui Zhu, that battle would have been troublesome. At the time, everyone had thought that it was He Wuxian's innate gift combined with the True God's Freedom technique. Later on, Lu Yin found out that it was He Wuxian's method of using consciousness in conjunction with the True God's Freedom technique. This allowed a person's consciousness to be extended infinitely, to the point where even though they could clearly see the end, they would not be able to reach it. There were many similar methods of using consciousness, and it was not easy to break through them. Every consciousness life form had their own method of using consciousness. Huamani had used his consciousness to grasp the horizontal flower shadow, causing space to reverse. Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc was a materialized consciousness, and it was also a method of using consciousness. This 13 celestial phenomenon's method of using consciousness was to draw out a creature's fear. This was because consciousness encompassed thoughts and memories, and this was Wu Wei's method. All methods of using consciousness were based on consciousness itself. If one's consciousness was not strong enough, then their foundation would be shattered. When he saw that Lu Yin's consciousness had completely surpassed his own, Xingju knew that he was no match for Lu Yin. His method of using consciousness had not been effective from the start, and all he could do was flee. In the distance, everyone on Wujiang looked up at the sky. They knew that Lu Yin had encountered a powerful enemy, or else he would not have used such a majestic consciousness. The ancestor was the most shocked. She knew that Lu Yin's consciousness was very strong, and it was constantly growing stronger, but she had not expected it to be this strong. How was this possible? He was clearly a human from the Tianyuan universe, so how could he have such a terrifying consciousness? Only consciousness life forms would be truly shocked by such a consciousness. One had to know that when she had been at the celestial phenomenon level, she had been the strongest consciousness in the Tianyuan universe. Neither an eternal nor a primogenitor could surpass her. However, a junior had actually surpassed her in such a short amount of time, and not just by a little bit. At that moment, the ancestors' mentality changed. Joining hands with Wu Jiang to deal with the spiritualized universe? This was not realistic from the start. It was not that they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, but that if they did, even more terrifying monsters would be released. In the distant sky, shadows continuously gathered, but they could not get close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his consciousness gathered above the sky as the great sky-carving disc descended. Xingju's consciousness surged up. Great sky-carving disc? What does Wu Wei have to do with you? Lu Yin could not be bothered to answer. The great sky-carving disc ruthlessly smashed down, directly penetrating Xingju's consciousness and causing it to shrink. In Lu Yin's eyes, Xingju's dark cloud had shrunk by a third. To a consciousness life form, this was a heavy blow. Lu Yin's finger flicked up, and then he brought it down again. Great sky-carving disc. Human, my name is Xingju, and I'm a celestial phenomenon. You can't kill me. I have value in keeping me alive, Xingju shouted. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Restrain your consciousness and follow me. Xingju's consciousness surged, and he hesitated. Lu Yin sneered, and the great sky-carving disc ruthlessly descended. Consciousness life forms used their consciousness not only to deal with spiritualized cultivators. Before spiritualized cultivators appeared, the consciousness universe itself also had battles, and consciousness life forms also needed to cultivate. Only by wiping out consciousness life forms could the consciousness of this universe increase and strengthen other consciousness life forms. This was the law of the jungle, and it would not change no matter where it was. The great sky-carving disc was effective against cultivators, but it was also effective against consciousness life forms. In the surroundings, countless consciousness shadows surged over, but Xingju did not give up. He thought of all sorts of ways to deal with Lu Yin, but in front of Lu Yin's boundless consciousness, these consciousnesses were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They could not even shake him. The great sky-carving disc ruthlessly smashed down, and Xingju's body shrank again. He begged and howled, but it was useless. Lu Yin looked on coldly, and the great sky-carving disc descended once more. At that moment, the surrounding consciousnesses suddenly condensed, forming a mirror in front of Lu Yin. Inside the mirror was the Above Heaven sect, the Boulder Foundation, the Imperial Robe, and Yusang Tian. On this day, Yusang Tian had destroyed the Above Heaven sect, burned Immemorial City, and massacred the entire Tianyuan universe. No one was his match. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3686. The mirror flew towards Lu Yin, and even though his consciousness was shaken, it didn't shatter. Lu Yin didn't move from his spot as the mirror passed through. A dark figure walked out of the mirror and turned to face Lu Yin. This was another Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the dark Lu Yin and recalled some of Huamani's memories. He recalled that Huamani's memories called Xingju's nightmare celestial phenomenon used fear as a mirror. Huamani's understanding of Xingju was that he could draw out a creature's greatest fear. When Xingju had first attacked, Lu Yin had recalled it. However, this celestial phenomenon didn't pose any threat to him, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Old Chief's description of Xingju was that he was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. No one knew what this meant, and even Huamani, who was also a celestial phenomenon, had never experienced it. But now Luyin knew. This was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. The dark Luyin was the embodiment of all the fear that Luyin had experienced. It didn't have much attack power, and Xingju had simply stripped the fear from Luyin's consciousness and made him experience it all over again. Luyin couldn't avoid it, nor would he do so. The fear that he had experienced wasn't just fear, but also the process, karma, and memories. If he lost these fears, he wouldn't be complete. The mirror suddenly flew in a certain direction and dragged the dark Luyin over. This was Xingju's most deeply hidden power, and only Old Chief had seen it before. The other celestial phenomenon cultivators had never seen it before. This was a life-saving move. At Lu Yin's level of cultivation, he knew that he couldn't lose these fears. Xingju was throwing them far away so that Lu Yin could chase after them so that he could escape. Lu Yin would eventually catch up to the dark Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin wanted to regain those fears, he had to experience them all over again. This was his trump card. Even though it couldn't harm Lu Yin, he couldn't do anything while experiencing those fears. No matter how high a person's cultivation was, their greatest enemy wasn't other creatures but themselves. Immortality was a realm of their own, not something that was bestowed upon them. Thus, to break through to immortality, one had to break through themselves. To experience those fears again, one had to face their past selves. This move wasn't a killing move, but it was one that Xingju was confident in protecting his life. The moment the mirror dragged Grey Lu Yin away, Xingju's consciousness suddenly returned. He had been hiding all this time and now he unleashed all of his strength. He forcibly withstood the great sky-carving disk's attack and fled in the opposite direction. Lu Yin took a step forward, and just as Xingju had predicted, he chased after the mirror. It was impossible for him to lose sight of his own fear. When Xingju saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled. 5 seconds. There were only 5 seconds left. Even though Xingju had fled far away, he could still see Lu Yin standing in the distance. You gave up on your past? Xingju was in disbelief. Could it be that this person didn't know what it meant to lose one's past? You don't want to break through to immortality? You want to be an incomplete person? Lu Yin looked at Xingju calmly. Is your technique unbreakable? Xingju was at a loss. Of course there was no solution. The old chief had also said that as long as one cultivated the Tao, regardless of whether they were sentient life forms or living creatures, they would all feel fear. With fear, it was impossible to give up on the past. As long as one wanted to continue cultivating, those creatures who didn't understand the serious consequences of this matter couldn't threaten him. Therefore his methods were unbreakable. Even if this person could catch up to the mirror so quickly, it would be impossible for him to regain his fear so quickly. Yes. In space where Xingju couldn't see, karma slowly entered Lu Yin's body. Fear. Where did this fear come from? Because certain things happened for a reason, there was an effect. Fear was just an effect. Lu Yin used the karma thread to pierce through Grey Lu Yin and return this karma to his body. There was no need for him to experience fear. How could Xingju's method strip him of his past and tear apart his karma? The first clan. The terror of karma wasn't something a normal cultivator could imagine. In front of the Tao of karma, anyone below the eternal realm could only look up to it, including Xianxia, who had completed coup adversity. Once Lu Yin cultivated the Tao of karma, Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him. Xingju couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had broken through his technique, and he kept retreating. Human, let me go and I'll tell you a secret. Speak. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Xingju said, there's a huge secret in the Earth domain. Have you heard of the Heavenly E-Tower? No, Lu Yin said. Xingju continued, the Heavenly E-Tower is the most ancient place in the consciousness universe. It's said that the path to immortality exists there, so the 13 Celestials want to explore the Heavenly E-Tower the most. Your spiritualized universe's Xianxia must have come for the Heavenly E-Tower as well. Does Xianxia know of the Heavenly E-Tower's existence? Lu Yin asked. He had thought of this before. Wu Wei hadn't told Xianxia, and neither had Huamani, so how did Xianxia know? He was even willing to share the Heavenly E-Tower with Lu Yin. He seemed to care about it, but at the same time he didn't care. Xingju was very certain. Your Xianxia must know. Back then, 5 of the 13 Celestials surrounded him and Wu Wei was one of them. 2 of them died in that battle and Wu Wei surrendered. It was because of that battle that we were certain that Xianxia was looking for the Heavenly Yi Tower. Perhaps he doesn't know the name, but he's definitely looking for this place. Lu Yin nodded. Well said. I'm interested as well. Come follow me. Xingjue went on guard. Human, as long as you let me go, I can tell you more secrets about the consciousness universe. I know about the other 13 celestials, including some of the secrets of your spiritualized universe. I'll also tell you the secret of the Heavenly Yi Tower. Lu Yin suddenly moved, his consciousness pressing forward to grab Xingjue. Xingjue shouted, Human, you forced me to do this. With that, his consciousness scattered, turning into countless consciousness shadows that scattered in all directions. Lu Yin's consciousness descended and enveloped the starry sky. Not a single one could escape. Suddenly he looked at one of the consciousness shadows, and that consciousness shadow headed towards the broken world. There was a broken world in the distance. Lu Yin had discovered it when he was chasing after Xingjue. Others might not recognize that broken world, but he remembered that it came from the Tome of Forbidden. That broken world was one of the rare ones in the Tome of Forbidden whose depths were unknown. No sentient life forms were willing to investigate it. Those spiritualized cultivators who were forced into the broken world had all died, including a spirit prime. Xingjue had no choice but to dive into the broken world. The rest of the consciousness shadows slowly dissipated, and the consciousness shadow that had escaped into the broken world was Xingjue. When the consciousness shadow entered the broken world, it stopped moving. From the outside, the broken world was filled with rocks. It was as if countless rocks had shattered into a valley, and not a single blade of grass grew. Lu Yin slowly approached the broken world and finally stopped at the edge. With one more step, he would enter the broken world, and Xingjue was just 3 steps away from him. Stop, human. This is a broken world. Do you dare to enter? Xingjue's voice rang out, and he used his consciousness to transmit into the broken world. He didn't dare to speak loudly. Nonsense. In a broken world, once there was a disturbance, no one could guarantee what would happen. When Lu Yin entered the world within a monument for the first time, he had also silently sat in the restaurant and didn't dare to move. He had Blackie and Xiao Bai beside him, and any movement could cause the gray shadows in the world within a monument to attack him. At that time he thought that those gray shadows were the remnant essence, energy and soul of the past. Now he didn't know how to explain it. In this broken world, the consciousness life forms knew that it was the remnant consciousness of the past. In short, there were all sorts of explanations. Lu Yin looked at Xingjue. Why don't you dare to enter? Xingjue replied, Don't you know that the broken world is dangerous? There is no danger. I have never encountered a broken world that is too dangerous. Many cultivators in our spiritualized universe treat broken worlds as scenic spots. Lu Yin didn't care. Of course, Xingjue knew about this. 99% of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe weren't dangerous, but the remaining 10% had caused the deaths of many spiritualized cultivators. They had constantly used cultivators to probe the broken worlds, and that was how they had obtained the more detailed Tome of Forbidden. This broken world is different. How is it different? A spirit prime died here. Lu Yin was astonished. That's impressive, but how can a spirit prime compare to me? Xingjue threatened, a spirit prime would die here in an instant. Even we don't know how dangerous this broken world is. If you insist on dealing with me, we will die together. Lu Yin sneered. I don't believe you. After speaking, he stepped into the broken world. The surroundings were gray and there were stones everywhere. It was desolate and ancient, and there was a sinister aura. Lu Yin thought that he had seen a ghost when he first entered the monument world. Xingjue was shocked. Human, don't be rash. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is too dangerous. You don't want to die, right? Even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators don't dare to enter this broken world. To tell you the truth, this is also a place where we lure you humans to your death. Lu Yin obviously knew how dangerous this broken world was. He could only pretend that he didn't care and try his best to force Xingjue out. No one wanted to face the unknown, even if Lu Yin was extremely confident in his strength. Every time he took a step forward, Xingjue would take a step back. Their movements were very small, and they didn't even touch the stones on the ground. Do you think I'll believe you? It's just a broken world, Lu Yin said. In my opinion, it's no different from other broken worlds. No, the scenery is a bit worse. Xingjue was anxious. This broken world was beneficial to the consciousness universe, and it was because of this broken world that the consciousness universe had been able to resist the spiritualized universe for so long. They had used this broken world to kill many spiritualized universe experts, so they couldn't tell the spiritualized universe about this broken world. However, there were disadvantages as well. If he met someone who didn't believe him, he would be implicated once he entered the broken world. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain it clearly. It was useless to say anything now. Helpless, Xingjue could only keep retreating. Soon he reached a mountain wall, and if he continued he would have to cross it. Hold on. Suddenly Xingjue thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. You are afraid of this broken world. Lu Yin raised his brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Xingjue replied, if you weren't afraid, why would you be so careful? You would have taken action long ago. Did you already know that this broken world was dangerous? Lu Yin exhaled. A person's subconscious behavior could not be concealed. Even though he had only taken a few steps, his state of mind had been seen through. Alright, I've been frightened by you. I don't know if this broken world is dangerous, but you seem to be really afraid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3687. Xingju didn't know if Lu Yin was telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is ranked at the forefront of the entire consciousness universe. We're not afraid of it because it's dangerous, but because we don't know how dangerous it is. At the very least, your spiritualized universe's spirit primes won't be able to leave this place alive. They're already considered second-tier powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you leaving? Let me go and I can tell you the secret. Both of us can leave safely. Speak. Human, we know how cunning you all are. I'll write the secret down in this broken world, and you'll be able to get it once I leave. Lu Yin sneered. It's not like I haven't seen your little schemes before. Once I enter the broken world to take the item, it'll automatically explode and I'll be finished. You're called Xingju, right? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the secret and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I really want to see how powerful this broken world is. No matter how powerful the things here are, we won't die instantly. Who do you think has a higher chance of escaping? Xingju coldly replied, it might not be you. I'm a consciousness and you're a physical body. In this broken world, consciousness life forms always have an advantage. Then let's try? Lu Yin was eager to try. Xingju couldn't figure out Lu Yin's thoughts. If Lu Yin was clear about the dangers of this broken world, then it would be good. Xingju could be certain that Lu Yin wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If not, then it would be troublesome. Xingju was conflicted. I'll count to 3. You only have one chance. Lu Yin stared at Xingju. The more he forced, the more this fellow panicked. 3. Xingju growled, I guarantee that once this broken world is disturbed, you'll either die or be injured. How will you continue fighting in this consciousness universe? You humans compete with each other. 2. You should be a newly ascended Sangtian. Don't think that I don't know that you Sangtians compete with each other. Back then the 100-grass Sangtian was the same. 1. Alright, I'll speak. Xingju dared to gamble. Ignorant people were more daring when faced with danger, but consciousness lifeform's nature was to survive. Even if he could defeat the unknown, he couldn't defeat his own heart. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Speak. Xingju was silent for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, there are people among you humans and they're controlled by consciousness. I can give you the list. Lu Yin raised his brows. What a familiar feeling. Catching a spy again? Interesting. Next, Xingju passed a name list to Lu Yin. Your spiritualized universe's Sangtian has been here before. There's a Sangtian who is very strange. He clearly had the chance to kill one of us, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon experts, but he didn't do it. As for that Sangtian, I've asked the old leader, and the old leader confirmed that he isn't one of us. Of? Why was that? Of TT. If they wanted to, the consciousness universe could block the spiritualized universe, but not the 9 heavens universe. Any supreme god could deal with the consciousness universe. If they wanted to restart it, they would have done it long ago. 4 supreme gods. Even if one died, there were 3 more. There were already 3 supreme gods. Did they not want to add another eternal life realm cultivator? But the vacant supreme god position had to be filled. Did they want it to be under their control? The spiritualized universe thought they could restart the consciousness universe, but in reality they would never get this chance. Everything they had done, the deaths they had experienced, the endless hatred, they were just paving the way for the 9 heavens universe. The Tianyuan universe had been weakened to the future, and the spiritualized universe had allied with the Eternals to plot against the above heavens sect. The nine heavens universe must have been behind them. The three supreme deities were like gods, high and mighty, looking down on everything and controlling the universe. There's another secret that you want to know the most. Xingju paused and then said slowly, the location of the realm of Earth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're willing to tell me? Xingju knew that Lu Yin knew the location of the realm of Earth. Of course he knew, but he had to act like he didn't know. Only then could the old chief's plan to kill Yu Sangtian. At this time, in order to save his life, it was best to say the location of the realm of Earth. Although this was not the answer Lu Yin wanted, he had to say it. Lu Yin also had to act like he didn't know before. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you. Lu Yin looked at the consciousness cloud in front of him. Okay. Xingju seemed to hesitate. After a while he said the location of the realm of Earth. It was the same as what Yu Sangtian had told Lu Yin. How about it? Can you let me go now? Xingju said. His consciousness stared at Lu Yin, afraid that he would go back on his words. Lu Yin raised his hand and Xingju immediately became alert. He waved his hand. Go. Xingju was on tenterhooks. You want me to go? You don't want to? No, I'll go. Xingju floated up slowly. Seeing that the chance to live was in his hands, he didn't want to fail. Soon he walked out of the broken world and hurried in a certain direction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He left the broken world, took a step and disappeared. Far away, Xingju screamed, You said you'd let me go. But I didn't say I wouldn't chase. Human, you're despicable. You're not bad either. Boom. The universe trembled and the consciousness rumbled. Then everything calmed down. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. His figure disappeared again and he returned to the broken world. He looked inside and said, Come out. Within the broken world, an undetectable consciousness shadow emerged. It was Xingju. The one who had escaped was fake. He didn't believe Lu Yin at all. Human, you're despicable indeed. Lu Yin praised, Consciousness life forms like you that have lived for so long are really cautious. You didn't even try to escape. There's no place safer than this broken world. At least I can live here. Human, what's your name? Xingju asked. The moment he entered the broken world, he had hidden his true self. The one who had spoken to Lu Yin was just a wisp of consciousness. He had escaped to test Lu Yin. If he escaped, Lu Yin would also leave this place. His true self would be safe. If he couldn't escape, he would stay here. Since Lu Yin was willing to let him escape, it proved that Lu Yin was also apprehensive of this broken world. This place was the safest. Lu Yin was truly shocked. He hadn't expected Xingju to hide such a move after escaping into the broken world. These powerful life forms wouldn't die so easily, and each of them had many life-saving methods. Xingju could be considered one of the best. Regardless of whether it was the way he used his consciousness or the heart's eye, he was born to protect his life. He was more powerful than Wu Wei and Hua Mani. Lu Yin looked at Xingju in the broken world and said, You didn't escape earlier. It seems like you really don't plan on leaving this broken world. Human, you're also apprehensive of this broken world. I don't know where you found out about the dangers of this broken world, but I'm sure that you won't easily make a move here. Lu Yin sneered, Just because I won't easily make a move doesn't mean I won't. That's why I told you the secret in exchange for you not making a move against me in the broken world. That's not enough. Then what do you want? I remember you mentioned Etian before. Xingju said, Etian is the greatest secret of my consciousness universe. I won't tell you. Previously he had only mentioned Etian Quebec. At that time he was sure that he could escape and that Lu Yin would die with Yu Sangtian in the realm of Etian. However, he wasn't so sure now. This human wasn't just powerful, but he was also very sinister. Such a person wouldn't die so easily. Thus, he naturally couldn't reveal the secret of Etian Quebec. Lu Yin moved his arm. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Xingju was apprehensive and retreated deeper into the broken world. Human, don't make a move in this broken world. Otherwise both you and I will die. Lu Yin raised his hand and pointed out. A finger force entered the broken world and shattered a rock. Just as he made his move, Xingju retreated. The rock shattered, but there was no movement in the broken world. Human, don't do meaningless things. If it was so easy to see the broken world, your spiritualized universe wouldn't have fought for so long. Lu Yin sighed, Since that's the case, let's make a bet. Let's see who can walk out alive. After speaking, he entered the broken world again. This time he didn't hesitate and released his consciousness towards Xingju. He didn't believe that no matter how dangerous this broken world was, it wouldn't be able to kill him here. At his current cultivation level, if he didn't even dare to touch a broken world, what was the point? Among the known living beings in the universe, only those in the eternal life realm could surpass him. As for the rest, even Xianxia, who was at the peak of Ku adversity realm, would have trouble dealing with him and might not be able to keep him here. He didn't believe that an eternal life realm expert would appear in this broken world. Xianxia was shocked. Human, you're courting death. His consciousness covered the broken world and crashed down. Xianxia was suppressed by Lu Yin's consciousness. At the same time, the ground of the broken world cracked open, and all the gray rocks in the surroundings smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually shattered the rocks and appeared in front of Xianxia in one step, grabbing at him. At this moment, he felt a chill on his back as a terrifying danger descended. Lu Yin turned around and saw a square rock flying through the void towards his face. Lu Yin grabbed Xianxia with one hand and struck the rock with the other. Bang! The void shattered and distorted, turning into cracks that extended in all directions and devoured everything. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Was this the power of a living being's limit? There was a cracking sound as the rock cracked open. At this moment, another square rock flew over. Many square rocks flew over from all directions and surrounded Lu Yin. Lu Yin suppressed Xianxia with one hand while his other hand was covered with Palm Realm battle force. He waved his hand and the void paused for a moment. Then all the rocks shattered, and the shockwave produced a terrifying power that lit up this corner of the universe. Xianxia was shocked. What kind of power was this? Was he still human? Xianxia could feel the danger brought by those square rocks. Every one of them could destroy the void and create an absolute dark universe that could devour consciousness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3688. With dozens of cubes attacking at the same time, Lu Yin was certain that aside from Xianxia and Emperor Wu Huang, the rest of the spiritualized universe would not be able to withstand it. They would be severely injured in an instant, and it would be difficult for them to even escape. This was the terror of this broken world. It was no wonder that the Spirit Prime had died without a sound. Such a terrifying attack had been destroyed by this human with a single hand. You must be Xianxia in disguise. Xianxia couldn't help but suspect. At this moment he suspected that Xianxia knew that the Earth realm was a trap and deliberately disguised himself as another person. The Xianxia they knew was fake, so this person didn't tell them his name. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, and a starry sky appeared in his heart as he pushed Xianxia into the hell of appointment platform. He wanted to leave the broken world. However, cubes of stone appeared around him once more and attacked him. He pushed out with a single palm, and with a bang, his divine battle force combined with limitless strength instantly destroyed all the cubes of stone. The limits of a life-form's strength were not enough to harm him. Even if dozens of life forms were at the same level as Emperor Wu Huang's sealed sky foundation, they would still be pushed aside. The cubes of stone appeared once more in front of Lu Yin and ruthlessly attacked him. This time there was only one, but Lu Yin's expression changed slightly as the power had increased. He struck out with his palm and collided with the stone, causing it to shatter. In an instant, another stone pierced through the shattered stone and struck Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin frowned as the shockwave caused the stone to shatter once more. Another stone appeared, one after another. Each stone was stronger than the previous one, as if they had absorbed the previous shockwave. When the 20th stone arrived, Lu Yin felt a power that completely surpassed the limits of a life form. It was as if he could see Emperor Wu Huang using Sealed Sky Foundation to unleash a shocking attack. Unfortunately, this attack was still unable to defeat him. The stone shattered and another stone appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There were more? He didn't know how many more stones there were. 30? 50? Or more than 100? The power could not be limitless and this universe could not withstand it. With a bang, Lu Yin's body was pushed back, and he used the force of the stones to leave the broken world. When he looked around, the broken world returned to normal just like when he had first entered. The ground was still the same ground, and the stones were still gray and devoid of any luster. It was deathly still. Just as he had guessed, no matter how powerful this broken world was, it would not be able to threaten him. He had yet to use the 9 heavens transformations. However, if the number of stones was truly infinite, then there was no way any creature could withstand it. But that was impossible. Lu Yin took a deep look at the broken world before turning to leave, returning to the boundless boundary. Not long after Lu Yin left, A consciousness life form arrived, circled around, and then left. In the Earth realm, an old voice rang out, "Where is the reset?" "Almost at the Earth realm." A pleasant voice replied. It was a woman's voice. "According to the time, restart should have already reached the Earth realm. Xianxia is stalling for time. What is he waiting for? Where are the other human arcs? The confirmed ones are all heading our way. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. We'll be able to get rid of the top human experts in one fell swoop, especially Xianxia. His boulder's foundation is too much of a threat to us. Of course. We've sacrificed a lot for this plan. Why don't you take the initiative to transform into your human form?" The old voice suddenly questioned the last person who spoke. "There's no need. Once Xianxia dies, humanity will become a thing of the past." "It's not that easy," the pleasant female voice said. "There's one more thing," the old voice said in a low tone. "Xianxia is missing." "Xianxia? What happened?" "He encountered a strong human enemy." "Impossible. With Xianxia's cautiousness, unless he encountered Xianxia, he wouldn't be defeated. He could still escape. Even the boundless boundary couldn't stop him." "It's this arcs." Then an image of the boundless boundary appeared in the void. "It's an unfamiliar arcs. I've never seen it before. It seems that a new super expert has appeared in the spiritualized universe. This person can take down Xianxia. His strength is not below the boundless boundary." The old voice said, "He must be stronger than the boundless boundary." "Are you sure?" The pleasant female voice was surprised. Then she thought of something. "Only you have seen the person in the mirror, the nightmare among humans. So, based on this, you infer that this human strength is at Xianxia's level?" "That's right," the old voice replied. For a moment the Earth realm was silent. One Xianxia was already troublesome for the consciousness universe. Now there was a second expert at the same level. How could they deal with it? Can our plan deal with two Xianxias at the same time? It's not easy. Then this person must be dealt with immediately. Who will do it? The Earth realm made a soft sound like a stone being thrown into a lake. "We must deal with this person and leave the trap to Xianxia. Everyone, this is our chance. If we succeed, we can kill the spiritualized universe. Then let's do it quickly." The boundless boundary. After Luin returned, he stopped and didn't move forward. Xianxia was pushed into the hell of the general appointment platform. After a few days he was released. There was nothing special about him. Consciousness life forms didn't have emotions. Even if their past experiences were repeated, they wouldn't bring too much pain. They were completely different from humans. Luin had always been the nemesis of many people with his various methods. As for consciousness life forms, they might be the nemesis of the hell of the general appointment platform. "Are you Xianxia in disguise?" Xianxia stared at Luin. Luin sized him up. "Do you want to die?" "No," Xianxia said bluntly. Luin smiled. "You only have one chance to buy your own life. If you miss it, there won't be another chance." Xianxia didn't speak. His consciousness surged, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Luin slowly said, "No one can save you, and don't expect me to keep my promise. The only thing you can do is take a gamble. If you win, I'll take you to the spiritualized universe. Just like Wu Wei, if you lose, you'll die. Choose one." Xianxia thought about it. "I'm willing to join your spiritualized universe and work for you." You know how valuable a consciousness life form is. So, you're willing to take the gamble? The heavenly tower is under the tree. Every consciousness life form had a different encounter when they entered the heavenly tower. Luin knew about Wu Wei and Huamani's encounters, and now he knew about his own from Xianxia. Not long after Xianxia finished, Luin asked, "That's all? What else do you want to know? Just ask. I'll tell you everything I know." "I said that I'll give you a chance to buy your own life. There's only one chance. Unfortunately, you missed it." With that, Luin released the space in his heart, including Xianxia's consciousness. Xianxia was furious. "You lied to me again. The heavenly tower is the greatest secret of the consciousness universe. I already told you." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "But you didn't tell me about the trap in the Earth realm." Xianxia couldn't believe it. "How did you know?" Suddenly he felt his consciousness fading away. He looked at Lu Yin's back and saw the consciousness planet rotating. Absorb consciousness. You can absorb our consciousness? How is that possible? Who are you?" "You're the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe. Let me go. I don't want to die." "Who are you?" Xianxia's voice gradually faded. If he had told Luin about the trap in the Earth realm, Lu Yin might not have been able to deal with him. A consciousness life form that sincerely joined the Earth realm was indeed valuable, even if it was just bait. Unfortunately, consciousness life forms couldn't be trusted. Xianxia still hoped that the consciousness life form would be able to kill them and let him escape. At the crucial moment, the consciousness life form would only betray them. Since that was the case, he might as well increase his own consciousness. Although Xianxia had used up a lot of his consciousness during the battle, what remained was still at the starry sky level. The absorption caused Lu Yin's consciousness to surge. When he opened his eyes, the void visibly collapsed. This scene shocked everyone on the limitless star. Lu Yin hadn't done anything, but the surrounding space had become much heavier. The consciousness universe cultivated consciousness, and this place was filled with consciousness life forms that could cultivate their own consciousness. Only consciousness could sense it. Lu Yin's consciousness surged and suppressed the sky, appearing like a mountain. Lu Yin now had 3 consciousnesses at the star realm and several others. In a one-on-one battle, whether it was the 13 celestial phenomenon or xianxia, it would be difficult for them to surpass him in terms of consciousness level. Once his consciousnesses completely merged, he might become the strongest of the 3 universes. If he absorbed more consciousnesses, it was possible for his consciousness to surge. Lu Yin exhaled and retracted his consciousness. He looked forward and really wanted to compete with xianxia's Boulder's foundation. He wanted to see if this consciousness nemesis could suppress him. Your consciousness is the strongest of all the life forms I've seen, the progenitor sighed and walked out from behind. Lu Yin said, I'll give xianxia a surprise. The progenitor reminded him, the surprise will also expose you. When that happens, you'll become the greatest enemy of the consciousness and spiritualized universes. To the consciousness universe, Lu Yin's existence was its natural enemy. As long as he didn't die, the consciousness universe would be absorbed sooner or later. To the spiritualized universes, Lu Yin's ability to infinitely increase his consciousness was too terrifying. The more consciousnesses he absorbed, the more terrifying it would be. Who could stop a powerhouse with limitless consciousnesses? Lu Yin's threat was even greater than the consciousness universes, which was something they didn't want to see. Thus, Lu Yin's consciousness was both a blade and a sin. Fortunately, as long as Lu Yin didn't release his consciousness, no one would be able to tell. There's no other way. This is a shortcut to surpassing xianxia, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed, it's been hard on you Zhu Zi to put all the pressure on you. Lu Yin smiled, without you I wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Senior, I'll go into seclusion for a few days to get used to my consciousness. The progenitor nodded. Lu Yin went to a secluded corner of the boundless expanse and raised his hand to summon his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to integrate his consciousness. He also wanted to roll 6 pips, especially 6 pips. He now had the confidence to roll the die and search for the 13 celestial phenomena. He wanted to see what the trap of Earth was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3689. Huamani did not know, as his mission had been to intentionally allow himself to be captured. In order to prevent xianxia from seeing through him, Huamani had been kept in the dark as well. However, the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe should know. Xingju knew as well, but this person did not say anything. Lu Yin still believed in the memories that he had seen, and there was no need for Xingju to say anything. Furthermore, whether or not this route had been purposely given to him by xianxia made Lu Yin uneasy, and he urgently needed more information. The die slowly came to a stop. Roll 1 meant that something useless would fall out. Roll 3 meant that he could upgrade external items. As his cultivation increased, external items would become less useful. Roll 4 time-stop space. Lu Yin rested for a year in the time-stop space, absorbing Xingju's consciousness and fusing it with his consciousness planet and 9 skies shift, allowing him to fully control it. If he encountered another expert like Xingju, he might not be able to withstand the great sky-carving disc. Wu Wei, Huamani, and Xingju were no longer his opponents. In terms of consciousness, the only one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators with unfathomable consciousness was Old Head. He was also the powerhouse that xianxia feared the most. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to reality and continued to roll his die. Roll 6 very successful. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in a dark space. All he could see were balls of light. This was the consciousness universe and he could see countless balls of light, but most of them were dim. It was impossible for him to find a ball of light that matched his own. Even the balls that represented the 13 celestial phenomenon were somewhat dim. There was none here, and Lu Yin used his consciousness to travel through the dark space and continue his search. Nothing, still nothing. Lu Yin traveled through the dark space for a long time, and he finally saw a ball of light that was approaching him. It had to be a cosmic realm consciousness life form, and he hurriedly rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin opened his eyes. That's right, he opened his eyes. He merged with a consciousness life form that was in human form. Through Huamani's memories, Lu Yin knew that most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were in human form. It was more convenient to fight against the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life form that he had merged with was one of the 13 Guixiaoqing. This name came from a spiritualized cultivator who had died at Guixiaoqing's hands. Guixiaoqing had taken this name, saying that it suited the spiritualized cultivators. At this moment, Guixiaoqing was heading towards the boundless border. Memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and he knew that Xingju's death had stimulated the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had originally been waiting at the Earth realm to ambush and kill Yu Sangtian, but because of Lu Yin, they had been forced to leave and deal with Wu Jiang first. And to deal with the boundless realms, it wasn't a direct attack but an endless path. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to deal with Wu Jiang in such a manner. In the Tianyuan universe, He Wuxian had used the endless path to delay Wu Jiang's participation in the Battle of Primeval City. Now, in order to prevent Wu Jiang from participating in their ambush of Yu Sangtian, Old Chief and the other consciousness life forms also planned to use the endless path to delay Wu Jiang. What a coincidence, or rather, this was a very widespread use of consciousness life forms. The stronger the consciousness, the stronger the endless path. At this moment, a total of 5 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared and attacked Wu Jiang with 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. This was to ensure that Wu Jiang couldn't get close to the Earth of Will. Logically speaking, they should be able to do it. Even though Lu Yin, the primogenitor, and the others were strong, they couldn't surpass 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. As long as they launched a sneak attack, Wu Jiang wouldn't be able to break through the endless path. By the time Wu Jiang finally broke through the endless path, some time would have passed. During that time their battle with Yu Sangtian would have ended. This way they could avoid losses from fighting Wu Jiang and raise Yu Sangtian's vigilance. They could also prevent Wu Jiang from participating in the ambush, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was actually what he wanted as well. He didn't want Wu Jiang to participate in the Battle of the Earth of Will. He had no intention of participating in it in the first place, and using the endless path was a good way to escape. He hadn't expected that dealing with Xingju would have such an advantage. It seemed that Yu Sangtian hadn't intentionally given him that route. 1 or 2 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators couldn't possibly deal with Wu Jiang. At most, they would only attract the attention of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Yu Sangtian probably didn't think that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would waste time on Wu Jiang. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the Earth of Will. Yu Sangtian had expected that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators wouldn't attack Wu Jiang. Similarly, Lu Yin had also expected that such a powerful Wu Jiang participating in the Battle of the Earth of Will would be detrimental to the universe of consciousness. In that case, had the old chief and the others left the Earth of Will as well? If that was the case, then that route might have been deliberately arranged to expose Wu Jiang's strength and make the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators wary of him. If the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators left the Earth of Will, then? Could it be that Yu Sangtian had never intended to start a war with the Earth of Will? His goal was to lure out the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, but what was his true goal? Right, the heavenly imperial court. The premise of this conjecture was that Yu Sangtian knew that the Earth of Will was a trap. Would he know? Or could it be that whether he knew or not, this was his method, the most reliable method to enter the heavenly imperial court? Compared to fighting the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, luring them out of the Earth of Will would definitely be easier. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had guessed that Yu Sangtian wanted to kill his way into the Earth of Will for the sake of the heavenly imperial court, which made sense. If Lu Yin were in Yu Sangtian's shoes, he would have used the same method to enter the heavenly imperial court and obtain what he wanted. Whether or not he would start a war would depend on the outcome of the battle. It might also depend on the decisions of the 9 firmaments universe. Yu Sangtian didn't have the final say on whether or not the universe of consciousness would be reactivated. His grand attack on the universe of consciousness might very well be a pretense. Everyone had been fooled. Lu Yin was increasingly convinced of his conjecture, and his eyes flashed. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, since the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had appeared, this was his chance. If this wasn't Xianxia's scheme, then it would be a great advantage for him. If it was, then he would have to see who was faster. Just as he was about to exit the fusion, Lu Yin's gaze suddenly changed. He saw memories of the heavenly imperial court and a familiar figure. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had to be recognized by the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, even cosmic life forms couldn't be called the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Every sentient life form had a different experience in the heavenly imperial court. Lu Yin had seen what had happened to Huamani and Wu Wei, and now he had also seen what had happened to Gui Shaoqing. Compared to Huamani and Wu Wei, what Gui Shaoqing saw in the heavenly imperial court left Lu Yin in disbelief. He actually saw the great desolate scorching sky beast. Gui Shaoqing saw all sorts of astral beasts in the heavenly imperial court. Sometimes he would look down at the sky and watch the astral beasts develop, kill and evolve. Sometimes he would become a star. The astral beasts would fight with the astral beasts and compete for resources. He had experienced countless battles and seen the vicissitudes of time. One of them was the great desolate scorching sky beast. The great desolate scorching sky beast was an astral beast in the Xuanhuan universe. It had been the ruler of the universe ever since Hunji had left. It was only when the progenitor and eternity had joined forces to kill the strongest beast that the human era had begun. The great desolate scorching sky beast had never appeared in the spiritualized universe. In the heavenly imperial court, Lu Yin had also confirmed through Huamani and Wu Wei's memories that it had never appeared before. Then where had the great desolate scorching sky beast in the heavenly imperial court come from? It wasn't real but rather a remnant memory or consciousness. It was like a broken world, but it wasn't a broken world. It could allow those who entered the heavenly imperial court to experience something, just like the memories of the universe. But this was the heavenly imperial court, so where did the memories of the Xuanhuan universe come from? Gui Shaoqing had actually seen the great desolate scorching sky beast, which was something that Lu Yin had never expected. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's control over Gui Shaoqing's body froze, and his eyes flickered. Was that Hunji? What's wrong? An old voice came from the old leader. Gui Shaoqing's sudden stop attracted the attention of the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Lu Yin wasn't worried about being seen through. If it had been when he had just left the Xuanhuan universe, then his consciousness might have been seen through, but it was impossible now. His consciousness was stronger than most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, and could even be considered the strongest. Nothing, I just thought of a possibility. What possibility? The old leader asked. Gui Shaoqing said, do you think that the Yu Sang sky in the reboot is really Yu Sang sky? The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other in astonishment. They were all in human form, and there were even women among them who were extremely beautiful. It's impossible for a peak powerhouse to appear in the spiritualized universe for no reason. How could he not have been here before? Gui Shaoqing asked, raising Xingju's guess. The old leader said, don't worry, Yu Sang sky is on the reboot battleship. As for this powerhouse that suddenly appeared, we don't need to know who he is for now. Once we deal with Yu Sang sky, we'll find the people we planted in the spiritualized universe and ask them. We don't want to ask now because we don't want to complicate matters. Gui Shaoqing nodded, let's go. The 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators continued towards the boundless universe. Lu Yin had already exited the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He found the primogenitor and told him what had happened. The primogenitor asked, what do you want to do? I want to go to the Earth realm and enter the heavenly imperial palace. Lu Yin was certain that if he had been interested in the heavenly imperial palace before because of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators and Yu Sang sky, then now it was because of Gui Shaoqing's memories. The heavenly imperial palace actually contained the memories of Hunji and the great desolate scorching sky beast. How could the Xuanhuan universe's memories be in the heavenly imperial palace? He had to get to the bottom of this. The primogenitor nodded, all right, be careful. Don't fight Yu Sang sky head on if you encounter him. Lu Yin left the primogenitor to deal with the boundless universe. With the primogenitor and the other experts of the boundless universe, even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would not be able to kill them easily. Moreover, they only wanted to use the boundless universe to stall for time. Compared to the threat of the boundless universe, Yu Sang's sky was more important. Lu Yin avoided the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators' path and circled towards the Earth realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3690. Several days later, the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon powerhouses arrived and looked at the huge boundless in the distance. We've never seen this battleship before, but it might be a trump card of the spiritualized universe. Everyone attack. The endless path used one's consciousness to extend another's. Once this path appeared, it would be very difficult to break through. The Hui ancestor had been able to break through because He Wuxian's consciousness wasn't that strong and hadn't reached the level of transcendence. Now, with the old chief and the other powerhouses attacking, Lu Yin could only break through if he was in boundless and joined forces with the progenitor and the others. This was even after he had absorbed Xingju's consciousness. Now that Lu Yin had left, boundless could only stay in place, unable to move. On the other side, Lu Yin also saw the realm of Earth. The realm of Earth was the most secretive place in the consciousness universe, the place where the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses hid. It was a piece of land shrouded in moonlight, the mottled shadows of trees swaying in the wind, and white dandelion seeds scattered in the sky. It was beautiful and quiet. The winding path extended for an unknown distance, and yellow flowers grew on both sides. Even further away there was a waterfall, a mountain range, a crescent moon, white clouds, and specks of starlight. The wind brought about the chirping of cicadas, and under the stream, fish jumped, splashing water onto the grass, making it seem even greener. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like the realm of Earth. It was more like a paradise. However, this place was the Earth of Intent realm. It was also the only broken world that had color. Only the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses could enter. Lu Yin looked at the realm of Earth from afar. From Wu Wei's memories, he knew that Yu Sang Tian had almost found the realm of Earth. During that battle, the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses had surrounded Yu Sang Tian, not to kill him, but to give the realm of Earth time to migrate. The realm of Earth wasn't fixed, and once it was found, it would migrate. This was the only broken world that could be migrated on its own accord. At this moment, there was another 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouse in the realm of Earth named Frostblade. He was recognized as an existence second only to the old chief, and the other 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses recognized his status in terms of age and consciousness strength. This was also the reason why Frostblade could oversee the realm of Earth. Lu Yin could enter the realm of Earth, but to enter the heavenly imperial court, he had to overcome Frostblade. This battle wouldn't be easy. Even if he believes that the strength of his consciousness is stronger than Frostblade, but in the way of using consciousness, each of the 13 celestial phenomenon has its own strengths. Huamani's fear of Frostblade affected Lu Yin, and he started thinking about how to enter. If Yu Sang Tian really used Boundless to lure the 13 heavenly phenomenon away, he would also be thinking about how to deal with Frostblade at this moment. Just as he was thinking of this, in the distance, a huge shadow smashed into the Earth Intent realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Xuanhuan? In the distance, Xuanhuan was being thrown into the Earth realm by a terrifying force. He couldn't even turn around. Seeing that he was being thrown into the Earth realm, he couldn't help but curse, "Yu Sang Tian, you despicable bastard." Boom! Even though the Earth Intent realm was huge, Xuanhuang's power wasn't weak either. Especially since this was a broken world, once it was shaken, the entire broken world would be shaken. However, there was no danger in this broken world. It was just that the scenery was too beautiful. Xuanhuang smashed into the ground, shaking the Earth realm and attracting Frostblade's attention. Xuangdao was a burly man with a long blade in his hand. He stood up abruptly and looked in Xuanhuang's direction. The restarting battleship hadn't reached the Earth realm yet, and Old Head and the rest had left. Xuanhuang rubbed his hands. He stood up and looked around. Other than the beautiful scenery, there was nothing else. Not far away there was a stream. Fish jumped out of the water and splashed onto him. He looked outside the Earth realm. In that direction, there was a pair of eyes staring at him with deterrence and killing intent. Xuanhuang wanted to say something but couldn't. At this time, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. The sound of thunder instantly changed the scenery of the Earth realm, bringing with it a strong killing intent. Spiritualized universe, damn you. Xuanhuang gritted his teeth. The consciousness said, "You're the one who wants to die. Xuanhuang will kill you." Xuangdao's eyes widened. Xuanhuang? So it was him. Xuanhuan's name resounded throughout the consciousness and spiritualized universes. In the spiritualized universe, he was the 8-star dark spirit that everyone wanted to kill. In the consciousness universe, he was also the Dooku AI expert that the 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to kill. Good timing. Xuangdao shouted. He had wanted to fight Xuanhuan for a long time. Consciousness beings took the initiative to turn into human form. Although they had no emotions, they had the will to fight. Xuangdao was the strongest. The consciousness pressed down. Xuanhuan didn't want to fight, but Xianxia forced him to lure Xuangdao away. There must be something that he didn't want to know. He could only fight Xuangdao, but only for a short while. He didn't want to be surrounded by the 13 celestial phenomenon. The earth cracked. The moonlight was covered. The sky was turned upside down. Under the consciousness, Xuanhuan resisted. He roared at the sky. A black light beam shot up from below, breaking the void. A figure jumped down from the stars. In his hand, a sharp blade slashed at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan raised his claws. Black gravity covered his claws and clashed with the blade. Bang! A loud sound spread. Xuanhuan was pressed into the ground. This blade didn't just slash at his body but also at his consciousness. Xuanhuan's pupils dilated. He clenched his claws and threw the blade away. The huge force pushed Xuangdao away. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light beam. It pierced through the void and destroyed it. Xuangdao narrowly avoided it. He swept past the black light beam and slashed, blade sky snow. The blade slashed down. Snowflakes filled the sky and froze Xuanhuan. The blade followed the snowflakes and slashed down again, reflecting the cold light. Outside of Earth, Luin was shocked. What a powerful consciousness-type battle technique. This was no longer just a method of application. It was similar to Wu Wei's God Sword. This attack could freeze a person's consciousness, and it could stop Xuanhuan's thoughts. Any consciousness would have been killed instantly. The two had only fought for an instant, but it was enough to bury an ordinary powerhouse. Xuangdao was indeed a consciousness-type lifeform. Even Xuanhuan was suppressed by his blade. On the other side, Xianxia didn't even look at the battle. He headed towards the depths of Earth. Luin stepped forward, wanting to enter as well. However, he couldn't be too fast. He had to avoid Xianxia. If he was detected, he might not be able to enter Tian Tower. Frost Knife's blade slashed down and cut the frozen Xuanhuan in half. However, there was no blood spilling out. Only a mirror shattered. World's Edge Mirror. Xuanhuan's cultivation of sequence rules had reached the level of a deified sequence power. With this move, he could escape from the spiritualized universe if he wanted to. It was difficult to catch him. Not far away, Xuanhuan panted, looking at Xuangdao with lingering fear. This guy's consciousness was so strong that even he couldn't withstand that attack. Xuangdao turned around and looked at Xuanhuan. "Why are you here?" Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. "Then I'll leave. I'll leave." He turned to run. Xuangdao froze and attacked with his consciousness. Running? How could it be so easy? He hadn't noticed that Xianxia had already entered Earth. To the consciousness-type lifeforms, Xianxia shouldn't have known that there was a trap in Earth, and he definitely wouldn't have thought that the 13 Celestials would deal with Wu Jiang. They had the initiative, but in reality, the initiative was just a passive one given to them by Xianxia. Xuanhuan had already completed his mission and was about to use the World's Edge Mirror to escape. Xuangdao's consciousness couldn't stop him. However, something unexpected happened. The World's Edge Mirror shattered. Xuanhuan was stunned. He could withstand Xuangdao's consciousness, but he couldn't break the World's Edge Mirror. What had truly shattered the mirror was a gust of wind from a finger. He turned to look in a certain direction, where he vaguely saw a familiar figure pass by. It was Luin, yet another shameless bastard. Behind him, Xuangdao slashed at him again. Xuanhuan could only grit his teeth and resist. The World's Edge Mirror had been shattered twice, wasting too many particles. It wouldn't be easy to use it again. Those two bastards were definitely up to something in Earth, using him as bait. No, he couldn't let them get away with it. If it was only Xianxia using him as bait, he could only accept it. Now that Luin was involved, he didn't hesitate to betray them. Xuangdao, someone slipped in. Xuangdao looked towards the depths of Earth and his expression changed. Not good. He gave up on Xuanhuan and headed deeper. Xuanhuan panted heavily. He had wanted to leave, but after some thought he decided to follow. There would definitely be great benefits there and he had to take a share. He was the most virtuous person in the 3 universes. The wind blew past the catkins and brushed through the grass, stopping in front of a large tree and knocking on the door of a thatched cottage. The cottage was surrounded by a fence and it was quiet and secluded. Lu Yin arrived outside the cottage in a single step, then took another step into the cottage without hesitation. Inside this thatched cottage was the heavenly imperial court. No one would have thought that the greatest secret of the consciousness universe was this cottage. Even if an outsider entered the Earth realm, they wouldn't have thought of it. Lu Yin had relied on Wu Wei and Hua Mani's memories to find out, but he was curious as to how Xianxia had found out. Xianxia had also charged into the cottage without hesitation, so he must have known beforehand that this was Tian Tower. As he stepped into the cottage, he was greeted by a dim light. Gray air flowed around him and occasionally cloud-shaped objects floated by. Lu Yin felt like he had entered space, but it wasn't space. He frowned. This was not what Wu Wei and the others remembered. Wu Wei, Hua Mani, Gui Shaoqing, and the others had appeared at the bottom of the cliff as soon as they had entered the cottage. They had looked up at the faintly discernible palace on the cliff. It seemed close, but it was impossible to reach. Why had he appeared here? Where was Xianxia? Where was he? The gray air flowed around his finger, and his surroundings instantly changed. It was as if countless memories had appeared that did not belong to him, but they also seemed to belong to him. He saw the chaos of the universe, the passage of time, the destruction of planets, and the origin of life. These memories were so profound that he felt like he was hallucinating. Who was he? What had he experienced? For a moment he couldn't differentiate between illusion and reality. Lu Yin waved a hand and shook off the gray air, his eyes filled with apprehension. For him to be unable to differentiate between illusion and reality meant that this gray air was not as simple as a memory. Even if it was a memory, whose memory was it? Was it someone? A creature? Or a universe? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3691. Gui Shaoqing saw the great desolate skyfire beast in chaos. Those were creatures from the Tianyuan universe, so how could they be here? A gray stream floated past him and Lu Yin raised a hand to touch it, but then stopped. He looked around and saw that the darkness was boundless. It felt like rolling possession into a dark space, but it was also different. Consciousness life forms had appeared directly below the precipice, so why hadn't he? Was it because he wasn't from the consciousness universe? As he thought about it, a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the karma spiral shot towards the gray stream. He wanted to see what kind of karma existed here. If there were memories, then there would be karma, and he wanted to know who this karma belonged to. The karma spiral pierced through the gray stream in the blink of an eye, scattering it before spreading out in all directions. Lu Yin twisted the karma and continued to release it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed again, and he appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He saw a young man with a handsome face and bright eyes. He had a unique temperament and was aloof from the mortal world. He seemed so bright under the dark sky, so unapproachable. He was clearly just a young man. When he saw this young man, Lu Yin, or rather Tiang's memories, also saw the karma in the young man's hands. Karma danced in the young man's hands and it was very cheerful. Lu Yin did not know how to describe his feelings. This person was very young, probably around his age, and he had also grasped the way of karma. The smile on his face was relaxed, as if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him. Karma danced at his fingertips, and Lu Yin seemed to hear some sort of laughter. Lu Yin did not know why, but at that moment he felt complicated emotions. Was he jealous? Perhaps he was not jealous of this young man's control of karma, but rather of that smile. It was a smile that had seen all the beauty in the world. That purity was something that Lu Yin did not possess. That smile was even more dazzling than the light. It was enough to sting any cultivator. The most precious thing in the world was not a powerful battle technique, nor was it comprehending any power that could allow one to step into eternal life. Instead, it was beauty. The world's beauty had always been there. Darkness covered the universe, but it could not cover up that beauty. That beauty was truly enviable. Lu Shaoxian had once enjoyed that beauty as well. He had a carefree smile and eaten to his heart's content. He had the closest family, the best brothers, the most beloved woman, and the strongest cultivation talent. He had possessed all the beauty in the world. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin realized that he wanted to return to those simple days of the past. He wanted to be like this young man who could fill karma with laughter. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. Lu Shaoxian was Lu Shaoxian, and Lu Yin was Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxuan's beautiful memories were just memories, while Lu Yin was reality. He was born as Lu Xiaoxian, carefree and carefree. He would continue to be Lu Yin, tempering himself in reality. What he pursued was still Lu Xiaoxuan's freedom. This beauty would never be exchanged for another lifetime. Who would protect his family and friends? Who would protect the Tianyuan cosmos? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect his family and friends? Someone had to be sacrificed. What this young man had obtained was built upon sacrifices. He had seen the beauty of the world and comprehended the Tao of karma at such a young age. How enviable. Time passed, and Lu Yin felt as if he had been watching that young man all this time. He watched as that young man had also experienced hardships, hesitation, and the separation between life and death. In the end, that smile had disappeared. The envious smile became an eternal memory, but it would never appear again. Was it Lu Yin himself who was watching that young man, or was it the universe that was watching him? He watched as that young man became older, and that smile disappeared from his eyes for a very long time. He also watched as that young man's cultivation of the Tao of karma became more and more profound, enlightening Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know where that person was now, but he was certain that this person had been born far before him. If this person was still alive, then his control of the Tao of karma was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. After an unknown number of years, Lu Yin felt as if he had experienced those years, but it also felt as if they had not happened at all. He became increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. On this day he heard that young man, no, that middle-aged man, use karma to cover the sky. Karma phenomenon. Endless karma filled the sky, and Lu Yin was shocked. This karma far surpassed his own. Compared to his heavenly Tao of karma, this karma phenomenon could easily cover and crush everything. At that moment, something unexpected happened to the karma phenomenon. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky. Oh, who's obstructing me? The voice came from Lu Yin's side, but it was not him. What a pity. What a pity. Who are you? What's so pitiful about it? The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. It was obvious that he was shocked at this moment, as if no one should be able to spy on him or even destroy his karma phenomenon. Your path has gone astray. What a pity. I thought that I would be able to give birth to a companion through that beauty. What a pity, what a pity. Who is it? The middle-aged man attacked, shaking the heavens and earth as he unleashed a world-shaking attack. Lu Yin could clearly see that this attack surpassed all the powerhouses that he knew of. It was difficult to estimate just how strong this person's cultivation was. However, his vision changed again and the middle-aged man disappeared. Lu Yin saw another person, this one a young man. However, compared to the previous person's smile, this young man's gaze was deeper. Lu Yin could see a shadow of himself in this young man. This young man had also comprehended the Tao of karma, but he was still far from Lu Yin's level. Lu Yin did not see beauty in this person but rather darkness. This young man had too many hidden things in his eyes, and he thought of himself. Was he the same in other people's eyes? This time, the memory did not observe him for a long period of time. Instead, it gave him pointers. It did not give him pointers on the Tao of karma. Instead, it gave him pointers on the young man's mindset, heart, and yearning for the beauty of the universe. It seemed that this memory believed that beauty was the path to the future. This pointers caused the young man to scoff, and Lu Yin to feel disdain. Was this memory pure or ignorant? When a person was born in this world, other than the first few years of ignorance where they could do as they pleased, once they gained some understanding, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Beauty was only temporary, and eternal beauty would forever remain a fantasy. Humans had to see reality clearly. Actually, being born was already the most beautiful thing in the world. Battles, killing, separation, and a cruel past were enough to completely change a person. If one did not want to change, then they would have to be a madman. The memory's pointers had completely failed. What a pity. You could have had a beautiful future and become my companion. You would not have been so lonely. What a pity, what a pity. The young man now seemed to have aged. He knelt in the sky and begged, I can't do it. I can't be as beautiful as you think. I can't change myself. Please give me another chance. I want to be your disciple. I have great talent and will definitely succeed. Please. The memory's voice did not reply. No matter how the young man begged, 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the voice remained indifferent. You don't know anything, the young man shouted, pointing at the sky. Can you change my fate? You want me to feel beauty and have a pure heart. What about my enemies? What about my hatred? Can you change human greed? You can't do anything but you want me to change? You're playing with me. I won't give in. The memory changed and Luin saw a group of giant beasts galloping through the sky, constantly destroying the stars. Because he was a human, did the memories he saw first have to do with humans? Luin guessed that seeing the giant beasts now meant that humans no longer had any memories related to karma. Could these memories be like the river of time in the Mirage domain, where one could see the past with any kind of power? If that was the case, then would this be a different kind of river of time? But what was with that voice? Did the universe itself have a consciousness? It was not impossible, as this was the universe of consciousness, and it could also belong to a certain creature. If it was the latter, then the heavenly imperial court was similar to the river of time. In that case, could the river of time also be a creature's memories? As he thought about this, he saw an astral beast comprehending karma. The memory's voice seemed to want to find a companion, and it began to give guidance. However, his guidance still failed. Humans were greedy, and astral beasts also had their instincts and greed. Even if a creature could live forever, it was difficult to change their instincts. If a person stepped into eternal life, would they no longer have any emotions? Not necessarily. Perhaps after entering eternal life, there would be even more emotions, but no one knew. The memory's voice failed again and again, and it felt like the passage of time was constantly flowing. Luin was exhausted, as he had never thought that the universe would have so many beings who had comprehended the way of karma. Although this number was almost non-existent compared to all other cultivators, each experience was a long one, and it left him physically and mentally exhausted. The memory's voice was also tired. The memory changed again, and this time, Luin saw a blade of grass that was crisp and green. It sparkled under the splashes of water and it was very cute. It reminded him of a young sapling that was so pure. It seemed that the memory's voice had given up on living beings and instead chose plants, as it believed that plants were not too tied down and would be very beautiful. However, the plant had also failed. It had no emotions and yearned for beauty, but it had also lost its understanding of what was bad. Karma was a cause, and without that darkness, how could there be light? Luin looked forward to it again and again, but he also failed again and again. After countless years, he finally returned to the heavenly imperial court. Gray had just flowed past his eyes, and the karma spirals had shot out in all directions. It was as if all the memories related to karma had disappeared. Luin sighed. If his guess was correct, then he released his consciousness. Although Luin had experienced countless years in the memory, only an instant had passed in the outside world. At the same time, Frost Blade rushed into the cottage. Then Xuanhuan also rushed into the hut. He did not know what was inside, but he was prepared to escape at any time. After rushing into the cottage, he appeared in a dark space just like Luin, but he did not see Luin, xianxia, or Frost Blade. Behind him, a large gray stream swept past, and he opened his mouth to fire his cannon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3692. The beam of gravity swept past, attempting to penetrate the starry sky. However, the next moment his body moved and appeared in a foreign space. Just as he was about to look around, an indescribable chill descended upon him, causing his scalp to go numb. He looked up and gaped. What the f***ck? The universe's stars were collapsing, and his body was shattering. His organs were shaking and being squeezed. Xuanhuan knew this feeling very well. It was the pressure of gravity. How was this possible? Who could have such terrifying gravity to suppress him? He was Xuanhuan, a powerhouse second only to xianxia. He was unparalleled in the Tao of gravity, and no one had ever surpassed him. However, in this foreign space he, and even the universe itself, was being suppressed by gravity. The universe was about to be destroyed. Planets were shattered, celestial bodies were annihilated, and the void was collapsing. Everything was being crushed by gravity. Xuanhuan roared, unleashing his gravitational force, only to be flattened in the blink of an eye. There was no comparison. His resistance was futile. He felt his body being crushed into powder. He was going to die, he was really going to die. There's no need for this. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Xuanhuan's consciousness fainted, but he didn't know who had said it. On the other side, Luin released his consciousness, causing his surroundings to change. His body became weightless as he fell, but when he steadied himself, he looked around and found himself in a familiar place. Wuxialover, and the others remembered this place with 13 celestial bodies. This was a precipice that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters high. To cultivators, this height was meaningless as any cultivator could flatten it. However, here, cultivators were no different from ordinary people as they couldn't climb up. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw a palace above the precipice. It was faintly discernible, and it seemed to be surrounded by celestial energy. It was unreachable. Even with his current cultivation, he felt that it was difficult to climb. He tried to climb up the precipice, but it was as smooth as a mirror. His cultivation was useless here and he couldn't climb it at all. He was on the ground and the palace was in the sky. He knew that this was probably just a memory. If it was real, he would have tried to use the overturning heaven palm. In Wu Wei and the others' memories, as long as one stood here, they would quickly bear some sort of experience. Wu Wei's sword of heaven had come from this memory, and Gue Shaoqing's memories of the great desolate sky beast and chaos had also come from here. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Lu Yin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Frostblade? The person who came was Frostblade. As a consciousness life form, he came here after entering Etian, Quebec. When Lu Yin saw Frostblade, Frostblade also saw Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Frostblade asked loudly. He knew almost all the masters of the spiritualized universe. This person could enter Etian Tower while he was fighting with Miawu Huang. He was definitely a master of the same level, but he had no impression of this person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not too late to run now. Frostblade stared at Lu Yin and suddenly remembered something. His face darkened. "You're the expert who killed Xingju." His appearance was coarse, but that was a form he took on willingly. Those who could cultivate 13 celestial phenomenon were not stupid. For example, he could tolerate Miawu Huang rushing into the heavenly imperial palace without stopping him. He was in a hurry to stop others from entering because the consciousness universe could withstand the loss of Miawu Huang entering the heavenly imperial palace, but it could not withstand the loss of others, especially Yu Sang Tian. He was in a hurry to come in because he wanted to confirm who had entered Etian, Quebec. It could be said that he had analyzed the pros and cons in a very short time, so it was normal for him to guess Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin sized him up. "If you don't want to run, then stay." With that, he stepped forward and grabbed Frostblade. Frostblade did not know how strong Lu Yin was. He raised his blade and slashed. Arrogant. Xingju was good at survival, but he was good at killing. It was different. He did not know how desperate Xingju was when facing Lu Yin. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm hit the blade. Snowflakes filled the sky as Dao Tianxue fell. However, it did not affect Lu Yin at all. His consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's. His palm went along the blade and grabbed the back of the blade. His huge strength turned the blade around and slashed back under Frostblade's incredulous gaze. Elegant sun and moon. The blade tore through his skin and a trace of blood flowed down Frostblade's neck. He retreated by a hair's breadth and was almost beheaded. He had been careless. He did not expect Lu Yin to not only block Dao Tianxue's attack but also use his strength to snatch the blade. In just an instant he was completely defeated. He was on a completely different level from Miawu Huang. Lu Yin gave him the feeling that he was facing Yu Sang Tian. This human was extremely strong. Frostblade kept retreating as his consciousness bombarded him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he stepped forward to parallel time. He instantly penetrated Frostblade's consciousness, and his right hand reached out to grab Frostblade's neck. Frostblade saw through the parallel time and suddenly roared. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, flabbergasted. Frostblade used his consciousness to forcefully attack Lu Yin's. Even though Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's, Frostblade did not want to destroy Lu Yin's consciousness. Instead, he used a single point to forcefully confuse Lu Yin's consciousness, causing it to pause for a moment and misunderstand everything around him. It was only for a moment, but this method of using consciousness reflected Frostblade's characteristics. It was completely different from Xingju and Huamani. Frostblade used the moment of confusion to retreat again, his figure quickly disappearing. He did not dare to face Lu Yin directly. This was a monster comparable to Yu Sang Tian. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, boundless memories suddenly descended. He stopped in his tracks as the process of inheriting memories began. Only by inheriting memories could one become one of the 13 celestials. Wu Wei, Huamani, and the others had all experienced this, but Lu Yin wanted to know what memories he could see. The universe was still very mysterious, and there was more than one universe that had appeared. Since Etian could bestow memories of the Tianyuan universe, would it have memories of other universes as well? Soon Lu Yin saw the memories. This was a special civilization, or rather, a special life form. Their form, actions, and way of life were completely different from humans, and they could not cultivate. They were a very ordinary life form that could form a civilization. Lu Yin did not know why Tiang's memories were targeting them. Time had passed, and this civilization had been targeted for a very long time. Lu Yin was already numb to it. Fortunately, he had experienced the process of inheriting memories too many times. His Dai's 6 pips fused into someone else's body to inherit memories, and he was already very familiar with the process. Even if his consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, he could still inherit memories. Soon, Lu Yin moved and turned to look at the palace on the precipice. He had inherited memories, so he should be considered one of the 13 celestials in the consciousness universe. Even if the title was just a title, it was still only a title. Over the years, there had been no lack of sentient life forms that had failed and disappeared forever. Unfortunately, the memories he inherited did not contain any valuable information. They were just a group of life forms that continued to reproduce. They survived and developed their own civilization. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt that these memories might really be the memories of the universe. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to watch a group of ordinary life forms develop? The scene before him changed again, and Lu Yin knew that he was about to be pushed out of Tiangke. Wu Wei and the others were the same. They had been pushed out of Tiangke after inheriting the memories. Of course they could enter again, but they had to go through the process. Around him, space changed, and Lu Yin saw the door to the cottage and the tree outside. He also saw a pair of large eyes staring at him in disbelief. Xuanhuan? He had not expected to see Xuanhuan squatting there in a daze as soon as he was pushed out of Tiangke. Had he just gotten up from the ground? Behind Xuanhuan, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. It was the old head, the others, and Frostblade. Frostblade had notified them the moment he had seen Xuanhuan. Old head and the others had hurried back after using endless path on Xuanhuan, but they had still been too late. Xianxia had already entered. Lu Yin didn't know why Xianxia was so concerned about Tiangke, but he seemed to understand Quebec. Lu Yin stood at the entrance of the cottage while Xuanhuan squatted. The old head and the others saw them from afar, and their consciousnesses descended, pressing down on Lu Yin and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was still shocked by Lu Yin's sudden appearance. He looked back and was shocked. I'm going to die again. They're all enemies. He subconsciously wanted to charge into Tiangke, but he was met with a kick. Lu Yin kicked Xuanhuan's head. Go lure them away. Xuanhuan reacted quickly, allowing Lu Yin to kick him in the head. His skull cracked, but he grabbed Lu Yin's leg in the nick of time. Don't leave me behind, big bro ancestor. Lu Yin frowned and was about to exert more force. Xuanhuan shouted, I've seen the Toad clan before, they're terrifying. I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin looked up and blasted Xuanhuan with his consciousness, knocking him unconscious. This was the combined attack of several celestial phenomenon powerhouses. Lu Yin also swayed and dragged Xuanhuan into Tiangke. This scene shocked the old head and the others. This person had actually withstood their terrifying consciousness attacks? Who was he? Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Frostblade was the first to come out of the cottage, followed by Xuanhuan and Lu Yin. When Lu Yin came out, the old head and the others were rushing over. Everything happened in an instant, and other than Xuanhuan, who spoke a few words, no one else was able to communicate. Seeing Lu Yin bring Xuanhuan back to the cottage, the old head and the others entered the courtyard and landed under a tree. Frostblade was not far away. Frostblade's neck was still bleeding, and he was panting heavily. It was obvious that he had been through a battle, and there was still lingering fear in his eyes. He had a meticulousness that didn't match his appearance, and the battle with Lu Yin had made him deeply understand what it meant to be suppressed and defeated. Who is that person? Old Head looked at Frostblade and asked. The rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses looked at Frostblade. He hadn't been far from Lu Yin, but he hadn't attacked, which had made them unhappy. At this moment they looked at Frostblade seriously and found that his face was pale. Frostblade looked at the old head. Did you succeed? Of course, the old head replied. Frostblade was bitter. You definitely succeeded, but you also failed. What do you mean? The old head suddenly reacted and blurted out, is that the mysterious expert we're trying to delay? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3693. Shuang Dao nodded and sighed heavily. I fought with this person for a few rounds and was completely suppressed. I couldn't fight back at all. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died. He looked at Old Head. Strength, consciousness, time, battle instincts, everything was suppressed by this person. He is definitely at xianxia's level. These words made Old Head and the others' faces turn gloomy. They left the realm of the earth because they were afraid of this mysterious expert. They thought they had succeeded, but it was just a diversion. This person purposely lured us out and came to Etienne, Quebec. But how did he know about Etienne K? A lady spoke. She had a pleasant voice and was very crisp. Gui Shaoqing asked, "The other one is Xuanhuan, right? Why is he here?" Shuang Dao shook his head. Xuanhuan suddenly came and lured me away. Other than that mysterious expert, there should be someone else who went in. I don't know who it is. Xianxian. The only celestial phenomenon who didn't take the initiative to turn into a human, spoke. He was called Yi. He used to be arrogant and thought that the trap in the earth realm was enough to bury Xianxian, so he didn't take the initiative to turn into a human. But now this arrogance was much less. They didn't take the initiative. On the contrary, they were used because of this. Old Head looked at the thatched hut. How did Xianxian know that they went out? How did he find Etienne K? Why did the mysterious expert come to Etienne K? They were being used, and the prerequisite was to know their whereabouts. Xingjue's disappearance was the start. How did the spiritualized universe take the initiative? The only possibility was that there was a traitor among them. What do we do now? Xianxian should have avoided the trap and entered Etienne, Quebec. Let's wait here for him to come out. One of the 13 celestial phenomenon said. Old Head's gaze was gloomy. We can't wait. Let's go in. The most valuable thing in Etienne K is the palace on the cliff. They probably want to enter the palace. We have tried for so many years and failed. Entering the palace is not that easy. We will wait at the cliff and kill whoever comes, including Xianxian. Since he was sure that there was a traitor among them, how could he be passive? It was very likely that Xianxian already knew about the trap, so why would he step into it? There was no point in waiting, so he might as well take a gamble. The most important thing was that they had tried all these years to get close to the palace, but they were unable to do so. If Xianxian could get close, they could also take the opportunity to enter, and no one knew what they would get in the end. Based on what he knew, there might be a path to immortality in that palace. If he could achieve eternal life, spiritualized universes and consciousness universes would be nothing more than fleeting clouds. He would be able to make a comeback in an instant. Currently, there were 613 heavenly phenomenon ascendants in the consciousness universe. They had all entered the heavenly imperial palace and were about to surround and kill everyone who entered. 613 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. Even if they encountered Xianxian, they would still be able to kill him. This was originally one of the traps. Initial evolution. At the same time, Xuanhuan was looking around in the Etienne palace. Where did that immoral bastard go? Wasn't he the one who dragged her in? Entering the heavenly imperial palace, the two of them were automatically separated. This result made Xuanhuan both happy and worried. He didn't know what had happened before the gravity crushed him and he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yin and a few 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts chasing after him. That consciousness was too terrifying. He had no choice but to enter and avoid being surrounded by 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. But what was going on here? This time he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked around and didn't even dare to turn his head, afraid that he would see or experience something else. He would rather be threatened by Lu Yin than be alone. He was most worried that Lu Yin and Xianxian would abandon him and leave him to face 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts alone. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, but he didn't dare to move. How many years had it been since he'd felt this aggrieved? Gray energy streaked past and wrapped around his arm. He then saw memories of all sorts of vicissitudes. On the other side, Lu Yin hadn't expected to be separated from Xuanhuan either. He could choose to save Xuanhuan, but it wasn't a bad thing to learn about the toads. He was growing more and more curious about the star toads. The star toads were too weak, pitifully weak. They were clearly at the bitter adversity realm, but they lacked the power to do so. It gave Lu Yin the feeling that they had been passively raised to the bitter adversity realm. This feeling led to a guess. Did the star toads cultivate on their own? Could it be that this race could passively reach a certain level? Although this conjecture was inconceivable, it was still a possibility no matter how inconceivable it was. Could there be creatures in the universe that could reach the bitter adversity realm as long as they were alive? Impossible. Normal people knew that this was impossible. Otherwise, it would be beyond common sense. Lu Yin believed that even an eternal realm expert like Grandmaster Grass would find it inconceivable. No matter how powerful the Ninth Firmament universe was, it was impossible for such a creature to exist. The Ninth Firmament universe was one of the most powerful universes Lu Yin had ever seen. Even xianxia of the insectoid nest could only reach this level, and that was only because she had an eternal realm expert like the immortal master backing her. The real reason for Lu Yin's guess was that the star toads were toads. There should be many toads and they could change color. Sometimes, the mysteries of the cultivation world could be found in the habits of the most ordinary creatures. Even if a person cultivated to the eternal realm, they could not escape their human nature. The same was true for other creatures. Tian K's memories had placed his hopes on the plants, but unfortunately, the plants had failed because of their own habits. If there really was a race of star toads, then it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Xuanhuan could give him an answer, but Xuanhuan was separated from him. Looking at the darkness around him, Lu Yin did not know what to do. He had seen countless memories here and he could feel the passage of time. The only way out was to send out his consciousness and appear at the bottom of the cliff, where he could leave. However, Old Chief and the others had arrived. If he were them, he would definitely gather at the bottom of the cliff and kill anyone who went there. As long as the cliff was the only way out of the Etian Quebec, Lu Yin did not go to the bottom of the cliff. He had guessed that Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators would surround and kill him, but the cliff still welcomed someone, Xianxia. Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators entered the Etian K and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They spread out in 6 different directions ready to attack at any time. Not long after Xianxia appeared. The moment he appeared at the bottom of the cliff, he suddenly looked in one direction where Old Chief was. Attack! Old Chief barked. His consciousness distorted in the void, transforming into chains that sealed off the area. Xianxia frowned and took out Boulder's foundation to crush the consciousness. As it rotated, the chains formed by his consciousness were all torn apart. You're all courting death. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked from all directions. Frost Blade faced Blade Sky Snow, but the blade did not completely descend. Instead, it froze in the void, perpendicular to the ice. Xianxia had become wary of Lu Yin, and it was best to stay away from such an expert. Behind Xianxia was Gui Shaoqing. Gui Shaoqing's consciousness surged, transforming into a ripple that charged towards Xianxia's back. Consciousnesses appeared from other directions as well. Xianxia slammed his palm onto Boulder's foundation. His heart was like a boulder, capable of changing the universe. The consciousnesses around him instantly scattered, and Xianxia attacked Old Chief with his other hand, parting the clouds. Old Chief's expression changed and he pointed out, condensing a sword in the void, Azure Sword. The great sky-split disc above Xianxia's head smashed down. Boom! The Azure Sword was shattered by the clouds, and Xianxia took a step back. Old Chief's consciousness was extremely powerful, and if not for his boulder's foundation he would not have been able to withstand it. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had surpassed the previous battle. The great sky-split disc descended, and Xianxia pushed his boulder's foundation against it. Xianxia flung out his robes, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. He charged towards Gui Shaoqing, his body flickering. His aura increased with each flicker. Gui Shaoqing's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable coldness enveloped him. The shadow of death descended. He gritted his teeth, and his consciousness condensed into an astral beast. It was chaos. Chaos opened its mouth, and his consciousness completely retracted before attacking Xianxia. Xianxia blasted out with his palm, but before he could complete his attack, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the corner started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Success. He controlled chaos for an instant. And in that instant, the consciousness of chaos slammed into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes went slack. This attack didn't attack his physical body, but his consciousness. When the consciousness slammed into Xianxia would subconsciously resist it. Gui Shaoqing's goal wasn't to destroy Xianxia's consciousness, but to create a momentary blankness in Xianxia's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a frost blade appeared, slashing towards Xianxia's back. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared at the same time, and with a flick of their fingers, they pierced towards the back of Xianxia's head. 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time. Even with his boulder's foundation, Xianxia found it hard to resist. However, Dao Tianshui missed. The woman's finger pierced through Xianxia's body, and her expression drastically changed. "Where is he?" "Behind." Old Chief shouted. Xianxia's body distorted, as though he was an illusion, formless and formless. Bang! Bang! The frost blade and the woman's 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were sent flying at the same time. Boom! Old Chief shouted. All the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time, and their consciousnesses completely covered the precipice. But this attack was blocked by the boulder's foundation. Xianxia's gaze was cold. The boulder's foundation was ranked third in the spiritualized universe, and it was the nemesis of consciousnesses. It was almost invincible in his hands and no consciousnesses could break through it. So what if you have 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators? Today I will kill all of you. After he finished speaking, he faced Yu Yi with a single palm. Among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators present, he was the only one who hadn't attacked. Yi didn't take any form. In Xianxia's eyes, his form wasn't important. What was important was to kill him. "Old Chief!" Yu Yi exclaimed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3694. The old man's expression darkened. "Xianhuan, how long are you going to hide?" Xianhuan was the woman with 13 celestial phenomenon. When she heard the old man's words, her face paled. She raised her hand and pointed once more, this time with a sword. "Sword of the firmament." The old man raised his hand at the same time. "Sword of the firmament." Two streaks of sword intent shot towards Xianxia from both sides. Xianxia's expression changed. He didn't care about a single sword intent, but two at the same time posed a threat to him. This was no ordinary battle technique. A battle technique that used one's consciousness to drive the sword intent was similar to the battle technique that Lu Yin had learned from Wu Wei. It was called the Sword of the Firmament, and the two streaks of sword intent in front of him came from the same source. Xianxia's robe swept towards the two streaks of sword intent, but it was pierced through and dissipated at the same time. The old man looked up. Great Unity Lock. As soon as he spoke, the consciousness that filled the void suddenly trembled. Xianxia's body swayed, and his pupils dilated once more. There was deep shock in his eyes, he couldn't block it. What kind of consciousness battle technique was this? Now's the time. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators all acted. The boulder's foundation suddenly descended and floated above Xianxia, blocking all of the consciousness attacks. Although it trembled continuously, it protected Xianxia. Xianxia looked up at the old man. "You've hidden your strength well." The old man took a deep breath. "Xianxia, it's time to end today." He then fully released his consciousness for the first time. As the oldest consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, no one knew how terrifying the old man's consciousness was. Today they all saw it for themselves. It was close to the strength of 3 or even 4 cosmic realm consciousnesses. This consciousness overturned the boulder's foundation and shocked Gui Shaoqing, Frost Blade, and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. The strength of the old man's consciousness had exceeded his expectations. The old man's consciousness could stand at Xianxia's level, and he was now using his full strength. World Lock. A loud voice reverberated through the precipice. The old man faced Xianxia and pressed down with both palms. It was as though there was an invisible lock that locked down the void, locked down time, and locked down the external perception of all living creatures. The other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had never seen this move before, just like how they didn't know that Xianhuan had the Kangang sword. In this battle they had used all their hidden techniques to kill Xianxia. Under the heaven and earth lock, the old head was confident that even Xianxia's eternal thought would be useless. The boulder foundation was lifted. Xianxia looked up. The feeling of being sealed was infinitely close. His consciousness, thoughts, wisdom and cognition were all sealed in an instant. This was not a method used to cross the bitter adversity. This was the method of the eternal life realm. A ray of brilliance illuminated the precipice like an eternally inextinguishable resplendence. It broke through the darkness from bottom to top, penetrating the vault of heaven and the void. In the end, it turned into fireworks and scattered, illuminating the faces of the old chief and the others. The heaven and earth lock was broken. Xianxia stood in place and looked up at the fireworks. Don't you think it's beautiful? The most beautiful light shines in the darkest place. The old chief stared blankly at Xianxia. You? Xianxia turned to look at the old chief and smiled. Good technique. It's very close to the power of the eternal life realm, but it doesn't belong to the eternal life realm after all. I admit that you are qualified to fight me, but you underestimate the Boulder Foundation and eternal thought. That ray of brilliance came from eternal thought and also from the convergence of the Boulder Foundation's endless and majestic sequence particles. Stars move, only the Boulder Foundation remains unshakable. Seas turn into mulberry fields, only eternity remains unchangeable. Xianxia had it all. Regardless of the wind and rain of heaven and earth, eternal thought. Wasn't this also a method of the eternal life realm? Looking at the shocked expressions of the old chief and the others, Xianxia was about to make a move. Suddenly, memories flooded in. The old chief's eyes widened and he immediately made his move. The celestial sword slashed out, and Xianxia struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the celestial sword disappeared and pierced through Xianxia's palm, piercing into his body. Yi made his move. This was his method of using consciousness. Unlike the other celestial phenomenon cultivators who constantly condensed their consciousnesses, he constantly thinned them to create an absolute control space. Within this space he could bring about some changes. For example, he could accelerate the celestial sword to the point where Xianxia couldn't react in time. Although it wasn't a killing technique, it could be used in conjunction with any of the celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was an indispensable part of the trap to kill Xianxia. This part was useful. This was also the reason why he was so arrogant. If it weren't for the memories, Xianxia wouldn't have any flaws. This flaw wasn't created by the celestial phenomenon cultivators, but by the heavenly imperial court. After being struck, the old chief yelled, "Attack!" Xianxia felt dizzy. He could bear the memories, but it wasn't easy. His consciousness wasn't below the old chief's, but it wasn't at Lu Yin's level either. Seeing the celestial phenomenon cultivators surround him, he raised his hand, and the brilliance appeared once more. The old chief and the others hurriedly dodged. None of them wanted to die under a thought. 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators had once tried to kill Xianxia, and 2 of them had died under a thought. This scene had left a deep impression on them. However, Xianxia's attack wasn't aimed at them, but at the precipice. The brilliance was like a shooting star, constantly approaching the precipice. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously looked over, but they couldn't get close to the precipice. The surrounding precipice was as smooth as a mirror, and it was difficult to climb. The higher the precipice, the more it was like a mirror. It was no longer a problem of climbing, but rather they couldn't touch it. It was as if it was infinitely far away from them. It wasn't just space but also time. Even if the brilliance was truly a thought, unless Xianxia himself reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be able to get close to the precipice. However, the result was unexpected. The brilliance of a thought struck the precipice. Although it was still some distance away from the palace, it really did hit the precipice. This was something the old chief and the others had tried for countless years, but to no avail. But now Xianxia had done it. At this moment they didn't make a move. They all looked at the precipice. Over there, as a thought struck, ripples appeared in the void. Then it was torn apart, revealing a group of people. A group of people who were originally smiling, but their smiles gradually froze. On the other hand, the old chief and the others looked at the precipice as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be people there? Xianxia's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised. A voice came from the precipice. Hey, what's going on? Why were you seen? Are you kidding? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be seen? That's what my grandfather said too. What was that just now? What a beautiful brilliance. Beautiful? Try touching it. I guarantee that you'll die immediately. How do you know? Why don't you see who shot out that brilliance? You know him? Humph. The discussion of the group woke the old chief up. They even forgot about Xianxia. They stared blankly at the precipice. Who is it? This scene was too shocking and too strange. It was as if the world had suddenly become unfamiliar. The world that they knew was just a toy in the eyes of others. How could they accept this? How many years had it been? How many powerful consciousness beings had entered heavenly imperial palace but couldn't climb the precipice? Now, a group of people had appeared on the precipice and looked at them as if they were looking at a joke. They still couldn't see that group of people. What was their past? What was their past experience? The old chief had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace countless times and tried to climb the precipice. How many people had seen this scene? Those people were very young. It was impossible that they were stronger than him. But what was going on? On the precipice, at the front of the group of people, was a woman. Her face was cold and beautiful. When they were exposed, she stared at xianxia. A mere inferior being who had been blessed had exposed them. So what if he was the inferior god? This position was always reserved for people from the spiritualized universe, whether it was this person or someone else. The ninth heaven universe was already dissatisfied with this person, but this person still dared to expose their existence. But how did this person do it? Why did he know the secret of Heavenly Imperial Palace? Why did he have the ability to expose their existence? According to the records, above and below the precipice were two different worlds. Even the inferior god couldn't cross over. How did he do it? Below the cliff, xianxia was also looking at the woman. He had never seen her before, but since she was able to appear here, her background was definitely not simple. She looked down on the spiritualized universe, which was perfect. Now that she had been exposed, she would have to bear a great sin. Looking at the woman's hateful gaze, xianxia slowly retreated. The old chief turned to look for xianxia. He wanted to know where these people came from and what was going on with Heavenly Imperial Palace. The secret belonged to the consciousness universe. Why did it seem like it didn't belong to them at all? But xianxia had already left. Who are you people? Frostblade shouted and looked at the precipice. On the precipice, the group of people laughed and talked. They didn't know how serious the exposure was, but they didn't need to bear the responsibility. They had followed along to gain experience. Only the woman at the front would bear the responsibility. The woman looked below the precipice and ignored them. They were just consciousness beings. If it wasn't for the superior god's order, the consciousness universe would have ceased to exist. Originally, they could have stayed and watched a good show. Now that they were exposed, the only fun was gone. The woman looked at the opposite side. There was more than one side of the cliff, but it was surrounded by an arc-old head and the others could only see the woman's side, but the woman could see another group of people. That group of people was led by a man, and they looked at her with ridicule and schadenfreude. The woman narrowed her eyes and suddenly attacked. The void was distorted and rippled, spreading to the other side of the precipice. The man's expression changed. "You're crazy. If you want to see, let's see together." The woman sneered. The man gritted his teeth. "Crazy woman." As his voice fell, the precipice opened like a curtain, exposing them. The old chief and the others stared blankly. There was another group of people? One day, when the sky in the eyes of ordinary people was torn apart, revealing a pair of eyes, that person's understanding of the world would completely collapse. No matter how high the old chief and the others' cultivation was, at this moment, their understanding of the world collapsed. They stared blankly at the two groups of people on the precipice, like ants looking up at the sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3695. Who the hell are you? Shuang Dao shouted. His consciousness turned into a blade and slashed at the cliff. Gui Shaoqing and Shiwen both made their moves, especially Shiwen, whose Zhongcang sword was even faster than the saber. Although the precipice was close at hand, it was actually far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch it. Everything was fake. It was xianxia's trick. Lan Huifeng muttered to himself and looked at the cliff. It's all fake. The old leader stared at the people on the cliff. Their eyes were full of mockery and ridicule. They looked at them as if they were ants. Was it real? It was useless. They tried too many times, but they couldn't touch the cliff. It was the top of the sky. There seemed to be a distance, but in fact there was no distance. How did xianxia touch it? On the cliff, the young people laughed. Look at these bodies of consciousness. They are so stupid. This is not something they can touch. Don't underestimate them. If you and I weren't here, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. They can make you faint with just one consciousness. We will surpass them sooner or later. We are not on the same level as them. The leading woman stared at the bottom and turned to walk toward the palace. Follow them. The young people laughed at the bottom of the cliff and followed closely. There was also a group of young people on the opposite side. They were exposed in the eyes of the old leader. Like the young people who led the woman, they looked down on the old leader and the other consciousness beings. Although it's exposed, it's also a kind of fun, isn't it? A woman laughed. Her words were full of arrogance. Someone next to her said, I really want to catch 2 of them back. The power of consciousness is also something we can cultivate. It's not easy to cultivate consciousness. I advise you not to underestimate these bodies of consciousness. If you know who they are fighting. Oh? Oh. Xianxia. The leading man's voice resounded on the cliff. Most of the young people were surprised. Xianxia? The spiritualized god of defense of the universe? It's him. No wonder he could hit the cliff. I was wondering why he looked familiar. I've seen the statue of the god of defense. Since he is the god of defense, he should listen to the jianghu universe. Why did he break the cliff? This Xianxia is as uncontrollable as the rumors say. I heard that the god of defense of the moon cliff has been dissatisfied with him. Not only is the god of defense, even the god of defense is dissatisfied. It's good to make him disappear. The man in the lead frowned. Although Xianxia had been bestowed with grace, he was still a top-notch expert. He had once defeated Ru Shi, who was also a lesser god of defense, causing the Ru family to have no choice but to hand over the Ru family's true scripture to protect themselves. This kind of expert was not easy to deal with unless a superior god of defense acted. How? This should not be something that a cultivator from the spiritualized universe should know. Moreover, he had actually touched the precipice and created a second path. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the other side of the cliff. The woman was walking closer to the palace and she was also looking at him. They had once looked down on the world like these young people. Even if their cultivation was low, they still looked down on spiritualized universes and consciousness universes. But the more they cultivated, the more they realized that being high up wasn't something one was born with. It wasn't based on one's position but on one's own strength. For Xianxia, even though he was looking up from below, he was still looking down on them. He hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Above and below the cliff were 2 different worlds. No matter how Frostblade and the others shouted, no one on the cliff answered. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't touch the cliff. They could only watch as the 2 groups of people walked toward the palace, the place they had yearned for countless years. They had thought that these 2 were the top powerhouses of their universes, second only to the Eternal Realm and Xianxia. But now their understanding was shattered. Other than the old chief and Xianxia, there was another person who saw this scene. Lu Yin. After Lu Yin brought xuanhuan back to the heavenly imperial palace, he didn't dare to let his consciousness leave his body in case the old chief and the others attacked him at the bottom of the cliff. He had no choice but to find another way out. At first he used his strength to attack and he saw many memories related to strength. It felt like he was fishing in the river of time, and it made him more and more suspicious of whether the river of time was time or memories. Through his strength he also saw memories related to Hunji. However, he only saw Hunji's shadow from afar, and the memories disappeared. He didn't know if the owner of the heavenly imperial palace wasn't interested in Hunji, or if the memories had completely disappeared. Immortal wood romance. He also saw the great desolate scorching sky beast's memories, but he couldn't tell which universe it was in. This was because Hunji's time had greatly changed compared to the current Tianyuan universe. The existence of humans had changed the universe, and the constant war with the Eternals had changed the universe. The Tianyuan universe of that era had been desolate, just like the astral beast domain that had been magnified countless times. Using his strength, Lu Yin saw many memories, and he tried using other methods to see if he could see any memories. When Lu Yin used his flowing light, he happened to see the scene at the bottom of the cliff. He saw one thought eternal and he saw the person at the top of the cliff. This wasn't a memory but something that was actually happening. Lu Yin hadn't expected to see this scene through a similar power. He didn't see Xianxia, and he only saw the direction one thought eternal had attacked. However, he recognized one thought eternal. He had also been to the bottom of the cliff. He hadn't expected that there would be someone at the top of the cliff. It had to be someone from the 9 Firmaments universe. The 9 Firmaments universe really did control the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, but the 2 universes weren't clear as there was a veil covering them. Now this veil had been torn apart by Xianxia, completely shattering the consciousness lifeform's knowledge. The 9 Firmaments universe led directly to the heavenly imperial palace, so were there any more secrets there? Lu Yin's heart sank. The 9 Firmaments universe was too powerful, and they couldn't breathe under the pressure. Old Chief and the others had seen those mocking gazes, and Lu Yin had seen them as well. Those gazes weren't just directed at the consciousness lifeforms, but also at the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. Behind the 3 universes was the 9 Firmaments universe, and the Eternals had Fengbua as their subordinate. The Eternals had appeared on behalf of the Eternals and schemed against the sect above heaven. The spiritualized universe wasn't just the spiritualized universe, but also the nine firmaments universe. The truth behind the spiritualized universe was that the spiritualized liquid had been stolen. The greatest secret of the consciousness universe, the heavenly imperial palace, was even more of a joke. The nine firmaments universe's hand had always been enveloping them. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen the truth, but now that he had, he found it hard to breathe. How should he put it? Lu Yin suddenly felt very grateful to the Eternals. He had once thought that he had reached the peak, but when he saw the 6 zones of calamity, his understanding of the universe had been overturned. He hadn't given up at that moment, and he had even faced the spiritualized universe. He hadn't given up when he had faced this colossus, and now that he had seen the truth of the nine firmaments universe, he would never give up. A person's heart had to be tempered time and time again to become stronger. He wasn't the kind of person who was born fearless, but he could become that kind of person. What Lu Yin wanted to do the most right now was to keep a close eye on xianxia and wait for him to use one thought of eternity again. With that, he could climb the cliff. This might be the only way to get close to the palace. But it wouldn't be easy. How could he keep a close eye on xianxia? The only way was to keep shooting out streams of light, and when he saw one thought of eternity again, he would immediately appear at the bottom of the cliff. Only then would he have a chance. This kind of opportunity would disappear in the blink of an eye. If he was a step too early, he would be besieged by Old Chief and the others. If he was a step too late, it would truly be too late. Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless, and he kept shooting out streams of light, hoping that he wouldn't see too many time-wasting memories. At the border of the consciousness universe, the gate closed tightly once more after the 7 battleships entered. The next time it opened, the consciousness universe might have already been defeated, or it might usher in an even longer war. No one knew. Outside the gate was a square inch, and the endless darkness couldn't be seen. There was only a dim flickering light that was getting closer and closer. As the light got closer, it was a meteorite that crashed into the gate with a speed comparable to a springboard pushing the battleships. What's that? Be careful. A spiritualized cultivator outside the gate attacked. It was a spiritual prime powerhouse, and he stabbed his spear at the meteorite. Sequence particles covered his body. Boom. A huge tremor shook the heavens as the meteorite crashed through the gate, creating a hole and disappearing into the consciousness universe. The spiritual prime powerhouse that had blocked the attack was reduced to nothingness. Whether it was his body or his weapon, everything was reduced to nothingness. Outside the gate, the spiritualized cultivator stared at the gate in shock. What was that thing? Inside the gate was the starry sky of the consciousness universe. Although the gate's existence had been destroyed, it had slowed down the meteorite's speed. Within the meteorite, an eye opened and looked around with madness and malevolence. Time continued to pass and Lu Yin continued to see memories. Due to the power of time, he didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a long time or it could have been an instant. The memories themselves gave him a vague feeling of time passing. To prevent missing this opportunity, Lu Yin changed to another power, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Xianxia also had the transformation of the 9 heavens, so he might be able to see something if he used it. If not, he should be able to see Xianxia using the transformation of the 9 heavens. As his consciousness surged out, Lu Yin forgot that the transformation of the 9 heavens was not his body, but his consciousness. The moment his consciousness left his body, he arrived at the bottom of the cliff. When he looked up, the palace was faintly discernible. 2 groups of people were still walking on the cliff. They seemed to be very close to the palace, but they were actually very far away. More people are coming. Someone on the cliff spoke up, attracting the attention of others. They didn't know how long it would take for them to get close to the palace, and the truth was that they would never reach it. However, they had to walk once and the process was very boring. In the past, people had taken pleasure in watching consciousness life forms try to get close to the cliff. Now, although they had been exposed, it was a different kind of pleasure. On both sides of the cliff, dozens of people looked down, and the youths were filled with anticipation. Don't disappoint us. Fight to your heart's content. Thank you, Brother Moc Mi Liang, for the tip. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3696. The discussion grew louder and someone suggested, "Second brat, let's make a bet on how long this person can last and whether he'll escape, be killed, or surrender to those consciousnesses." What a joke. Even Yu Sang-tian, a lesser god of defense, was defeated. How long can this person last? Why don't we bet on whether or not he's with those consciousnesses? Maybe he's one of them. Yeah, let's make a bet. I'll bet 1 move and he'll be killed. I'll bet 2 moves. Did you forget how powerful he was when he defeated that blade-wielding celestial phenomenon? Yeah, it's him. I'll bet 5 moves. I'll bet. He can't escape. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked down. Finally, there was something fun to be had. The leader of the group looked indifferent. Aside from Yu Sang-tian, no one else in the 2 universes could survive the joint attack of so many celestial phenomenon cultivators. Even if this person had the power to defeat all of them, he was still doomed. Beneath the cliff, Lu Yin was helpless. He had seen too many memories and he couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. His brain was starting to fail him, and he had forgotten that the 9 heavens change was consciousness. Boundless consciousnesses crashed down around him as the old chief and the others attacked at the same time. It's him, Frostblade said. Lu Yin stood where he was and allowed the berserk consciousness to bombard him without moving an inch. In front of him was a flower-grasping horizontal shadow. Wasn't this Huamani's method of using consciousness? Lu Yin watched as a woman walked out from the flower-grasping shadow and moved through space. She then struck out with a palm. Behind her was Frostblade's Dao Tianxua. From the side, Gui Shaoqing sent out a consciousness wave while trying to invade Lu Yin's body to suppress his own. Their previous joint attack on Yu Sang-tian had allowed them to become more familiar with each other, and their attacks were much smoother. The old chief was at the back, his fingertips emitting a sharp sword intent that gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling. Was that the firmament sword? So it wasn't just the Wu Wei association. Yu Sang-tian had to use his boulder's foundation to defend himself against the attacks of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was unrealistic for Lu Yin to directly suppress 6 of them, but he had an advantage over Yu Sang-tian in one aspect: his consciousness. He had 3 consciousnesses at the cosmic realm, and while he didn't have a boulder's foundation, his own consciousness wasn't easily shaken. Behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 heavens change. A single palm pressed down on the void, shaking the surroundings. Terrifying power shattered the void in an instant, blocking all attacks and turning them into a barrier that would absolutely disappear. Shi Wen's flower-grasping horizontal shadow, Gui Shaoqing's consciousness fluctuations, Lan Huifeng's consciousness control, and Frostblade's sky snow were all repelled. This was a powerful attack that had been unleashed with absolute strength, and it was completely different from Yu Sang-tian's. Although Yu Sang-tian had absolute strength, he did not rely on it. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had always fought with pure strength, and he was used to this method of attack. Absolute strength tore through the void, creating a vacuum in the middle of the encirclement. From the top of the precipice, one could see that Lu Yin's surroundings were surging with energy, and the encirclement of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had been blocked. Lu Yin had blocked the encirclement head-on. The expressions of the man and woman leading the team changed drastically. How could this be? This person's consciousness was actually able to hold on? And this power? In front of Lu Yin's eyes was a sword that had come from the west. It was the Elder's Ashen Sword. To Lu Yin, this sword only cut the result, not the process. Since that's the case, I'll give you a result. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Something's not right. He stared at this sword and it was different from Wu Wei's. As the sword approached, Lu Yin could clearly sense that this was not a sword that cut the result, but rather the process. It was the complete opposite of Wu Wei's Ashen Sword. At the same time, Xuan also unleashed a sword that he was familiar with, the Ashen Sword. Lu Yin retreated step by step as he stared at Xuan's sword. Something was wrong. This sword did not cut the process or the result. What was this? The 2 sword intents were clearly the same, but the intent behind them was completely different. These 2 sword intents were not from Wu Wei's Ashen Sword, but they came from the same source. Suddenly Lu Yin's consciousness paused and his eyes went slack. It was from Lan Huifeng, who had also lost control of Yu Sang-tian's consciousness and caused his thoughts to stop. This time Lu Yin could not avoid it either. At that moment the 2 sword intents descended. Everyone watched this scene, including the youths on the precipice. They could not understand the battle below, but they were inexplicably nervous. They were not worried about Lu Yin, but rather they hoped that this battle would continue so that they could see more. This was the greed of cultivators. They wanted to see more exciting battles and learn something from them. This included the young man and woman leading the group. Only they could see how terrifying the battle below the precipice was. If they had been in Lu Yin's place, they would have died long ago. Who was that person? Behind Lu Yin, 9 heavens above slashed out. 9 heavens above, first sword. The ashen sword cut the process, not the result. The ashen sword cut the result, not the process. The two sword intents collided, and Xiwen's ashen sword seemed to be attracted by a magnet as it flew towards the two sword intents. The 3 sword intents collided, and an indescribable feeling spread out like ripples, forcing the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, including Lu Yin, to retreat. Lu Yin looked at the place where the 3 sword intents collided, and his eyes lit up like never before. He then looked at the old chief and Xiwen with a burning gaze. These were the complete sword intents. He was determined to have all 3 combined. At that moment, Dao Tianxue pressed down, freezing the surroundings as Gui Shaoqing's consciousness attacked. Yu Yi stared, ready to act at any moment. Even Yu Sangtian was injured, let alone you. The old chief looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. He also needed the other 2 sword intents. How did this person get them? Yes, he had come here once before and defeated Frost Blade. Was it that time that he had obtained the inheritance of the Ashen Sword? He had thought that Wu Wei had surrendered and that he would no longer have a chance to obtain the Ashen Sword, so he had allowed Xiwen to hide it. Now he was determined to have it. In his eyes, Lu Yin's value was no less than Yu Sangtian's. We must keep this person here. This person is comparable to Yu Sangtian, and if they join forces, our consciousness universe will be defeated without a doubt, the old chief shouted, his terrifying consciousness covering the sky as it pressed down. Lu Yin's expression changed. This old man's consciousness surpassed his. Unless he absorbed another cosmic realm consciousness, he would not be able to block this attack with his consciousness alone. Fortunately, Lu Yin did not only have consciousness techniques. As the old chief's consciousness pressed down, Lu Yin used the 9 heavens change to resist while raising a hand. The old chief's consciousness was pulled down and landed on his palm. The old chief was shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? Even his consciousness was being used. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he condensed his consciousness and used the great sky-carving disc to suppress. This was the most terrifying great sky-carving disc that Lu Yin had ever seen, far surpassing Wu Wei's and his own. The great sky-carving disc seemed ordinary, but it was the most basic way to use consciousness. The more consciousness one had, the more useful this technique would be. The old chief's great sky-carving disc was as tall as the sky. The youths on the wall could not help but tremble. Even though they looked down on consciousness life forms, they were still in awe of great power. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and his consciousness planet rotated. It did not directly confront the old chief's great sky-carving disc, but instead swept past it and floated upwards, appearing directly above the old chief's great sky-carving disc. With consciousness as the soil, the void as the sky below, and the sky above. Now that the soil is in the sky will be overturned. Overturning sky palm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the old chief's terrifying great sky-carving disc slowly reversed. No matter how the old chief tried to suppress it, he could not stop it. This was a battle technique that used Lu Yin's consciousness as the soil. This soil was above the great sky-carving disc, and the great sky-carving disc was also soil. If the soil was in the sky would be overturned. This was the law of the universe, a law and a concept. The great sky-carving disc was forcefully reversed, and Lu Yin took the opportunity to attack the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses with 6 palms. Frost Blade blocked with its blade, but the blade was shattered. Gui Shaoqing, Xiwen, and Lan Huifeng were all severely injured at the same time. They all coughed up blood and looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person's power was definitely not below Yu Sangtian's. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to fight 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses alone? This was an earth-shattering scene. Yu Yi, on the other hand, was unaffected. He had used his consciousness to forcefully divert this palm, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. This person had not made a move all this time because he had been hiding this move. The old leader took this palm head-on. Even though consciousness life forms did not cultivate their physical strength, the old leader had lived for so many years, and with the nourishment of his consciousness, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He was almost at the level of an emperor. Lu Yin's palm could not do anything to him. Seeing that Lu Yin had actually reversed the great sky-carving disc, the old leader sighed. He was indeed at Yu Sangtian's level. Then, he looked at Lu Yin with a gloomy gaze and raised both his palms to face Lu Yin. World lock. It was as if an invisible lock had fallen down between heaven and earth. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to retreat as he sensed danger. But it was too late. The cliff had already been invaded by consciousness, and even Xianxia had only retreated after breaking through the cliff's barrier. The void locked down time and all lifeforms' perception of the outside world. Lu Yin punched upwards, and with the support of the realm of mastery and the transformation of the nine heavens, he unleashed the strongest punch that he could currently unleash. However, this punch was also locked down. Consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and cognition were all under the world lock. It was as if Lu Yin had been completely stripped away and all of his combat strength had been locked down. He could only see an ordinary person. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of Jianghu. He was probably like this now. Would Lu Yin also become like him, unable to see light and lose his perception of the outside world? This was an eternal life realm technique. This was the old leader's hidden strength. Huamani's memories did not have a clear understanding of the traps of the realm of earth. He felt that there was no power in the realm of earth that could kill Xianxia, but the old leader was full of confidence because of this. This was a technique that was infinitely close to the eternal life realm. Back then Jianghu, the ancient god, and the others had all experienced it. In fact, Lu Yin had also experienced it. In the mirage domain he had been sealed by karma. Now this feeling was really close. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and struck out with his palm. There was no power, only karma, the Tao of karma. You can lock up cognition, wisdom, and all combat power, but can you lock up karma? Karma was the true power that an eternal life realm could control. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3697. Whether it was Xianxia's importance, Grandmaster Bluegrass' help, or Tiang's own memories, everything told Lu Yin that karma was the only path to eternal life. So what if he had eternal life realm techniques? Karma, heavenly Tao. An ant trying to swallow an elephant. This was the feeling the old chief gave Lu Yin. How could a mere lock down the heavenly Tao of karma? How laughable. With a crack, the formless void lock shattered. The old chief spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. Impossible, the worldly lock actually cracked? He had failed once against Xianxia, and now he had failed again against this person. How could this be? Who was this person? The heavenly Tao of karma continued to crack the worldly lock. The old chief coughed up blood and could only release his consciousness to strengthen the lock. At the same time, Frostblade and the others attacked together, trying to defeat Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had injured them and seemed to have the upper hand, once the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses attacked together, Lu Yin would not be able to break the worldly lock in time. At the very least he would be injured. At that moment Xianxia appeared in the distance below the cliff. He glanced at Lu Yin's battle with the old chief and the others and raised his hand. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Xianxia had appeared quickly and attacked even faster. Lu Yin, the old chief, and the others saw it, but they could not react in time. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his heart sank. He had wanted to keep an eye on Xianxia and borrow his strength to climb the cliff while he used an eternal thought. Xianxia should have had this plan as well, but now that Lu Yin was being held back by the old chief and the others, Xianxia had actually succeeded. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that Xianxia had been watching this place all along? The old chief and the others were similarly unwilling. Climbing the cliff had been a long-cherished wish of the consciousness universe for countless years, and they had not expected to miss it. Light shot out from Xianxia's fingertip. The eternal radiance illuminated the precipice and hid it. At that moment, the expressions of those on the cliff changed. Xianxia was the only one who could touch them from below, and he might be able to scale the cliff. They did not know how to deal with him. In public he was the god of defense, so there was no problem in killing them. In private he was someone from the spiritualized universe, so killing them was even more natural. No matter how they looked at it, they were doomed. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Xianxia took a step forward and grabbed it, wanting to borrow its strength to scale the cliff. Lu Yin, the old chief, and the others on the cliff were powerless to stop him. Suddenly, an eternal thought changed direction. It was no longer aimed at the cliff, but at Lu Yin. No one had expected this sudden turn of events, including Xianxia himself. He loosened his grip, allowing an eternal thought to blast out. Along the way, resplendent light flashed, bringing with it an immense pressure. Lu Yin was besieged by 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If they wanted to defeat Lu Yin, they would have to break through to the 13th level first. The eternal thought's direction change was too fast. The closest celestial phenomenon to Xianxia was Yu Yi. He could not react in time and was penetrated by the eternal thought. His body dissipated quickly. Gui Shaoqing and Shiwen acted at the same time, using their consciousness to push Yu Yi away, but it was still too late. Yu Tian's eternal thought had killed 213 heavenly phenomenon cultivators before, and Yu Yi was no exception. A thought of eternity pierced through Yu Yi, and its radiance did not diminish as it pierced towards Lu Yin. An eternal thought passed through, hit the distant precipice, and gradually dissipated. The old chief and the others stood in place, staring blankly. Where was Lu Yin? Yu Tian looked in another direction. Lu Yin stood there calmly with a wooden wing in his hand. He had used this turbid treasure to avoid an eternal thought. He hadn't used the wooden wing in his battle with the old chief and the others because he didn't need it. It was only when Yu Tian appeared and used an eternal thought that he regretted it. He hadn't expected Yu Tian's timing to be so accurate. Even if he used the wooden wing, it was too late. Fortunately, Yu Tian's steps had been disrupted. Yu Tian looked into the distance and saw another familiar face. Yu Tian turned and looked over as well. A figure slowly walked out and entered everyone's eyes. It was the Eternal. No one had expected the Eternal to be here. Lu Yin had guessed that the Eternal would follow the battleship to the universe of Intense, but he hadn't expected the Eternal to come to the realm of Intense as well. He had even entered the heavenly imperial court at the right time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yu Tian, Lu Yin, and the Eternal had all entered. The area below the precipice was split into 4 groups. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Yu Tian, the Eternal, and Lu Yin. On the precipice, the group didn't move and just watched. Their previous teasing was gone, as they felt that the battle below might affect them. They felt a sense of danger. Why are you here? Yu Tian looked at the Eternal. Lu Yin's appearance was within his expectations, but the Eternal's was unexpected. The Eternal smiled and looked at Yu Tian, then at Lu Yin. Since everyone is here, I can't be absent, can I? He then looked at the old chief and the others and praised, is this group of 13 celestial phenomenon the strongest force in the universe of Intense? If we all die here, the universe of Intense will be at the mercy of others. No matter how one looked at it, the old chief and the others were at a disadvantage, even if they had the advantage in numbers. Hearing Eternal's words, old leader walked out and looked at the 3 of them. This is the universe of consciousness. We can attack or retreat. We won't be completely annihilated here. You should take care of yourself. The biggest threat is not us. The Eternal smiled. This is your territory, but you're being forced to retreat. How pitiful. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had gloomy expressions. Lu Yin asked, why are you here? The Eternal looked at him. If I don't come, who can help you? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Like just now. The Eternal smiled. Yu Tian almost ran away, didn't he? But I was almost injured by one thought of eternity, Lu Yin said. The Eternal didn't care. You won't. Yu Tian frowned and looked at the Eternal with fear. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to transfer one thought of eternity. Back then, he had used it to kill 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators, severely injuring Wu Wei and causing the universe of Intense to go silent. In the boundless universe, the progenitor and Lu Yin had to work together to cancel out one thought of eternity. However, this person had transferred it. He was right. This person was the strongest person in the universe of Intense. So, what do we do now? It seems like only Yu Tian can climb the cliff, but everyone here wants to. The Eternal smiled at Yu Tian. The old head and the others also looked at Yu Tian. The situation was beyond their control. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there was only one of them, they couldn't do anything. They might as well climb the cliff. They couldn't figure out how so many experts had suddenly appeared. Lu Yin also looked at Yu Tian and said to the others, I have a suggestion. How about we cripple Yu Tian and force him to bring us up? I think it's a good idea, the Eternal agreed. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other. Attack. Their consciousnesses suddenly blasted towards Yu Tian. Lu Yin took a step forward and released his consciousness under the starry sky above his heart. 9 heavens transformation struck out and compressed pure energy into his palm. Even Yu Tian felt a chill. Yu Tian stepped forward at the same time and used 9 heavens transformation to disperse the clouds. Bang! The 2 palms collided and the void was destroyed. A storm visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, dispersing the old chief and the others' consciousnesses. With their palms facing each other as the center, a dark light gradually spread out and enveloped the two. Their palms flipped in the opposite direction, and their boundless strength destroyed the void. Lu Yin stared at the place where their palms were facing each other. Battle force of the realm of palms spread out, and his arm continuously withered. Behind him, the first sword of heaven pierced towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked up, and terrifying sequence particles instantly covered his vision and covered the cliff. His heart was like a boulder and the stars moved. The boulder remained motionless and the starry sky remained motionless. The first sword of heaven froze in the void, unable to advance. This was a sword that cut towards the end. There was no process, but it couldn't get close to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was the starry sky and the starry sky was Xianxia. There was a thump and Lu Yin retreated step by step. He was shocked. This wasn't Xianxia's strength but rather his own. The spiritualized universe had a sequence technique known as boundless strength. When one's strength was boundless, they could borrow the power of the stars to unleash unimaginable strength. However, that required an endless amount of sequence particles, which was unrealistic and only theoretically achievable. Xianxia, on the other hand, had used his heart like a boulder and unimaginably boundless sequence particles to change the heavens. His body had turned into the heavens, and he had used the power of the heavens to overwhelm Lu Yin. This was another type of strength that didn't require any personal cultivation, and it was similar to a springboard. In terms of strength, the strongest in the spiritualized universe was Emperor Wuhuang, but Xianxia wasn't at that level. He didn't need any strength but he could still unleash boundless strength. Lu Yin was forced back, and two swords flashed past him and slashed towards Xianxia. They were the middle and lower heaven swords. Here's the point guard. Compared to Lu Yin, Xianxia posed a much greater threat to the consciousness universe. Only Xianxia could scale the precipice. An old head and the other's first target was Xianxia. They would rather give up on Lu Yin, who was right in front of them. The two swords froze in the void at the same time. Xianxia's heart was like a boulder, and he treated himself as the stars of the heavens and the earth. They were boundless and the people on the precipice were stunned. Even though they were far away, they still couldn't hide the shock that Xianxia brought to them. He was clearly looking down on them, but they had to look up at him, which made them want to vomit blood. The two leaders were shocked. This was Xianxia's power? It was no wonder that Xianxia had been able to defeat Rushi and the lesser defense deity. Even if he wasn't at the peak of the 5 lesser defense deities, he was definitely in the top 3. The Eternal made his move, and the sequence particles that covered the heavens were like a monster that had emerged from the ground. They barbarically pushed aside Xianxia's sequence particles and surged forward. Xianxia's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the Eternal. He didn't say a word, and his heart was like a boulder that froze in the void. The Eternal calmly looked over, and with a wave of his right hand, the sequence particles suddenly changed and pressed down on Xianxia. Everyone watched as the two sequence particles collided, splitting the heavens and the earth into two. It was as if two colossal creatures were facing off against each other in the starry sky, causing the precipice to sway. Atop the precipice, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were watching a battle between gods. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3698. Whether it was Lu Yin, Old Chief, or the others, they were all pushed away. This was a clash between the top powers of 3 universes, a direct clash of sequence laws. Only now did Lu Yin see the true strength of the one true God. If not for the Grand Empyrean sacrificing himself to trap him with the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Xuanhuan universe would not have been ruled by the above heaven sect. Lu Yin did not know what Eternal had been waiting for. He could have unified the Xuanhuan universe, and even the Grand Empyrean would not have been his match, but he had been tricked by the Grand Empyrean and fled to the spiritualized universe. The 2 waves of particles collided like a storm. Xianxia and Eternal walked towards each other at the same time. Each step was slow, but each step shook the precipice. "You and I were allies," Xianxia said. Eternal looked at him. "So what? I can take you to the precipice, but you have to destroy the others first," Xianxia said. Eternal raised an eyebrow and smiled. He looked at Lu Yin with a playful expression. "That's really tempting." Old Chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously retreated. If these 2 joined forces, they would definitely die quickly. Lu Yin met Eternal's gaze. "You trust him?" Eternal smiled. It's better than trusting you. Aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word? Luin asked. Eternal looked at Xianxia. It doesn't matter. Luin narrowed his eyes. As expected, only Eternal was a match for Xianxia. Xianxia had his own trump cards, but so did Eternal. Eternal had spent so many years in the Xuanhuan universe, constantly searching for turbid treasures. He definitely had something hidden in the spiritualized universe, but now that he had been exposed, it meant that he was fearless. Even Xianxia could not deal with him. Xianxia truly felt threatened by Eternal, but he had no choice. Since this person had appeared, he could not avoid him. As for whether or not Luin would be killed, it would not be that easy. Eternal would not attack, and if he was not wrong, Yi Shang's turbid treasure was still with him. As long as there was a chance, Eternal would not mind killing Luin, and Luin would not mind killing him. Seeing the waves of particles from Xianxia and Eternal weaken, Luin moved his fingers. It looks like I've been underestimated. Then let's see if you can kill me. With that said, he released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, terrifying sequence particles surged out, forming a third monster-like storm beneath the precipice that connected the heavens and the earth. Why what? Xianxia was shocked. He had never seen Luin use a sequence law before. The Eternal frowned as he looked at the majestic sequence particles. Where did they come from? Isn't this fellow at the ancestor realm? Although his ancestor realm cultivation had the battle prowess of a great circle crossing bitter calamity, since it was so exaggerated, how could he still have hidden methods? The old man and the others did not know Lu Yin's realm, but when they saw that he had such a terrifying array of laws, they retreated once again. No matter how they looked at it, they felt as if they were the weaker party. On the precipice, those people were astonished. Even in the Nine Clouds universe, they rarely saw such terrifying particles. They were all inferior gods. How could there be so many strong cultivators in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin's sequence particles came from the Jiangshan painting and the sealed realm. After so many years, he had already broken down the foundations of these two sequences. The landscape map was formed by 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. As for the sealed world, it was formed by 359 impression sequence powerhouses. Although these two sequence techniques weren't powerful and could even be said to be useless against someone like Xianxia, it didn't stop him from having plenty of sequence particles. In terms of numbers, he wasn't afraid of the sequence particles of more than 400 sequence nomological powerhouses. He hadn't used them before. He had been afraid that it would be discovered that he could break down the foundations of these sequences, but there was no need to hide them now. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he released all of his sequence particles. Instantly, a torrential storm pressed down on Xianxia and Eternity. The sequence particles' majesty surpassed theirs, and they were stunned. They couldn't figure it out. Even if Lu Yin had lived for the same amount of time as them, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a majestic amount of sequence particles. Moreover, he was still so young. Something wasn't right. Xianxia looked at the torrential storm. So close, yet worlds apart? Impression? These were two sequence particles. How had they fused together? These sequence laws shouldn't belong to the same person. How long had this person been in contact with the spiritualized universe? Even if he was at the level of sequence laws, it was impossible for him to cultivate two at the same time. There was a problem. Lu Yin didn't have time for Xianxia to think so much. He shouted at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, "We're from the Tianyuan universe. You sent she there to join forces against the spiritualized universe. Now that we're here, why aren't you killing Xianxia?" The old man was shocked. "You're from the Tianyuan universe?" He didn't know who she was, but since he was from the Tianyuan universe, he was a natural ally. Attack. Lu Yin used reverse time to attack the Eternal. The old man and the others no longer hesitated, believing Lu Yin's words. After all, an expert comparable to Xianxia had suddenly appeared, and it didn't seem right to them. Besides, killing Xianxia was their goal, even though it would be difficult. Lu Yin didn't expect them to be able to kill Xianxia, but with the old man's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to delay him and prevent him from climbing the cliff. The Eternal glanced at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. "You want to kill me?" The Eternal watched as Lu Yin attacked and easily dodged. The so-called parallel time was meaningless against him. Lu Yin's palm missed and he countered with Kanyang. It was a concept-level battle technique, but Kanyang was broken before it could be used. The Eternal grasped his sword and waved it around, creating afterimages. Each afterimage was a choice of time, and every time one was broken, the Eternal could choose the location and time of the next afterimage. Lu Yin's figure instantly disappeared, and the Eternal's afterimages enveloped him. The afterimages shattered at the same time, but they couldn't find Lu Yin. The Eternal was shocked. He'd actually dodged all of them? Suddenly he dodged and a karmic spiral pierced through him. Lu Yin frowned, and karmic spirals appeared at his fingertips as he attacked the Eternal. The Eternal was unfathomable, and Lu Yin wanted to use karma to see what this person was thinking. The Eternal always seemed to be able to find a way out. Even if the Xuanhuan universe was destroyed and trapped by the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Eternal could still rely on the spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens to cultivate again. He had returned to his peak in such a short time, and this was under the premise that he knew the truth about the spiritualized universe. What was he thinking? The Eternal kept dodging the karmic spirals and looked deeply at Lu Yin. The power of karma is a power that leads to the eternal realm. You are indeed the greatest threat, and killing you was the right decision. With that, his eyes turned scarlet and divine power appeared along with numerous lanterns. True God's freedom technique. Lu Yin also used his divine power and numerous lanterns appeared. It was also True God's freedom technique. The Eternal was distressed. Someone like you actually wants to learn my power and you even succeeded. Lu Yin praised, each of the 3 ultimate techniques of the True God is top-notch. I want to learn them all. Then watch carefully. True God Sky Switching Technique. Behind Lu Yin, the tip of his sword rose vertically. The Sword of Heaven. In the past, the True God Sky Switching Technique had trapped Lu Yin and lured out the insect hive, attracting powerful enemies for the Xuanhuan universe. Now the Eternal did not need to rely on external forces. The Sword of Heaven pierced out and broke through the True God Sky Switching Technique. The True God Sky Switching Technique appeared again and shrank, trying to trap Lu Yin again. Lu Yin pointed out and the Tao of Tianyi broke. Bang! A black line extended up the cliff. The terrifying destructive power from Lu Yin's fingertip directly broke through the True God Sky Switching Technique. Sword of 10,000 Paths, the Eternal Sword fell in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin allowed the sword to pierce through his body. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. At the same time, the Sword of Heaven slashed at the Eternal's head. The Eternal hurriedly retreated. Not only was he faced with the Sword of Heaven, but also Lu Yin's withered arm. The realm of Palm's battle force suppressed the void. The Eternal's lips curled up, and the Sword of Heaven that had been piercing towards him suddenly changed direction and stabbed towards Lu Yin. This scene was very similar to Xianxia's eternal thought being redirected. Lu Yin had no choice but to retreat with his palm. At the same time, the transformation of 9 heavens slashed out with the Sword of Heaven to cancel out the attack. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and a palm slammed down from above. Lu Yin struck out with his palm. Boom! The cliff swayed once again, and the force of the collision swept out in all directions. The old chief and the others were working together to attack Xianxia, and they were almost caught in the crossfire. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and the Eternal's battle. Their strength was about the same. Lu Yin was not surprised by this outcome, as the Eternal's strength far surpassed his. When he had uprooted the Black Mother Tree in the Calamity Domain, he had relied on his terrifying physical strength, and the Corpse King had always been proficient in physical strength. Lu Yin had also relied on his breakthrough to the realm of Palm's battle force and the transformation of 9 heavens to contend with the Eternal's strength. The two retreated at the same time. The cliff separated the 2 battlefields. Regardless of whether it was consciousness, strength, or battle techniques, they were all unparalleled. The people on the cliff were stunned. No matter how much they disdained the 3 universes, they did not dare to speak carelessly at this moment. The intensity of the battle below was so intense that even in the 9 heavens universe, only lesser defense gods were qualified to participate, and lesser defense gods were considered the strongest in the 9 heavens universe. The 2 leaders were most worried about the people below climbing up the cliff. Xianxia had the strength to do so, and if that happened, their safety could not be guaranteed. What should they do? Should they retreat or not? The 2 looked at each other and saw the apprehension in each other's eyes. At that moment, the battle below the cliff changed. Lu Yin and the Eternal attacked Xianxia at the same time. Lanterns surrounded them and their names were changed to Emo Shang. Emo Shang was Xianxia's name. Heaven and earth were enveloped by 2 layers of the True God Sky Switching Technique. Xianxia didn't expect things to turn out this way. He used his rock foundation to break the first level of the true God sky-changing technique, but he couldn't break the second level. The second level of the true God sky-changing technique came from eternity. When the Eternal had fought Luin, he had intentionally used the true God heaven-switching technique. He hadn't really wanted to use that technique to trap Luin. He had wanted to teach Luin that only two true God heaven-switching techniques could trap xianxia. They were still working together just like when they had been in the spiritualized universe. From the very beginning, the Eternal had not planned to work together with xianxia to kill Luin. It was not that they could not, but that they were not willing. Compared to scheming against xianxia and not knowing each other's strength, the Eternal would rather work with Luin and scheme against him. At the very least, he was certain that Luin was not his match at the moment, and he was certain that Luin did not care about anything. Thank you, Brother Mo Si Mi Liang, for the tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3699. As for Lu Yin's future threat, that was within their consideration but not now. Lu Yin was a threat and so was xianxia. Right now xianxia was even more of a threat, and no one knew what he was thinking. The two worked together to create an illusion that no one but themselves could see through. This also caused xianxia to be trapped by the true God sky conversion technique. Eternal, you want to deal with me? Xianxia was shocked. The Eternal and Lu Yin attacked at the same time. One used the sword of 10,000 paths, while the other used the sword of heaven. At the same time the lantern was destroyed. Ran when xianxia spat out blood. This was the first time he had spat out blood in battle. The old chief and the others had only hit him because of their memories, not because of their strength. The true God carefree technique had injured xianxia. The sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven attacked at the same time, and the surrounding consciousnesses attacked. Xianxia was facing the most terrifying attack of the three universes, and it seemed that no one other than the eternal realm could break through. Light once again illuminated the area below the cliff. The boulder's foundation particles gathered into a river and merged into the light. Xianxia pointed his finger and used eternity. At that moment, the sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven both missed, or rather they were frozen in the void. Xianxia instantly disappeared, and the true God sky conversion technique slowly broke apart. Everything returned to normal. The eternal Lu Yin and the old chief stood in place as the dark red godly power slowly dissipated along with their consciousnesses. Xianxia had escaped. Lu Yin frowned and looked in the direction that xianxia had fled. He had just felt the power of time, and it wasn't a simple power. How many trump cards did xianxia have? He hadn't even used a turbid treasure yet. The Eternal sighed. As expected, we couldn't stop him. After all, he is xianxia, the strongest xianxia in the spiritualized universe. The old chief and the others exchanged glances and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This attack was even more terrifying than the Earth Realm's trap. If xianxia could escape, it meant that the Earth Realm's trap had been a joke from the start. They had no chance of killing xianxia. They didn't know if their hearts sank or if they heaved a sigh of relief. If their plan had gone smoothly, then they would have been able to surround and kill xianxia in the Earth Realm. Perhaps they would have all died, but xianxia's strength was too shocking. Their hearts sank and they subconsciously looked at Lu Yin and the Eternal. These two were also xianxia's enemies. Lu Yin looked in the direction that xianxia had retreated to and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have guessed how xianxia had managed to scale the cliff, but he couldn't do it himself. At the side, Eternal stepped out and headed for the top of the cliff. The old head and the others originally wanted to say something, but when they saw this scene they didn't say anything. They wanted to see if the Eternal could scale the precipice. The people on the precipice were nervous. Before this battle they didn't care. Other than xianxia, they didn't think that anyone could reach the top. But now they weren't so sure. This guy was also a fierce person who could fight against xianxia. He had the battle strength of a defense god. No one could predict what he could do. The leader of the group watched on nervously. Their own strength wasn't bad, but they didn't think that they could compare to a defense god. If xianxia had been the one to scale the cliff, he might not have dared to do anything because of their status, but they didn't even know where this person had come from. Once they got close to such a powerhouse, their lives would be in his hands. This wasn't something they wanted to see, but they couldn't stop it either. His divine power extended up the cliff and Lu Yin looked up. Could the Eternal succeed? The Eternal could count. He was the #1 expert in the Xuanhuan universe, but Lu Yin hadn't seen all of his techniques. Like xianxia, the Eternal hadn't used any turbid treasures. Under everyone's gazes, the Eternal relied on his divine power to continuously approach the cliff. It looked like he could succeed at any moment, but he was always a bit away from success. After a while, the people on the precipice relaxed. The Eternal had failed, and this person couldn't reach the top. They had seen this scene before. Everyone who had tried to scale the cliff had done the same thing. It looked like they could reach the top, but they were still missing something. Lu Yin frowned and took a step forward, using the reverse step to try to scale the cliff. The people on the cliff felt their hearts skip a beat. Another ruthless person had appeared. This person looked young, but who knew how long he'd lived? He hadn't been at a disadvantage against Yu Sang Tian, and he was extremely powerful. He probably wouldn't succeed either. Lu Yin continued to parallel time, and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the cliff. However, just like the Eternal, he was just a bit away. He used his wooden wings, but it was still difficult to cross this distance. However, compared to the Eternal, he seemed to be closer. He was almost the same height as the cliff, and he was only a few meters away from the people on the cliff. The people on the cliff trembled when they saw this. "Do you want to give me a hand? I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." Lu Yin smiled at the people on the cliff. On the cliff, the young men and women stared at him blankly. This person was younger than he looked. Could he really be that young? Why did he look even younger than the geniuses of the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Those geniuses had all broken through the limits of their imaginations and possessed unimaginable cultivation talent. Generation after generation, they had sealed themselves in ice, waiting for a god's position to become vacant. Every genius from the Xiaoyu Pavilion could be considered a champion of their generation. Once they were born, the Xiaoyu Pavilion's special characteristics would allow them to cross the river of time in a short period of time and challenge the position of a god. This person couldn't have come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion, right? "Who are you?" a girl asked. She blinked and her long eyelashes made her look very cute. Lu Yin smiled. "Perhaps I'm your future master." The girl was tempted and she licked her lips. "Did you come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" "Shut up," the girl leading the group growled and gave the girl a warning look. The girl stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak again. Lu Yin smiled brilliantly. "Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Did you really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" Someone cried out. The surrounding people looked on in shock, and their eyes were filled with worship. It was as if they were looking at their idol. "Think of a way to pull me up. I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." "I'm not lying," Lu Yin promised. Although the chances of him being pulled up were very small because these people didn't have the ability, who could say for sure? Perhaps one of them had a monstrous background and possessed a turbid treasure that could pull him up. Everyone was tempted. On the other side, the Eternals heard this and promised the people on the cliff, "I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple. I'm also from the Xiaoyu Pavilion." Everyone looked at each other. Was this for real? Another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? In the Heaven Origin universe, although the Eternals weren't considered old, they were still considered middle-aged. However, he had used a turbid spirit seed to recultivate, so he looked very young now. Just like Lu Yin, he directly copied Lu Yin's excuse. "What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" someone asked with a cautious gaze. The Eternals naturally replied, "I can't say." "Everyone?" ? On the other side, someone asked Lu Yin the same question. "What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" "Don't say you can't. Just say that we've learned about it. You just have to tell us what we know." Lu Yin proudly replied, "It's a place that's qualified to take over the God of Defense's position." Everyone looked at each other and didn't deny this because it wasn't wrong. Lu Yin didn't know what the Xiaoyu Pavilion was, but he knew what the name meant. It was too easy to understand. The leader calmly looked at Lu Yin. "All right, you're not from our universe. Who exactly are you?" During the battle beneath the cliff, Lu Yin had told the old chief and the others that he was from the Heaven Origin universe, but these people on the cliff hadn't heard him. Lu Yin had been careful not to let them hear him. Lu Yin met the woman's gaze. "Pull me up and I'll let him marry you." He then pointed at the Eternals. The Eternals turned around and looked at Lu Yin before looking at the woman. "All right." The woman's face flushed red. "You can't come up and I advise you not to. We have an eternal realm power behind us that you can't resist." Lu Yin tempted her. "Are you sure you don't want to marry him? With his strength he can become a god of defense at any time. After all, there's a vacancy for that position." The woman was shocked. "You know about our 9 firmaments universe?" I told you that I'm from the Xiaoyu Pavilion, Luyin said. He then looked at the Eternals. Tell them about the Xiaoyu Pavilion. There are some things that can still be said. Everyone looked at the Eternals. The Eternals was helpless. Alright, there's no harm in telling you some things. He paused for a moment and then his expression turned solemn. I sleep in the octagonal pavilion in the southeast. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people on the cliff changed. The two leaders looked at each other. Did this person really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He didn't know about the Xiaoyu Pavilion, but the Eternals definitely did. How did Fengbua go to the Tianyuan universe? The first time Lu Yin had heard the words God of Defense was from Fengbua. The Eternals had long been clear about the relationship between the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. He must have been to the Nine Firmaments universe and knew a lot about it. In the southeast? So that's how it was. Are you really from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Someone blurted out. The Eternals smiled mysteriously. Of course. What about you? The others looked at Lu Yin with burning gazes. The cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe were filled with fanaticism toward the Xiaoyu Pavilion, especially the younger ones. They treated it as a place of endless worship. Anyone who walked out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion might become a god of defense in the future. Unlike Xianxia, the Xiaoyu Pavilion was a god of defense in the Nine Firmaments universe. It was a god of defense that they truly respected and looked up to. It was rumored that the current gods of defense all slept in the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and even the gods of defense had slept there before. Lu Yin's expression was calm. I sleep in the northwest. Everyone's breathing quickened. It really was another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. That's right, only someone who came out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion could fight against a god of defense at such a young age. Lord Xiaoyu, my name is Meng Meng. I'll pull you up. The girl with long eyelashes took out a whip from her cosmic ring and tossed it at Lu Yin. The others hurriedly stepped forward and introduced themselves to Lu Yin and the Eternals, wanting to pull them up. However, their items couldn't even get close to Lu Yin. Enough. A stern shout came from behind the girls' group. It came from a young man with a gloomy expression. His face was gray and slightly pale, and his fingers were longer than the average person's. He looked at Lu Yin with a cold, murderous gaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3700. The person next to him glared at the young man and said unhappily, "What are you shouting for? Can't you see that we are pulling young master you?" That's right, shut up. He's a taciturn guy. No one bothered with him from the start. He's also ugly. He's a far cry from Lord Xiaoyu. The young man frowned and glanced at Lu Yin. You don't belong to the Nine Firmaments universe, and you're not from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. Where are you from? Lu Yin raised his brows. I already said that I'm from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. Ridiculous. The young man raised his hand and stretched out 5 fingers that were slightly longer than a normal person's. He pointed at Lu Yin and said, 5 fingers, fallen heaven gate. Boom, the formless door appeared and closed abruptly, causing the people on the precipice to feel dizzy. They looked at the young man and exclaimed, 5 fingers descending heavenly door? Wasn't this the power of the heavenly gate's Luo family? Are you from the Luo family? The female leader was also surprised. She did not expect that there would be someone from the Luo family in her team. Even though the Luo clan wasn't a celestial clan, they had a very high status in the continent of the 9 clouds because the Luo clan was in charge of the celestial gate. The so-called 5 Fingers Luo Gate, the Luo family was born for the gate of heaven. Countless people wanted to enter and exit the gate of heaven, but they had to get the approval of the Luo family. Are you the successor of the Luo clan? The female leader asked. The young man laughed malevolently, his eyes filled with coldness. My name is Luo Ning. The surrounding people were bewildered. The name wasn't right. The Luo family's descendant wasn't called Luo Ning. Luo Ning? Someone cried out in alarm from the other side of the precipice. Someone on the other side also remembered. Luo Ning? The most legendary genius of the Elysium Luo family? That Luo Ning who managed to master the art of wonder with just a glance and was once praised by the Lord of the Wonder Gate and accepted as a disciple? Rumor has it that Luo Ning is sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, waiting for the divine seat to be vacated. It can't be, right? He's Luo Ning? I actually saw Luo Ning? That genius who recorded history. Everyone looked at Luo Ning with shock, even more so than when they saw Yu Sang Tian. The female leader looked at him. Are you really Luo Ning? Luo Ning stared at Lu Yin. I'm sleeping in the junior palace in the octagonal pavilion in the southeast direction. He then looked past Lu Yin. What's up with him? Lu Yin was speechless as he had finally met the real person. Eternity had said that he was sleeping in the southeast of the octagonal pavilion. To think that there was really one sleeping in the southeast. That was too much. Eternity looked at Luo Ning, his expression did not change. Even his faint smile did not change, as if he did not care. You've been sleeping all this time. Maybe he fell asleep later than you and woke up earlier, Lu Yin explained. Everyone, the octagonal pavilion has 8 positions and only 8 people can sleep, the leader of the group said. Lu Yin grunted, then I have no further questions. With that, he returned to the bottom of the cliff. Eternity smiled at the people around him. Actually, if you acknowledge us as your master, your chances are no worse than those people sleeping in the octagonal pavilion. Think about it carefully. With that, he retreated. On the precipice, some people were looking at Luo Ning with fanaticism. They did not even try to hide it. There were also some people who looked at the bottom of the precipice with sparkling eyes. This person was right. Although their background and cultivation talent were not bad, they were still far from Luo Ning's level. Luo Ning and the others were destined to be geniuses who could fight for the divine throne. As for them, they could only watch from the sidelines. However, if he could become the disciple of those 2 experts who were comparable to the god of defense, his future would be different. Who said that the divine throne would definitely be obtained by the people from the junior defense tower? Those who could come here were not stupid. They might be arrogant and look down on the 3 powers of the universe. Although he was from the sage universe, he had a very high understanding of power and cultivation. He was well aware of what Lu Yin and Eternity's battle prowess meant. Through them he could open up a wider path. However, these 2 could not climb up the precipice. They could not pull them up, and there was nothing they could do. At the bottom of the precipice, Lu Yin and Eternity landed. The leader heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they did not manage to climb up the precipice. Xianxia's ability to climb up the precipice had already made them feel unbalanced. The people on the precipice had also made them panic. They even began to doubt their understanding of the universe. What's the situation with the junior defense tower? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Eternity. Eternity laughed. Do you think I'll tell you? Lu Yin shrugged. Forget it if you don't want to. Eternity did not intend to say anything. If it had been anyone else, he would have just told them. However, Lu Yin was different. He knew that Lu Yin was very good at making use of every opportunity to divert trouble. The more information Eternity had, the more unexpected things he could do. In the Xuanhuan universe, he had done too many such things. In many cases, he had relied on this information to escape death. Who are the people on the precipice? The leader asked. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators beside him all looked at Lu Yin and Eternity with vigilant expressions. The 2 of them looked at the leader. I forgot. You guys are here too. The leader stared at the 2. The 2 of you are enemies with Xianxia. You can work together to kill him. Lu Yin was helpless. It won't be easy. You come from the Xuanhuan universe, which is a natural ally of our universe. The spiritualized universe not only wants to restart our universe, but also the Xuanhuan universe, the leader said. Lu Yin nodded. I agree. This is your territory. Is there any way to find Xianxia? The leader was vexed. This is the Etian Tower. I don't know how Xianxia learned about this place. He seems to know a lot about it. He then thought of something and looked at the people on the precipice. Lu Yin said, You guessed right. They are in cahoots with Xianxia. The leader was puzzled. Who are they? Lu Yin looked at Eternity and said slowly, They are the ones who have the right to decide to restart the universe. The leader's eyes narrowed. Beside him, the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at the precipice again, their gazes completely different. The people on the precipice looked at them with mockery and arrogance. This made them uncomfortable, so they didn't doubt Lu Yin's words at all. Enough. Don't care who they are. I don't need to explain to you. If you want to save the universe, get rid of Xianxia first. Lu Yin was impatient. Frostblade asked, How is Xingjue? Dead, Lu Yin said bluntly. You killed him? He is also one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. You come from the Xuanhuan universe. You should work with us. Frostblade shouted and clenched his blade. Lu Yin was disdainful. Don't tell me you want to do it. You can try. The leader waved his hand and asked Frostblade to step back. He looked at Lu Yin. Why did you attack Xingjue? Luin looked at him. Then why did you attack Wu Jiang? The leader wasn't unfamiliar with the name, Wu Jiang. When he attacked with Endless Road, he saw these two words on the battleship. We didn't want an expert like you to appear when we were dealing with Xianxia. After all, we didn't know you came from the Xuanhuan universe and couldn't tell if you were a friend or foe, the leader explained. Luin said, Xingjue thought so too, so he attacked me without mercy. It's not too much to kill him. The leader wanted to say something but he could only sigh. Forget it. Dealing with Xianxia is more important. Luin looked at them in amusement. Did these guys really care about Xingjue's life? Of course not. Consciousness life forms only cared about their own life. Their current attitude was just an act. They wanted Luin to think that they had feelings like ordinary people so that they could work together without worry. Luin could see it and so could eternity. The leader looked at eternity. This is. He's also from the Xuanhuan universe, Luin said. The leader was shocked and so were Frostblade, Gui Shaoqing and the others beside him. In their minds, the Xuanhuan universe had already been schemed against by the spiritualized universe. It wouldn't have been strange if there were no experts who could rival Xianxia. Logically speaking, the Xuanhuan universe was weaker than the consciousness universe. No matter how they looked at it, the Xuanhuan universe wasn't just stronger than the consciousness universe, it might even surpass the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe only had one Xianxia, and these two from the Xuanhuan universe were comparable to him. They suddenly recalled some information they had learned from the spiritualized universe. The Xuanhuan universe's future would surpass the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and not just by a little. Luin saw their expressions change and he continued, although we're both from the Xuanhuan universe, he's my enemy. One of us has to die. The leader and the others were stunned. They thought back to the previous battle where Eternity had fought Luin and then suddenly joined forces to deal with Xianxia. Was this a characteristic of the Xuanhuan universe? Was it that hard to distinguish between an enemy and a comrade? The leader coughed. No matter what your relationship is, our common enemy is Xianxia. Let's discuss how to deal with him. He felt that he couldn't listen any longer. Their relationship was too messy. No matter who those people on the cliff were, the two in front of him didn't intend to explain anything to him, so they had to deal with Xianxia first. As for these two, if possible, they wanted to deal with them as well. They both coveted the heavenly imperial court and were enemies. Not long after, they came to an agreement. The leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would stay at the bottom of the cliff and wait for Xianxia. At the same time, Luin and Eternity would take turns to appear at the bottom of the cliff. After all, if Xianxia used all his methods, the leader and the rest might not be able to block him. With one of them, they should be able to delay Xianxia until the other person arrived. The other person could leave the heavenly imperial court and head to other places. If they all stayed at the bottom of the cliff, it wouldn't be good. After all, there would be enmity between them and Xianxia wouldn't dare to come. The first to stay was Luin. He didn't care where Eternity went. In any case, Eternity would replace him after some time and he could leave. On the cliff, those people were still looking at Luoning with reverence. Even the leader of the group looked at Luoning differently. After all, he was the future imperial deity. Luoning looked at the bottom of the cliff. Experts were appearing one after another, and they belonged to the 3 universes. This wasn't a good thing. The 9 heavens universe hadn't made a move against the 3 universes for too long. It was time to get rid of a group of troublemakers. These two were so young and no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. It would be troublesome if there was an eternal life realm expert among them. When he returned, he would definitely report this to the imperial deity. In the starry sky of the consciousness universe, a battleship was heading towards the realm of Earth. On the battleship, countless cultivators were either resting, exchanging pointers, or discussing. It was very lively. 7 battleships were heading towards the consciousness universe. Each battleship was guarded by a bitter adversity cultivator, so the atmosphere on the battleship depended on the personality of the bitter adversity cultivator. Xuanhuan was reading. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3701. Because of Xianxia's presence, the cultivators on the ship did not even dare to make a sound. In the 20 years since the spiritualized universe had arrived in the universe of intent, the cultivators had spent most of their time in seclusion. Meng Sang was also guarding the battleship. No one dared to sleep. afraid that Meng Sang would enter their dreams and see something. The cultivators on the Nine Immortals battleship did not dare to drink for fear of being targeted by the Ninth Spirit. Every bitter adept had a different personality, and the cultivators following them naturally had different ways of dealing with them. And the expert guarding this battleship was from the Su Master Dao. Master Su was the #1 spiritual treasure heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. His reputation and personality were both praiseworthy, and he had no qualms on this battleship. There were also many lockbreakers on the ship. It should be close to the Earth realm. It should have been here long ago if not for the delay. Are you saying that Su Sangtian is deliberately delaying? Don't be afraid. Su Sangtian is not afraid of such things. If he dares to do it, he dares to admit it. I'm just guessing. Everyone knows about the relationship between Su Sangtian and Lu Sangtian, and you all know about the relationship between Lu Sangtian and Yu Sangtian. Do you all think that Wu Jiang will reach the Earth realm so quickly? That's right. If Wu Jiang does not go, Su Sangtian will not go so quickly. But even if he is delaying, it will not be for long. Although the universe of consciousness is large, the battleships are not slow. The route to the Earth realm is planned from beyond heaven, and Yu Sangtian must know the time of each battleship's arrival. Su Sangtian will not delay for long. Stop guessing. Anyway, after destroying the sentient life forms, I do not plan to leave. I will stay here to cultivate and wait for the restart. Me too. Me too. Don't you all want to reunite with your families? I have no family. It will not be long. Lord Yu Sangtian is about to break through to the eternal realm. That's true. Discussions were going on in every corner of the battleship. Suddenly the battleship stopped and shook. Many cultivators raised their heads and saw Su Sherdao standing in the air, looking in a direction with a heavy expression. That direction was not the direction of E-Soil. Could it be that a sentient being had attacked? Along the way they encountered sentient life forms, but apart from the 13 heavenly phenomenon, there were no sentient life forms that could stop the battleship. Apart from Sang Tian from the Plane Master sect, there were many other experts on the battleship. There were 2 primordial realm cultivators and no less than 5 spiritual spell cultivators. Even if the 13 heavenly phenomenon cultivators encountered them alone, they would have to avoid them. Above the void, Su Sherdao stared in one direction. He had been feeling uneasy since just now. He kept feeling that something was approaching. He couldn't see them because they were extremely far away, yet they caused his heart to palpitate. Could it be that more than one of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had arrived? If they could kill their way into the Earth of Will realm, the 13 celestial phenomenon would naturally be able to detect their presence. Before he entered the consciousness universe, he had already thought that if the 13 celestial phenomenon besieged a battleship, that battleship would definitely die, and he wouldn't be so unlucky. Thinking of this, he took out the wireless goo. The spirit cloud stones of the spiritualized universe could not communicate in the consciousness universe, but the wireless goo of the Tianyuan universe could. He wanted to contact Lu Yin. All of a sudden his expression changed. It was here. In the distance, darkness streaked across the void, originating from a meteor. The meteor was flying towards them at a speed that far exceeded the speed of the battleship. Su Sherdao stared at the meteorite. What was it? It wasn't a life form of consciousness. The meteor was extremely fast, and the cultivators on the battleship saw it in an instant. It was normal to see meteors in outer space, but such a fast meteor was abnormal. What kind of material could withstand such speed? Even a progenitor's body might not be able to withstand such speed for a long time, let alone a meteor. The meteor continued to approach. Su Sherdao frowned and raised his hand, sending out sword chi towards the meteor. The sword chi streaked across the sky and slashed at the meteor's path silently. The sword chi collapsed, but the meteor was completely unaffected. It continued to fly towards the battleship without slowing down at all. Su Sherdao attacked again, directly using the ancient sword this time. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and he kept feeling that there was something wrong with this meteor. The ancient sword viciously slashed at the meteor, condensing the ancient sword intent. Even Su Sherdao's shifting flowers into trees technique only had a few dozen ancient sword intents sealed within it. It had almost killed Meng Sang Tian with this move, which made Lu Yin apprehensive. Even a primordial realm expert would not dare to be careless with this move. However, this move only made the meteor pause for a moment. It was an extremely subtle pause, almost unnoticeable. As for the surface of the meteor, it was completely undamaged, continuing to fly towards the battleship. Su Sherdao's expression changed. Let's go. The battleship moved, changing its direction to avoid the meteor. As the battleship changed its direction, the meteor changed its direction as well, targeting the battleship. Two figures walked out from the battleship. They were the two spiritual primes who had come along. Luin had never seen them before as they were from the outer sky. After Luin became famous, people at their level were nothing in his eyes. The two spiritual primes attacked at the same time, using sequence techniques. Su Sherdao activated the battleship's protective spiritual treasure formation, the Swordpath River. He placed the Swordpath River that protected the land of black and white outside the battleship as well. The meteor ignored the attacks of the two primes and slammed into the Swordpath River heavily, shattering it. Su Sherdao roared, "Who is it?" He saw an eye that was filled with madness and viciousness. Within the meteor, the eye turned and stared at Su Sherdao emotionlessly. Strands of blood extended towards Su Sherdao. Su Sherdao directly used the flower-shifting spiritual treasure formation. A large tree bloomed, filled with sword chi. There were several dozen ancient swords that slashed towards the meteor. The meteor was struck by the several dozen ancient swords, but it only shook its surface. It was not damaged at all as it slammed into the battleship. Boom. The battleship swayed as blood dyed the deck. Su Sherdao retreated step by step. He could not stop the meteor at all. The meteor slammed into the battleship, splitting it into two in the blink of an eye. The cultivators on the battleship wailed. "Flee in all directions. Don't get close." Su Sherdao yelled. His expression was ugly. What was that? Some creatures hid within the meteor and attacked, but the meteor was just too tough. It was so tough that even the several dozen ancient swords could not do anything to it. In the end, the battleship shattered. Su Sherdao and the cultivators on the battleship fled in all directions. Many of them were killed. The meteor did not chase after them. It stopped in the starry sky with the fragments of the battleship. No one knew what it was doing. Su Sherdao did not expect that the battleship would be destroyed in such a way. This was a space-time battleship. It was made with countless precious materials and many years of effort. Every battleship was made with the blood and sweat of several generations of cultivators. It could travel through the universe and was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed by a meteor. They did not lose to the realm of Mind Earth. Instead, they lost in a baffling manner. The cultivators on the battleship formed groups and headed towards the realm of Mind Earth. Su Sherdao did not dare to contact them for fear that he would be targeted by the meteor and implicate those people. He could not deal with the meteor. However, it would not be easy for this meteor to deal with him. At the very least, it had to catch up to him first. However, it seemed that the meteor did not intend to chase after him. This place was not far from the realm of Mind Earth. If they did not wait for the battleship, Su Sherdao could reach there quickly. He identified the direction of the realm of Mind Earth and disappeared with a step. After a period of time, Su Sherdao saw the realm of Mind Earth. Unexpectedly, the realm of Mind Earth surprised everyone who saw it for the first time. Besides Wu Jiang and Su Sherdao's battleships, the other battleships had already stopped outside the realm of Mind Earth to clear out the surrounding sentient beings. This ensured that they would not be discovered before they attacked the realm of Mind Earth. They did not know that this was unnecessary. The realm of Mind Earth was a trap for them. Su Sherdao's arrival shocked everyone. He told them about the attack on the battleship, which shocked Ming Sangtian and the old salamander. Of the 7 great Sangtian, Zhan Ming had not come. He was originally from Wu Jiang. Only Ming Sangtian, the 9th spirit, the old salamander, and Su Sherdao were guarding the battleships. One battleship did not have Ming Sangtian, but had Zi Tianshu. At this moment they all knew that Su Sherdao had been attacked. Meteor? The 9th spirit looked askance at Su Sherdao, her face full of disbelief. Ming Sangtian, the old salamander, and Zi Tianshu were all doubtful. Su Sherdao was angry. "What's with that look? You don't think I'm lying, do you?" The old salamander chuckled. Wu Jiang did not come. Ming Sangtian's tone was low. "You are on good terms with Lu Sangtian." Su Sherdao was speechless. "I would not use such an excuse. 9th spirit, what do you say?" The 9th spirit burped. "It's fake. Definitely." Su Sherdao was speechless. How much did she resent Lu Sangtian? The reset is here. Where is Yu Sangtian? They looked at each other, not knowing where Yu Sangtian had gone. Su Sherdao looked at the reset in the distance. "Forget it. Since you do not believe me, you will know when the other cultivators come." Before long, the 2 primordial realm experts arrived and told them what had happened. Just like Su Sherdao, more and more cultivators arrived. Gradually, the ninth spirit and the others began to believe that the battleship had been destroyed by the meteor. They could not imagine what kind of meteor had struck the Su Sherdao so powerless that the entire battleship had been destroyed, forcing them to give up. Su Sherdao had invited them to help deal with the meteor. But they did not go. Their main goal was still the realm of Mind Earth. But they still had to send people to watch. Once they dealt with the realm of Mind Earth, the next target would be the meteor. Heavenly Tower below the cliff. Lu Yin came again. After discussing how to deal with xianxia, he and the Eternal took turns guarding the cliff. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators surrounded them. They were certain that xianxia would not give up on the Heavenly Tower and would not leave. And he and the Eternal could not stay below the cliff forever, or xianxia would not come. They had to give xianxia a chance to break through the siege. At the same time, they were afraid that the other party would attack for some reason. That would be uncontrollable. Below the cliff, Lu Yin looked at the palace. The people on the cliff were getting closer and closer, but they could not get any closer. He was very curious about what they had encountered. It seemed difficult. Thinking of this, he began to climb the cliff. On the cliff, the people saw Lu Yin approach and were no longer worried. This person could not climb the cliff at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3702. You can't get close to the palace? Lu Yin asked. No one answered. Many people glanced at him and continued to walk forward. The leader didn't even look at him. Lu Yin continued, tell me and I'll teach him a battle technique. Many people looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. It's a very strong battle technique. You're invincible in the same realm. Some people were tempted. If someone else had said that, they wouldn't have cared. After all, they were from the ninth heaven universe and were born to look down on the other three universes. However, this was Lu Yin, someone who could fight against xianxia. Such a person must have a powerful battle technique. The closer you get to the palace, the more you'll be suppressed by the memories, someone said. It was a short man who looked at Lu Yin with anticipation. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? The leader snapped. Many people in the crowd glared at the man. Luoning also glared at him. The man cowered. I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yin said gently, good boy, I'll teach you a battle technique. What are you good at? The others blinked. Oh. Although sound could be transmitted to the cliff, it couldn't be transmitted by voice alone. There were so many people here, so wouldn't they all see it? The short man asked, can you teach me? Of course, Lu Yin said naturally. But they're all here, the short man whispered. The others glared at him again. This bastard wanted to take all the benefits for himself. Lu Yin smiled brightly. Just look at me and I'll find a chance to teach you. They can't keep staring at me. Even if they learn, they'll only be able to scratch the surface. The short man licked his lips. You can do that? The others looked at him and then at Lu Yin. You can do that? Lu Yin smiled. What are you good at? The short man said, blade techniques. I like blade techniques. He waved the blade in his hand. Lu Yin praised, good blade techniques, heavy and domineering. Okay, I'll teach you a blade technique. I guarantee you'll beat those people around you until they're crying for their parents. The others were annoyed. Someone sneered. How arrogant. Do you know where we come from? For us to be able to come here, who doesn't have a force behind them? Those who can be called factions in our universe are not simple. Unlike your spiritualized universe, which has 36 domains and countless factions, there are only a few factions in our universe, and they can be passed down for countless years. Do you think you can make him invincible among those of the same level just because you taught him a saber technique? What a joke. The others also sneered. Even though Lu Yin was very strong, he had been able to fight against xianxia and had been able to match up to a lesser god. However, that was only for himself, and it might not be possible for him to impart it to others. Luoning looked at Lu Yin with a mocking gaze. Lu Yin didn't care. Won't you know if it's useful once you try it? After saying that, he looked at the short man. Good boy, look at me. Keep looking at me until I teach you well. But I want to get closer to the palace. The short man was in a difficult position. Lu Yin replied, don't be in such a hurry. Those trash beside you aren't that much faster than you. They'll catch up very soon. Who are you calling trash? Preposterous. How dare you insult us? How dare you act so presumptuously just because of your cultivation? We will definitely report this to the Emperor and get rid of the thorns in your three universes. We will jointly report this to the Emperor, Lu Yin returned to the bottom of the cliff, where the short man stopped and looked at him. The people around him tried to persuade him to leave, but the short man refused. He just looked at Lu Yin. The leader of the group was the woman. She didn't mind and continued walking on her own. The others also left. Some people looked back from time to time, and they did indeed see Lu Yin talking and moving. When they looked back, Lu Yin would stop and wait for them to leave before he continued teaching. People kept looking back, but no one would stare like the short man. They wanted to get closer to the palace, but they also didn't believe that Lu Yin's sword technique was that powerful. It was a waste of time. From beginning to end, only the short man watched. Gradually, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. What a powerful sword technique. Lu Yin had created a sword technique on the spot, and it didn't belong to any school. With his cultivation and battle prowess, it wasn't difficult to create a powerful sword technique. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was invincible among his peers. After all, he wasn't proficient in sword techniques, but there weren't many in the same realm who could defeat his sword technique. After all, not only did he have his own insights, but he had also seen Wu Tian's martial path firmament. Wu Tian was the most proficient in weapons. This sword technique combined Lu Yin's and Wu Tian's insights, and it was considered a top-notch weapon technique in the Xianhuan universe. Even if it couldn't defeat the strongest sword technique in the Jiuxiao universe, it wouldn't be too bad. Not long after, Lu Yin swapped places with the Eternal, and the short man sat in place to comprehend the sword technique. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin continued to swap places with the Eternal. The short man moved and chased after the people in front of him. Those people weren't far from him or the palace, but it was difficult to get close. The short man was ridiculed, saying that he had been cheated. In order to prove himself, the short man used his sword technique to fight and challenged 3 people who had once been stronger than him. This scene shocked everyone. The leader woman could see the strength of the short man's sword technique, and she was somewhat moved. Not to mention the others. They all breathed quickly, and their eyes were full of envy as they looked at the short man. Luo Ning attacked and easily defeated the short man, but his realm was far higher than the short man's. They weren't on the same level, and he just wanted to test his sword technique. In the end, he exclaimed, "This sword technique is enough to rank in the top 10 of the Jiuxiao universe." Although Luo Ning's words didn't represent the entire Jiuxiao universe, the Luo family of Elysium still had very high standards. This evaluation made the surrounding people completely jealous. They all stared at the short man, wanting to snatch the sword technique. The short man smiled foolishly. He felt that his life had reached the peak. The Eternal looked at the cliff strangely, and it was quite lively there. Not long after, Lu Yin swapped places. As soon as he arrived, a voice came from the cliff. "Are you still willing to teach me battle techniques?" Lu Yin smiled. "Of course. Then you do it and I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk." Lu Yin approached the cliff and listened to them talk, but he was interrupted by Luo Ning. He stared at Lu Yin. "Don't play tricks. Don't say a word." The surrounding people were unwilling. They wanted to say that they could obtain the same sword technique as the short man, but they didn't dare to offend Luo Ning. Despite being interrupted by Luo Ning, Lu Yin roughly understood. The palace kept releasing the pressure of memories, which was unbearable for those close to it. However, this pressure was occasionally accompanied by some kind of cultivation memory, which benefited those who endured it. The Jiuxiao universe kept sending people here. After countless years, a considerable number of people did get opportunities. The most important thing was that a woman said that there was something in the palace that even the god of defense cared about. It was this sentence that made Luo Ning interrupt. Lu Yin looked at Luo Ning. "Little guy, you are very unpleasant." Luo Ning stared at Lu Yin. "The more you know, the faster you will die." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. "You?" Luo Ning sneered. "I have the right to meet the god of defense and report to the god of defense to eliminate the unstable factors of the 3 universes. You are one of them. You won't live long." Lu Yin's eyes were cold. "Believe it or not, you can even go back alive." Luo Ning looked around. "They told you something just now. You should fulfill your promise and teach them battle techniques." Everyone looked at Lu Yin with shining eyes. Yes, although Luo Ning had interrupted them, they were in a hurry to speak and had indeed said a lot in advance. Luo Ning continued, "Look at it in batches. Remember all the battle techniques taught by this person and learn them together." "Yes, why didn't we think of that? Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Luo Ning. This way everyone can learn." "Hey, you can teach me. I'm good at whip techniques." I'm good at finger techniques. I'm good at finger techniques. Me too. Hey, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Someone questioned. Luin laughed. Of course not, but I don't remember who said it and who didn't. This way I can teach you battle techniques. Then he raised a finger. I'll only teach one person. Whether it's whip techniques, finger techniques, or even more, I'll only teach one person. Let this person teach you. That works. That person has to be powerful. Otherwise, how can they remember? I recommend Mr. Luo Ning. I also think that only Mr. Luo Ning is suitable. In the face of everyone's recommendations, Luo Ning rejected them directly. I'm not free. He didn't like the battle techniques taught by Lu Yin. This person couldn't really teach them invincible battle techniques. It was a waste of time to accompany this person. No one dared to make things difficult for Luo Ning and looked at others. Lu Yin pointed at Luo Ning. I'll only teach him. I won't teach anyone else. Why? Mr. Luo Ning didn't tell you anything. Lu Yin said, wrong? He told me the most important piece of information. Everyone was confused. The most important piece of information? Luo Ning narrowed his eyes and thought back to what he said. Lu Yin said deeply, he told me that the ninth firmament universe is going to attack us. Isn't this the most important piece of information? Everyone was speechless. This made sense, but it also didn't make sense. Of course, this information wasn't worthless. This person would definitely be prepared to deal with it. If it was valuable, it was just a threat. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Luo Ning didn't tell you anything. You're trying to go back on your word, someone said. Everyone began to denounce Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. I'll only teach him anyway. Everyone looked at Luo Ning anxiously. Luo Ning turned around and walked away, ignoring them. He knew very well that agreeing to this matter would be a waste of time and would be easily used by Lu Yin. In any case, he didn't care what these people thought. He was just trying to disgust Lu Yin, but now he was the one being discussed. Lu Yin laughed. This child is really unlikable. You guys can play by yourselves. With that, he returned to the cliff. Everyone looked at each other and then at Luo Ning with complicated expressions. They felt like they were being ignored. It was normal, but in the face of the temptation of a powerful battle technique, this disregard was a loss for them. The leader frowned and the atmosphere changed. Luo Ning's identity had been exposed, and he had been admired by everyone. Now she looked down the cliff. This person was really sinister, and so was the other person. She didn't know how he knew about the Xiaoyu pavilion, but he had almost fooled them. The three universes really needed to be cleaned up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3703. Lu Yin had not expected Luo Ning to directly ignore those people's requests. He did not care at all. He had originally intended to create a few battle techniques, but these battle techniques were particular. He had to consider which one was stronger and which one was weaker. He did not intend to go back on his word. Now he did not even need to create them. Besides, he also had a general understanding of the situation on the precipice. There must be the most valuable memory in the palace. Otherwise, it would not attract people from the Nine Clouds universe to try to get close to it. Listening to those people's tone, this kind of thing was not rare in the Nine Clouds universe, which meant it was normal. What kind of situation could become the norm in the Ninth Heaven universe? The changes in the Ninth Heaven. Such was the norm. This palace was also one of the norm. The Ninth Heaven universe's norm was completely different from the three universes. Returning to the cliff, Lu Yin looked at the old head and the others. The old head and the others were watching him. They did not know what he was doing on the cliff, but the atmosphere on the cliff seemed to have changed. There was something wrong with this human. Let's talk, Lu Yin said and looked at the old head. The old head was alert. I've already said what I should say. The most important thing now is to get rid of xianxia. This is also the main reason you came from the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin agreed. Yes, but xianxia did not appear. We'll talk about it when he does. What do you want to talk about? The old head asked. Xianxia was the greatest enemy of the universe of consciousness, but if he was dealt with, Lu Yin and the others would be next. Humans were all enemies. Lu Yin looked at the cliff. Let's talk about the palace. What do you know? Xianhuan suddenly asked in a pleasant voice. Lu Yin smiled. I know a little. You probably don't know unless you've climbed the cliff. Xianhuan and the others looked at each other and saw the anticipation in each other's eyes. This human did not give them the same pressure as xianxia, but he was not weak. He was just better at hiding. Will you tell us? Frostblade asked in a low voice. Lu Yin said, that depends on what you will tell me. What do you want to know? The old head asked. Lu Yin looked at him. You surrounded me before. He pointed at Xuanhuan. And you used a very special sword in Tet. The old head and Xuanhuan looked at each other. I am the Azure Sword. Azure Sword. Lu Yin nodded. The Azure Sword. This is a sword will of the same origin. Do you want it? The old chief asked. Lu Yin smiled. But in exchange I'll tell you what I experienced on the cliff, and you'll teach me these two sword intents. Impossible. Xuanhuan directly refused. Old head didn't say anything. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan. I don't understand. Why is it impossible? Do you think you're invincible with just one move? Xuanhuan subconsciously refused. After all, she had been hiding the fact that she had learned the Ashen Sword. Now that it had been exposed, she could not accept that she had taught it to someone else. The old leader had learned the Ash Sword for a long time, so he didn't really care about it. It's about time. It's time for me to exchange with Eternal. I'll give you some time to consider. With that, Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 13 Celestials. Let me remind you, Eternal and xianxia are both at the peak of Ku adversity. Just as he finished speaking, Eternity appeared. Lu Yin glanced at them and then left. His words lingered in the ears of the 13 Celestials. Reaching the peak of Ku adversity meant that one could restart the universe and enter eternal life at any time. Eternal came from the Xuanhuan universe, and if he could restart the Xuanhuan universe he would have done so long ago. These two humans from the Xuanhuan universe had been hostile to each other, so perhaps the Xuanhuan universe had not been rebooted because of this person. Since the Xuanhuan universe could not be rebooted, only the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe remained. There was no need to guess, they all felt the danger. Compared to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe was easier to restart. Eternal had the same interests as xianxia. Was that why they had joined forces from the start? Lu Yin's words caused the atmosphere below the cliff to change. The 13 Celestials looked at Eternal with vigilance and hostility. Eternal sensed this, and he glanced in the direction that Lu Yin had left. He looked at the 13 Celestials around him and then looked up at the cliff. He felt that the atmosphere had changed. What did that person say to you just now? Eternal asked directly. He understood Lu Yin very well. Lu Yin had become the master of the Xuanhuan universe at such a young age. Aside from his cultivation and battle prowess, he was also very good at bewitching people. Many cultivators from parallel universes had been tricked by him to fight on the battlefield, and those people worshipped him fervently. This was not something that could be easily accomplished. Old leader coughed. Nothing much. We were just discussing how to deal with xianxia. Eternal shook his head. You should pay attention to what he says. Although this person comes from the Xuanhuan universe, he has an identity that you might not know. Old leader and the others looked at Eternal in confusion. Eternal slowly said, he is a disciple of the spiritualized universe's supreme pinnacle. When he said this, old leader and the others were completely shocked. What did you say? A disciple of the supreme pinnacle? Eternal clasped his hands behind his back. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Old leader and the 13 Celestials looked at each other and felt that this was ridiculous. Although xianxia was the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe, that was under the premise that the supreme pinnacle had not appeared. The spiritualized universe had not seen the supreme pinnacle for too many years, so most of the cultivators had forgotten about it. Or rather, they did not believe in the existence of the supreme pinnacle. The consciousness universe was no exception. Now, a disciple of the supreme pinnacle had suddenly appeared. Regardless of whether this disciple was a threat, the supreme pinnacle would not appear, right? xianxia was already considered to have crossed the limit of bitter adversity. Then wouldn't the supreme pinnacle be the eternal life realm? Suddenly they felt a chill run down their spines. There were too many cultivators in the spiritualized universe who had come to the consciousness universe. This person would not lie to them about this. Lu Yin's words made them hostile towards Eternal, and Eternal's words made them hostile towards Lu Yin. They were allies for benefits but also enemies for their positions. Both of them understood each other too well. The right path was to undermine each other. Otherwise, if one side was allowed to speak, the other side would be played to death sooner or later. Eternal was not a person who liked to talk too much. He was more willing to take action, just like how he had destroyed the Above Heaven sect. However, when facing an opponent like Lu Yin, he could only react accordingly. Lu Yin had pretended to be a disciple of the Supreme Pinnacle. The more benefits he gained from the spiritualized universe, the more enmity he would receive from the consciousness universe. Old Head and the others were completely silent. Humans could not be trusted, but these few were shockingly strong. Xianxia felt bitter. She would rather these two not speak. If she did, it would only make their hearts tremble. Right? Did something happen on the precipice? Eternal looked at the precipice and asked. Gui Shaoqing said, "That person went up and said a few words." Eternal was speechless. However, he was not surprised at all. Did he say something about me? Old Head and the others did not answer. There was no need to answer. Let these two speak. The more they spoke, the more they would know. However, Eternal did not say anything. Sometimes, one sentence was more useful than 100 sentences. He was very sure that these sentient beings would not trust Lu Yin anymore. That was enough. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. The precipice fell into silence. Just like at the beginning, no one spoke and waited for xianxia. Not long after, Eternal left and Lu Yin returned. Looking at Old Head and the others, Lu Yin knew that Eternal must have said something. Have you considered it? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin with fear and vigilance. There was also hostility that could not be hidden even if he wanted to. Lu Yin was speechless. Eternal's method of sowing discord was not bad. How do we know that what you tell us is the truth? Because I can't come up with an answer that is so convincing. Even if you did, you might not tell us everything. Lu Yin laughed. It seems like you don't want to know. Forget it. Xianxia looked at Old Head. Of course they wanted to know, but they did not trust Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know what Eternal had said to make their attitudes change so drastically. He did not guess either. There were too many things that would make these sentient beings hostile to him. Why did you come with the spiritualized universe? Old Head asked. This was a question that they had always wanted to know. The Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe were clearly enemies, not friends, but they had come together to conquer the consciousness universe. If the Xuanhuan universe had sided with the spiritualized universe, then this person had besieged xianxia. It did not make sense. The spiritualized universe's cultivators all knew that Lu Yin wanted to replace xianxia. Although it was fake, it was very reasonable. And Eternal had not told them about this. Lu Yin looked at them and said, "Are you seeking trust?" Old Head said solemnly, "You can say that. If the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat the spiritualized universe. But the premise is that we sincerely join forces. Previously you besieged xianxia, so we were willing to ambush here with you. However, we also have to plan for the worst. Once the siege fails and xianxia returns, we might be faced with a war between the three universes. War requires mutual trust." Lu Yin nodded. "That makes sense. I can answer your question. Then you must also gain my trust." Lan Huifeng spoke, which was rare. "We are already on the verge of being rebooted. We have been enemies with the spiritualized universe for generations. What else do we need to trust?" Lu Yin's voice was cold. "But you have not been rebooted, and such a mysterious place still exists." He looked up at the precipice. If the consciousness universe is rebooted, this place should no longer exist. This place is very attractive to xianxia. He has come here twice and there will definitely be a third time. I have reason to suspect that he has not completely attacked the consciousness universe because of this place. This place has what xianxia needs, but the Xuanhuan universe does not. Once you betray us and help the spiritualized universe deal with us, rebooting the consciousness universe is the same as rebooting the Xuanhuan universe. Why should I believe that you will not betray us in exchange for your safety?" Old Head sighed. "That is because you do not understand the hatred between us and the spiritualized universe." Lu Yin raised a hand and interrupted him. "I do not need to understand. Trusting you is something that you should do. I do not need to convince myself." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3704. What do you want then? Frostblade asked. Lu Yin looked around. "You have nothing to convince me, so you can only show your sincerity. Teach me the two-sword intents. Not only will I tell you what happened on the cliff, I will also tell you everything you want to know, such as why we came with xianxia." "That's because." Gui Shaoqing was about to speak when the Old Head shouted, "Enough!" He stared at Gui Shaoqing and then at Lu Yin. If you want the two-sword intense, how did you get the Sword of Heaven? Only the Wu Wei Society had the Sword of Heaven. The old head and the others kept coming to the cliff to inherit the memories, but they couldn't get it. Lu Yin said, I got it here. The old head wasn't surprised. He had guessed it the first time he saw Lu Yin use the Sword of Heaven. This person was lucky. If you want our two-sword intense, we hope you can teach us the Sword of Heaven, the old head said. Xiwen's eyes were burning. Three-sword intense, but the Sword of Heaven was the complete opposite of the Sword of Heaven. One cut towards the end while the other cut towards the process. Only her Sword of Heaven didn't have this ability. She was a bit sullen, but if she could get the other two-sword intense, it would be worth it. Lu Yin sneered. Old man, you've got a pretty good plan. You want to know about the situation on the precipice, you want to know about our spiritualized universe, and now you want to obtain the Azure Sword. Don't you think you're asking for too much? The old head said naturally, we have two-sword intense after all. Use your worldly lock in exchange, Lu Yin said. The old head's expression changed and he stopped talking. The worldly lock was his trump card. Compared to the Sword of Heaven, it was more powerful and Lu Yin coveted it. This battle technique had temporarily suppressed xianxia, and its value was no less than the fusion of the three-sword intense. If he could get it, he would have more tricks up his sleeve. But it wouldn't be easy and the old head wasn't stupid. At this time, xianxia suddenly appeared and saw Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin and the others looked at him at the same time and both sides attacked. Lu Yin's consciousness covered the surroundings to prevent xianxia from retreating as soon as he appeared, and it came in handy now. A boundless consciousness blasted out, and xianxia's body trembled. His consciousness was unable to move at all. Lu Yin appeared in front of him and used the great sky-carving disc. Instead of attacking from above, Lu Yin directly crashed into xianxia. This was Lu Yin's strongest attack and it was accompanied by a counterattack. Xianxia had not expected this, and he had been stunned by the great sky-stripping chart. He took a step back and his heart was like a boulder. Everything around him froze and the void changed. Lu Yin's palm stopped, less than half an inch away from xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's figure flickered as the nine heavens transformation was formless and formless. It was as if there was nothing that he could not cross. Lu Yin faced xianxia with the nine heavens sword behind him. In the other two directions, Old Chief and Xiwen simultaneously unleashed their lower Zhangji sword and central Zhangji sword. The three-sword wills instantly froze. Xianxia struck out with his palm, shattering the three-sword wills. The imperial robe covered the sky and burned the firmament. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger, and a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip and howled out. The 13 celestial phenomenon used their own techniques. However, xianxia had already retreated, and they could not hold him back. Too late. The Eternal appeared and felt the scorching void as he looked at Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin shrugged, that's expected, but we're able to grasp his methods every time he attacks. He'll be stopped sooner or later. They had not expected to be able to delay xianxia immediately, as this was within their expectations. I'll leave it to you. Lu Yin left. The Eternal looked at Old Chief and the others. You're at a great disadvantage against xianxia. That's why we want to surround and kill him. The Old Chief was helpless. Xianxia cultivated the heart of boulder and stellar transposition, which allowed him to change the void and was difficult to shake. He was the bane of sentient life forms like them, and he also had the boulder's foundation, which pressured them to the point of suffocation. A thought of eternity was also unrivaled among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If not for Lu Yin's cooperation, xianxia would have defeated them just now. Even if he could not defeat them all in one go, they would still be finished if one was taken care of every time. Suddenly, Xiwen looked towards a corner and narrowed his eyes. Xianxia? The Eternal turned to look at the corner. The Old Chief and the others looked over as well. Xianxia was standing there. Although he had retreated, he appeared again and looked at them calmly. Xiwen and the others subconsciously wanted to attack. You can't keep me here, Xianxia said slowly, I can bring you to the cliff. His words made the Old Chief and the others stop their desire to attack. The cliff was too tempting. Why didn't you say that just now? The Old Chief asked. The Eternal answered, because of Lu Yin. Xianxia looked at him and nodded, I can bring you there but not him. What? Frostblade was curious. These people's relationships had always been messy. Xianxia looked at the cliff. There's a great possibility there and so is Lu Yin. These two possibilities can't appear at the same time. Otherwise, you and I won't have a chance. The Eternal smiled. Agreed. You want to climb the cliff, so do we? Tell us what's the situation there. How long until he comes? The Eternal waved his hand and the void burned. He'll arrive as soon as the flames are extinguished. Xianxia glanced at him. I'll make it short. He looked at the cliff. There were many people looking at him. The people of the ninth heaven universe looked at Xianxia with complicated expressions. Some looked at him with respect, while others looked at him with disdain. They respected the status of a god of defense, but they looked down on Xianxia, who was a god of defense. I don't know how you consciousness life forms look at Xianxia, but in their eyes, Xianxia is a collection of memories. You don't need to know whether it's the memories of living beings or the universe. You just need to know that it's a memory. There are many things in this memory, including the origin and destruction of the universe. It also includes the past of invincible cultivators. That palace is the most profound and precious memory. When you get close to the palace, you'll feel the pressure of the memories, but at the same time, you may see more valuable memories. It's said that inside the palace, there are memories of the eternal life plane. Xianxia looked solemn, the memories of an eternal life plane cultivator. The flames burned the void, swaying with Xianxia's words. From time to time, a cold chi drifted out. Under the cliff there was a deathly silence. The old head and the others looked at Xianxia in shock. They knew that something must exist in that palace, and they guessed that there might be a path to eternal life there. However, being told that there was an eternal life plane cultivator's memories was completely different from guessing. What did the memories of an eternal life plane cultivator represent? It represented him. They could feel the cultivation experience of that eternal life plane cultivator. It meant that they could see the eternal life plane cultivator's battle techniques. It meant that they could obtain the most precious cultivation state of the eternal life plane cultivator. It meant that they had walked the path to eternal life. The path to eternal life was illusory. Since ancient times, how many people had walked it? Even someone as strong as Xianxia was still at the peak of bitter adversity, and it was difficult for him to step into the eternal life plane. If they could see the complete memories of an eternal life plane cultivator, it meant that they had walked into the eternal life plane. It also meant that they had the possibility of touching the eternal life plane. Although everyone's bitter adversity was different, as long as they could see the final answer, their chances of stepping into the eternal life plane would greatly increase, and not just by a little. At the very least, if they could obtain the eternal life plane cultivator's battle techniques, they would be invincible in the universe. Xianxia's voice was much lower. Those people have studied Xianxia for too many years. Their guess is most likely true. In the memories outside the palace, they saw the peak of bitter adversity. This means that there is a 90% chance that the eternal life plane cultivator is in that palace. That's why I kept looking for Xianxia to find this memory. I couldn't enter Xianxia through them. Although it was the shortest path, it was the furthest for me. I could only come to the universe of consciousness again and again to find Xianxia. You guys guessed right, I came to the universe of consciousness for Xianxia. I know more about Xianxia than any of you. Xuanhuan licked his dry lips. Then, could the memories of Xianxia come from an eternal life plane cultivator? Xianxia looked at Xuanhuan and everyone looked at him. I don't know. Xianxia looked up at the cliff. The memories of an eternal life plane cultivator are just speculations, although the possibility is high. No matter what, we will know once we go in. At the very least, we will definitely get something. I believe that you guys must have gotten some benefits from Xianxia's memories. These words reminded Old Head and the rest of them of the consciousness battle techniques they had obtained. Although not every 13 heavenly phenomenon had obtained consciousness battle techniques, many of their inspirations for the use of consciousness came from the memories they carried. Because the memories were too heterogeneous, they guessed that these memories came from another universe. There was cause and effect in the universe, so there must be memories. Memories were traces left behind by organisms in a special place, and this place was Xianxia. They didn't think that there would be memories of an eternal life plane cultivator here. To step into the eternal life plane, rebooting the universe was one way. Although they didn't know who came up with this method, there seemed to be successful precedents. The other way was to pass bitter adversity. This method was only in theory and no one had ever succeeded. At least there were no records. If they could walk the path of an eternal life plane cultivator, they might succeed. Xianxia looked at Eternal. As expected, Eternal's gaze was also burning. No one could resist the temptation of an eternal life plane cultivator, not a single one. The flames were still burning, emitting a slight sound. Above the cliff, those people looked on curiously. They couldn't hear the sound below the cliff, but it seemed that the atmosphere had changed again. What exactly happened there? What worried them the most was that there was no battle. Xianxia could climb the cliff, but there was no battle below. Instead, he was talking, which gave them a bad feeling. These people wouldn't team up, right? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3705. The two leaders looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. If the people below really worked together to climb up the cliff, they would be in trouble. Their lives would not be in their hands, and they did not think that they had the ability to fight against Xianxia. Even if he was a consciousness life form that they looked down on, his combat power still surpassed theirs. Luo Ning frowned and stared at Xianxia. His heart sank. This person should have been stripped of his position as the god of defense long ago. And now, he actually had designs on Tianke and even exposed them. This was clearly a betrayal. This person was unforgivable. The scene that those people on the cliff didn't want to see finally happened. Below the precipice, Eternal, Old Chief, and the other celestial phenomenon split into two directions and were connected by spirit threads. Xianxia looked at the precipice from afar and was clearly preparing to climb it. This scene made the hearts of the people on the precipice sink to the bottom. They all looked at the leading man and woman. The man and woman's expressions were ugly. They actually joined forces. This was what they didn't want to see the most. They had no way to stop those people from joining forces. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to now. Below the cliff, Xianxia glanced at the Eternal and Old Chief. Then he looked at the burning flames in the void. The flames would extinguish after a while. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the air. Resplendent light illuminated the dark underground. It soared into the sky, breaking through the darkness and heading towards the precipice. Just as Xianxia brought Eternal and the others out of the precipice, their connected spirit thread was pulled back by another one, and at the end of the other was Luin. Luin arrived at the last moment and smiled at them. Xianxia subconsciously glanced at the Eternal, and this time even the Eternal was a little surprised. He had not expected Lu Yin's timing to be so precise. It was neither too early nor too late, and it was right at the moment they were about to ascend the cliff. Old Head and the others were astonished as well, as they had also assumed that the Eternal was communicating with Lu Yin. However, they were in the heavenly palace, so how could they communicate with each other? Lu Yin's smile was dazzling, as if it was an eternal brilliance. For him to be able to grasp the timing so accurately, it was both a guess and a flash of light. Xianxia would not give up on climbing the cliff. Under such circumstances, there was only one way for him to climb the cliff, and that was to work together. They could either join forces with him or join forces with eternity. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin should have joined forces with Xianxia. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Yin was less of a threat to Xianxia than to Xianxia. Lu Yin did not believe that he could defeat Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia both had unfathomable backgrounds. Furthermore, Eternal and Xianxia had joined forces long ago to scheme against the Tianyuan cosmos. Furthermore, Xianxia was even more wary of Lu Xian because he had mastered the Tao of Karma. However, Xianxia's sudden appearance and subsequent retreat made Lu Yin certain that Xianxia intended to join forces with the Eternals. Lu Yin didn't know why, but perhaps it was because Xianxia had plotted against him that he couldn't increase his own strength and could only join forces with the Eternals. No matter what the reason was, since Xianxia had already made his move, he had already made his choice. Lu Yin had originally thought that Xianxia would take some time before making an appearance, but he had not expected that Xianxia would join forces with the Eternals right after Lu Yin had left. He seemed to be in a hurry. He was afraid that a single mistake would cause Xianxia and the Eternals to ascend the cliff. If that happened, he would be left with nothing. Fortunately, it was right to be cautious. Xianxia really did join forces with Eternal and the others. An eternal thought dragged the spirit thread towards the cliff. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin with a rare hesitation. Lu Yin said, "You're not planning to attack me, are you? Believe it or not, I can drag you down even if you join forces." After he finished speaking, a beam of light shot through the air. This was the power of time. At the same time, the Karma Conch appeared. It gave Xianxia and the Eternals a lot of pressure. They didn't want to come into contact with the Tao of Karma. If Lu Yin really used karma to cover the surroundings, they would have no choice but to avoid it. It was impossible for xianxia to ascend the cliff by himself. If the Eternals couldn't ascend the cliff, they would naturally attack him. Xianxia turned away and no longer looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Eternals. The Eternals smiled at him. You always surprise people. Lu Yin shook his head. Stop pretending. They can all tell that you were the one who informed me. The Eternals were stunned. The old chief and the others all stared at the Eternals. Even xianxia looked over. The Eternals calmly said, "It wasn't me." Lu Yin laughed. Some methods only need to be used once. No one will be fooled again. The Eternals looked at Lu Yin deeply. You're right. Xianxia looked at the cliff again, but no one knew what he was thinking. The old chief and the others looked at each other. Lu Yin's and the Eternals' words had confused them. However, Lu Yin had arrived at a critical moment, and it would be unreasonable if no one had informed them. After all, he had arrived early. But they hadn't seen anyone inform them. Furthermore, they were in the heavenly palace, so how could they have informed them? These two had come from the Tianyuan universe, so they might have their own unique methods. Amidst the silence, one thought headed towards the cliff and continuously closed the distance. His speed was very fast, but the distance he closed was very small. It was so small that it was negligible. However, he was indeed closing the distance, surpassing the distance that Lu Yin and the others had been at before. Atop the cliff, the expressions of the people there changed. Let's go. Don't let them get close, the leader shouted. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and hurried towards the palace. They endured the pressure of their memories, and they didn't want to hand their lives over to these people below the cliff. This was especially true for sentient life forms, which they had always viewed as ants. If these ants stood at the same height as them, the situation would be reversed and they would become ants. This was something they couldn't accept. Readership network and Lu Yin, no matter how they looked at him, they didn't like him. Luo Ning's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. Coincidentally, Lu Yin was also looking at him. His lips curled up as he gestured for Luo Ning's neck. This gesture caused Luo Ning's eyes to narrow, and he gritted his teeth and charged forward. This person would definitely attack him. Such a powerhouse would either never be able to get close to the Ninth Heaven universe, or once he did, he would have no scruples. Even if he told this person how powerful the Ninth Heaven universe was, it would be useless. Besides, this person might not be unaware. Luo Ning regretted coming here. In the consciousness universe, Wujiang moved and headed towards the realm of Earth. Old Head and the others couldn't trap Wujiang forever. Especially when Old Head and the others found out that Wu Huang had entered the Earth realm and that Xianxia had entered the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Endless Road wasn't fully activated. Wujiang headed towards the realm of Earth. Half a month later, he saw the realm of Earth. The scenery of the realm of Earth was beyond their expectations. They hadn't expected it to be like this. At the same time, they also saw the other battleships. The other battleships had also discovered Wujiang. Wujiang has finally arrived, someone on the other battleships discussed. They're intentionally stalling for time, but it won't last long. Next is the battle to destroy the realm of Earth. It's time for Lord Xianxia to take action and completely destroy this universe. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Those old fogies must be staring with their eyes wide open. Be careful not to be hurt. On a battleship, Meng Xianxia looked at Wujiang. They had expected Wujiang to arrive so late, but what would happen next? Was Xianxia in the restart battleship? Since Lord Eternity had left, Xianxia must have left as well. This was interesting. If Lu Xianxia knew that Xianxia had already entered the realm of Earth, what would he think? Nobody could guess Xianxia's intentions except for Lord Eternity. The old salamander looked at Wujiang, seemingly wanting to find Lu Yin. He was still rather apprehensive and was afraid that Lu Yin would attack him again, even if he had to pay a sufficient price. Fortunately, Meng Xianxia was here, and Lord Eternity was behind him. Plus, he had the Sealed Skies Foundation, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Su Shidao walked towards Wujiang and boarded it to find Lu Yin. He wanted to tell Wujiang what had happened. That meteorite was too strange and there was a problem. Lu Xianxia is not here? Su Shidao was surprised. A group of Wujiang's experts walked to the deck, such as Star Toad, Desolate God, Celestial Champion, and the others who had left a deep impression on him. The one in the middle was the primogenitor. At this moment, Wujiang's experts looked solemn. They did not look at the realm of Earth but at the other battleships. Su Shidao suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at the primogenitor. Senior? The primogenitor looked at Su Sherdao and smiled. I have lived longer than you and am stronger than you. It is not a loss for you to call me senior. Su Sherdao and the primogenitor looked at each other, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. The primogenitor's eyes were filled with hesitation. What was he hesitating about? Where did Lu Sangtian go? The primogenitor smiled. You are Su Sherdao. The reason you became Lu Sangtian is related to Zhuzi. Then, for Zhuzi's sake, are you more inclined towards Wujiang or the spiritualized universe? Su Sherdao did not understand. Senior, why do you ask? To determine your position and prevent accidental injury. The primogenitor said slowly. Su Sherdao's expression changed. What accidental injury? Around them, a group of Wujiang's experts looked at them. In an instant, a mountain-like pressure descended upon them. Su Sherdao's expression changed. He felt like it was the first time he entered Sky Beyond Sky. No, it was even more intense than that. Even Sky Beyond Sky did not have so many experts who could pressure him. What was going on? Why were there so many experts in Wujiang? He knew that there were some spiritual spell masters in Wujiang, spiritual primordial realm, and even bitter adversity realm experts. However, from what he knew, there were not many who could pressure him. Even if the Star Toad and the Desolate God could fight against Wu Huang, they would not give him too much pressure. He was confident that he could defeat the Star Toad and the Desolate God. However, at this moment, not only the Star Toad and the Desolate God, but also the people around him. He was very sure that there were at least 5 experts who could threaten him in Wujiang or even more. Was this the true strength of Wujiang? What do you want to do? Su Sherdao was stunned. The primogenitor smiled faintly. Complete the destiny of Tianyuan universe. A bell was rung, attracting the attention of the surrounding 5 battleships. The primogenitor stood beside the bell and let out a deep breath. He did not expect to do something like this today. That Master Lu was really good at hiding things. This was his true goal. The primogenitor walked out of Wujiang and looked at the 5 battleships. He laughed. Everyone, you have been captured. Something like this had never happened in the history of the spiritualized universe. There were a total of 5 battleships, 4 Sangtian experts, and a few Du Kui and Spirit Primes who were near the end of their lifespans. They were so powerful, yet they heard something like this. They had been captured. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3706. Even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe could not say such words. But when the unbounded experts all stepped out and opened the 9 skies, they knew what they were about to face. The stars shook and swayed. Terrifying power swept through, causing the universe to shatter. Chu Yi, Su Wangtian, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Victor Celestial, Yi Luo, and the others all used the transformation of the 9 skies, raising their auras. Together with Dancing Butterfly and the others, who were originally from the spiritualized universe. Finally, the ancestor used the transformation of the 9 skies, his aura shaking the consciousness universe. At this moment, the spiritualized universe cultivators knew what they were about to face. Was the transformation of the 9 skies so worthless? When Emperor Wu used the transformation of the 9 skies, more than half of the spiritualized universe cultivators thought that he could challenge Yu Sangtian. And now, what were they seeing? The bitter adversity cultivators, the spiritual primordial realm cultivators, and the spiritual cultivation cultivators all used the transformation of the 9 skies. This scene overturned the spiritualized universe cultivators. The old salamander was stunned. Was this really happening? The gourd fell from the 9th spirit's hand. Zi Tianshu's scalp went numb, and a chill ran from head to toe. He looked at the ancestor, feeling the suffocating pressure. This person was at Yu Sangtian's level. If the unbounded had such an expert, why had Yu Sangtian not appeared? Su Sherdao stood on the unbounded with a wry smile. Just now, 2 hands had landed on his shoulders from 2 people, and then he could not move. The unbounded had completely revealed its strength. Why now? He looked at the restart battleship. So that was why. Yu Sangtian was not here. But how did the unbounded know? Meng Sangtian did not hesitate to escape. The ancestor looked up, and the sky palace was released, covering the surrounding stars. No one could escape. Before the old salamander's chest, the ceiling the sky's foundation released lightning, and he leaped into the 5-clawed heavenly centipede. He did not intend to attack, but instead fled in another direction. Against so many unbounded experts using the transformation of the 9 skies, unless Yu Sangtian was here, they would still dare to fight. But Yu Sang-tian had not appeared. Clearly he was not here. The 7 Sang-tians might not be able to do anything. The ancestor gave him too much pressure, so much so that he wanted to escape. But the ancestor's focus was on the old salamander. The old salamander had secrets. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star walked out, his golden staff slung over his shoulder. Everyone, it's time to turn the tables. Let's see who wants to restart. Lu Tian pointed out one by one, breaking the rules of the sequence. The desolate god roared. Su Wangtian held a pair of slippers in his hand as the chessboard revolved around him. Chu Yi chased after Meng Sang-tian. Dao of Tianhe. Yuan Qi shook his head. Unless Yu Sang-tian led the 7 great Sang-tian to battle during the peak of the spiritualized universe, they would not be able to resist Wu Jiang's hidden power. It was over. The old salamander reached out with his claws. His terrifying power almost tore apart the Sky Palace. With the support of the Sky Ceiling Foundation, the Sky Palace was on the verge of collapsing. He was barely close to Yu Sang-tian's level, reaching the level of Emperor Wu Huang, who had borrowed the power of the Sky Ceiling Foundation in the Battle of the Hidden River Source. The primogenitor waved his hand, and 6 primogenitor swords and 3 blue sky divine weapons flew out at the same time. Blue sky divine weapons. The 9 weapons pierced through the void, and the old salamander howled in agony. His 4 sharp claws were all severed, and his head suffered a heavy blow. No matter how terrifying his strength was, he was helpless against Yu Sang-tian's strength. Because the primogenitor had suppressed the string of the immemorial city echelon, his cultivation was empty. For a long time he was surpassed by Eternal. However, this gap became smaller and smaller under the support of the change of the 9 heavens. Suppressing the old salamander was no problem at all. The old salamander's wretched state made Zitianshu and the others give up on resisting. The Sky Palace left them with nowhere to run. Apart from Dooku and the primordial realm experts, the other cultivators did not even have the right to attack. And on the 5 battleships, there were very few experts who could stand up to Wu Jiang. The change of the 9 heavens was too terrifying. It had forcefully raised the battle prowess of a group of people, causing Wu Jiang's strength to undergo a metamorphosis. Otherwise it would not have been so easy. However, one person still managed to escape. It was the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit used the Gate of Wonder to escape. That gate blocked the change of the 9 heavens, and under Lu Tianyi's finger she was the only spiritualized cultivator to escape. You want to declare war on the spiritualized universe? Zitianshu asked loudly. Not even in their dreams would they have thought that the enemies they faced in the universe of consciousness were not consciousness life forms, but Wu Jiang and so many experts at that. On the 5 battleships, countless spiritualized cultivators stared at Wu Jiang. Every battleship had a Wu Jiang expert suppressing them, making it difficult for them to resist. Right now they only wanted to know the answer. None of them had expected this. They could not have predicted that Yu Sang-tian would secretly leave. If Yu Sang-tian was here, he would definitely be able to suppress Wu Jiang. Actually, even Chu Yi and the others did not know about this. Lu Yin had spoken to the progenitor alone. He had hoped that the progenitor would take down the spiritualized cultivators after confirming that Yu Sang-tian was not present. These cultivators represented more than half of the spiritualized universe's upper echelons. After all, they had followed the progenitor to the universe of consciousness, so their strength and background were impeccable. Taking them down was equivalent to taking down the spiritualized universe's future, not to mention that there were experts on Yu Sang-tian's level amongst them. Of course, it was very difficult to find such an opportunity. However, Lu Yin knew that the realm of Earth was a trap that the universe of consciousness had prepared for Yu Sang-tian. In that case, the universe of consciousness would help them stall Yu Sang-tian. In the spiritualized universe they had been forced into a passive position, but things were different outside. Here, the spiritualized universe and the spiritualized universe were enemies of the universe of consciousness. This was the situation that Lu Yin was best at. The progenitor had not expected to find an opportunity so quickly. When Wu Jiang had arrived, he had immediately tried to restart. Yu Sang-tian knew of his existence, so it did not matter even if he was exposed. However, he had not expected Yu Sang-tian to not restart. In that case, the progenitor would not be courteous and immediately take him down. Take away the spirit seeds and wait here obediently. The progenitor had instructed him to take the spirit seeds away first. These were what Lu Yin needed, and he would decide what to do next later. Angry curses could be heard from the warships. Why isn't Lord Yu Sang-tian here? Just you wait. Lord Yu Sang Tian will definitely come back to deal with you. Isn't Lu Sang Tian a disciple of a supreme pinnacle? Why is he attacking us? It's fake. It's all fake. They belong to the Tianyuan universe. Why did the Intellicong realm side with Wu Jiang? The Intellicong realm harmed us. All sorts of curses resounded throughout the heavens. The progenitor sighed and looked towards the realm of earth. Would Yu Sang Tian return? He did not know, but something must have happened there. He could only trust Lu Yin. Even if Yu Sang Tian returned, the progenitor would just release the captives. They were already enemies with the spiritualized universe. If a war really broke out, the progenitor would not necessarily be afraid of Yu Sang Tian. Besides, these people were all hostages. Would Yu Sang Tian dare to attack them? The greatest threat was actually that Master Grass. He was an eternal realm cultivator, and only the heavens knew if he had followed them. Would the distance between them affect him that much? Nobody knew. Fortunately, even an eternal realm cultivator could not act recklessly. He was also restricted by the karmic chain. If a group of Wu Jiang's experts died because of him, the karmic chain's backlash would be too much for him to bear. If he could bear it, Lu Yin would not have been able to rise up and create a second grandmaster. The Tianyuan universe would have become a spiritualized universe long ago. There was also another important reason for attacking these people. The progenitor looked at the realm of earth in a daze. Zhuzi, only you can lead the Tianyuan universe down this path. Senior, I need a group of people from the spiritualized universe as hostages. It's not a threat to the spiritualized universe, but a bargaining chip to deal with the Jiuxiao universe. The cultivators from Wei territory and other places died because their spiritual seeds left their bodies. This means that the spiritual seeds in the spiritualized universe cultivators are very important to the Jiuxiao universe. If we control the lives of a group of spiritualized universe cultivators, it will be equivalent to controlling the spiritual seeds in their bodies. Then, we will have the qualifications to talk to the Jiuxiao universe. The Jiuxiao universe is too powerful. The three supreme gods are three eternal realm cultivators. All the previous methods are useless in front of them. We can only use what they care about to increase the bargaining chip. Although it's dangerous, this is the only way to fight for the Tianyuan universe. The progenitor kept recalling Lu Yin's words. He had considered too much for the Tianyuan universe and had taken on too many responsibilities. Etian K and an eternal thought were still approaching the cliff. Frost Blade stared at Yu Sang Tian and asked cautiously, "The first time we broke through the cliff it was very fast. Why is it taking so long this time?" Yu Sang Tian said calmly, "If you don't want to follow, you can go back." The old leader comforted Frost Blade and shook his head. Lu Yin looked ahead. The cliff was getting closer and closer. It was almost within reach, but it was still getting closer. This wasn't a matter of distance but of time. He looked at an eternal thought's radiance. An eternal thought was the result of cultivating the heart like a boulder to the deified sequence. He couldn't figure out how such a sequence law could do something that they couldn't. It wasn't until he connected an eternal thought with the flowing light that he vaguely understood. An eternal thought was space. The heart like a boulder could move the stars, so it could take Yu Sang Tian's place to bear the sword of God. After all, the sword of God slashed towards the results. Yu Sang Tian, who was under the heart like a boulder, was surrounded by the results. There was space, but it wasn't just space that was closing the distance. There was also time. Yu Sang Tian had hidden the power of time. He had a way to use the power of time. Although the spiritualized universe had lost the river of time and was at a disadvantage in the way of time, it didn't mean that Yu Sang Tian was at a disadvantage. He had completed Kuai. On the contrary, because the external universe had lost the river of time, he was at a disadvantage. His power of time hadn't been cultivated under the premise of losing the river of time. It relied too much on the river of time. Yu Sang Tian had added the power of time to an eternal thought, which was why it was constantly approaching the cliff. This power of time wasn't that simple, or else Lu Yin would have been able to do the same. He clearly didn't have the river of time, but he could use the power of time to climb the cliff. Yu Sang Tian's control of time was extremely profound. This made Lu Yin even more apprehensive. How could he defeat Yu Sang Tian? As he was thinking about this, his spirit thread trembled and touched the cliff. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3707. In an instant, Yu Sang Tian, Eternal, and Lu Yin rushed up the cliff. Almost at the same time, Eternal attacked Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin was surprised that he attacked as soon as he reached the cliff. Xianxia wasn't surprised at all. Facing Eternal's 10,000 swords, he used formless and formless to avoid it. Let's work together to get rid of him or at least control him. Otherwise, we won't be able to descend the cliff, Eternal said, waking Old Head and the others up. Yes, they needed Xianxia to ascend the cliff, but they also needed him to descend the cliff. They couldn't keep watching Xianxia while they were on the precipice. Thinking of this, Old Head and the others attacked as well. Lu Yin didn't mind dealing with Xianxia first and attacked as well. However, it was difficult to defeat Xianxia. If they could, they would have won at the bottom of the cliff and wouldn't have waited until now. With the three of them working together, Xianxia and Boulder's Foundation fought steadily. Under the premise that there was no way out, it was terrifying to force such an expert to the limit. Suddenly, Eternal attacked Lu Yin. 10,000 swords slashed at Lu Yin, which was unexpected. Fortunately, Lu Yin was still on guard against him. Their hatred wasn't any less than Xianxia's. Eternal wanted to kill Lu Yin, but Lu Yin wanted to kill Eternal more. 10,000 swords produced a time afterimage. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, reversing time by 1 second. Xianxia retreated and stopped. Lu Yin pointed a finger and used the path of Tianyi. Eternal's pupils changed and divine power surged out. Boom. The divine power bombarded the cliff, forcing Lu Yin to retreat again and again. You want to fight me? Eternal, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to stop Xianxia after I die? Eternal's expression was unprecedentedly serious as he looked at Lu Yin. I suddenly feel tired. After killing you and returning to the Xuanhuan universe, I won't care about the three universes anymore. Even if the Xuanhuan universe is restarted, I can hide in the core space and live. When those who should step into eternal life do so, I can return. Lu Yin was surprised. You have no ambition all of a sudden? Eternity's gaze was deep. On this precipice, no one is a greater threat than you. Lu Yin, you have comprehended the way of karma. You are the only one among us who might be able to step into the eternal life realm without rebooting the universe. You cannot touch the things in the heavenly palace. These words caused Xianxia's expression to turn solemn. He had been unwilling to bring Lu Yin up the cliff for 2 reasons. First, he had a plan against Lu Yin, and second, Lu Yin had comprehended the Tao of karma. He was on the path to immortality, and he might not even need to restart the universe. If Lu Yin obtained the memories of the eternal realm powerhouse in the palace, he might be able to step into immortality on the spot. If that happened, they would have no chance of surviving. Xianxia and Eternal knew that Lu Yin had comprehended the way of karma, but the others did not. When they heard Eternal's words, regardless of whether it was Old Head or those from Nina Firmament's universe, they were all dumbfounded. Cause and effect? Xuanhuan was shocked. The old man's eyes flickered, and he looked at Lu Yin with an unprecedented level of apprehension. It was no wonder why there had always been an invisible threat when they had fought before. It was actually karma. Even though the consciousness universe did not interact with the Xuanhuan universe or the spiritualized universe, all living beings feared and yearned for karma from the bottom of their hearts. This person had actually comprehended the karma Tao. Those from Nina Firmament's universe were even more shocked, and they all stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Karma? Isn't that the power of Azure Lotus Protector? It's an invincible power, but he's not an eternal realm cultivator. What? I've never heard of anyone who hasn't stepped into the eternal realm. None of Azure Lotus Protector's disciples have comprehended karma. Karma is the strongest power of the eternal realm. There's no need to restart the universe. If Azure Lotus Protector knows about this person, he might very well become Nina Firmament's universes. The first junior protector. But he's not from Nina Firmament's universe. It's not important to Protector. The leading man and woman were shocked, and they looked at Lu Yin as if he was a god. Luo Ning clenched his fists, and his eyes were cold and filled with jealousy and unwillingness. How could someone comprehend the way of karma? Not only was this person powerful, but he could also comprehend the way of karma. What? He was just an ant from the 3 universes. He hadn't even seen an eternal realm cultivator and had no history. Why? Listening to the discussions around him, his expression turned ugly. He must not let this person be known by Azure Lotus Protector. Otherwise, the first junior protector might really be this person. At that time, no one would be able to do anything to him. Someone was right. To Azure Lotus Protector, what was the difference between Nina Firmament's universe and the 3 lower universes? They were just ordinary lives. Anyone who had entered the continent of the 9 clouds and experienced the grandeur of controlling everything would forget who they used to be. Just like them, the 3 universes were like ants. No one was an exception. Lu Yin could see that the atmosphere had changed. When the words karma came out, everyone looked at him differently. Old leader and the others looked at him coldly. The more important the palace was to these people, the greater the threat he posed to them. This was not something that could be changed with a few words. As long as Lu Yin comprehended the way of karma, it was a fact that could not be changed. He couldn't change it, but he could drag one of them down with him. Eternal, you also comprehended the way of karma. Why hide it? Lu Yin smiled at Eternal. Everyone was shocked. There was another one who comprehended the way of karma? Eternal was helpless. I also want to, but I don't. You did. Lu Yin was certain. Eternal was amused. Do you think the way of karma is so easy to comprehend? Do you think they will believe that 2 of you appeared at once? Lu Yin looked at everyone. They also don't believe that you and I are so young, yet we have the power to match Azure Lotus Protector. These words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Yes, whether it was Lu Yin or Eternal, they both looked too young, too young. How did such people appear? Even Azure Lotus Protector could not reach that level. Luoning narrowed his eyes. This was also what he was most confused about. Although cultivators could change their appearance, their temperament and feelings could not be wrong. Lu Yin and Eternal were both very young. Eternal said, "You want to drag me down with you, but you underestimate the difficulty of comprehending the way of karma. You can do it, but it does not mean that others can do it." Lu Yin stared at Eternal. "Do you dare say that you haven't escaped the backlash of karma several times?" Everyone looked at Eternal. Only someone who had comprehended the way of karma could escape the backlash of karma. Eternal nodded with a smile. 4 times. I escaped the backlash of karma 4 times. You must want to know the reason. After he spoke, he took out an item. It was a stalk of grass with 1 leaf. 4 leaves fell off and emitted 5-colored light. The blue light was intense, while the other 4 colors were faint and almost invisible. When this stalk of grass appeared, Lu Yin felt that he desired it. It was not his own desire, but his own karma world that desired it. Eternal looked at the 5-leaf grass with infatuation. The first time I escaped the reversal of time and the first leaf fell off. The second time I helped Meng Sang Tian escape the reversal of time and the second leaf fell off. The third time I took away Tiandi's spiritual seed and completed my recultivation. The third leaf fell off. This is also the reason why I am so young. That spiritual seed is a turbid treasure. When Luo Ning and the leader heard this, their expressions changed. A turbid spiritual seed? It was a legend even in the 9 heavens universe. How could it appear in a spiritualized universe? How hateful. It was actually used by these ants. The 4th time I took Xuanhuan's key and the 4th leaf fell off. Unfortunately, this leaf was worthless and fell into your trap. I had no choice but to return it. Eternal looked up at Lu Yin. 1 leaf left. Give me a chance to escape the backlash of karma. This is the answer you want? Lu Yin frowned. The 5-leaf grass? It was obviously a turbid treasure. How many turbid treasures had Eternal collected in the Tianyuan universe? Only 1 spiritual seed and 1 5-leaf grass had appeared so far. Lu Yin did not believe that Eternal only had these 2. Then, everything that needs to be explained has been explained. Everyone, a person who comprehended karma has appeared here. He might have obtained the memories of the Eternal Realm powerhouses in the palace. How could you allow such a person to exist? Eternal attacked, his divine power covering Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed. I guessed right. From the beginning you wanted to lure me to this cliff and set up a trap for me. Eternal smiled faintly. You can run to other places but not here. If I did not appear in time, what would you have done? Impossible. I know you too well. Your methods will not disappoint me. The person who understands you the most will always be your enemy. This sentence appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The old chief and the others looked at each other. They did not know if they should attack. Lu Yin's existence was their method to kill Yu Sang Tian. Without Lu Yin, they would not be able to defeat Yu Sang Tian even if they joined forces with Eternal. But here Lu Yin, who comprehended karma, was too dangerous. Even if he could not reach immortality through karma, he would definitely restart the universe. Moreover, whether or not he was a disciple of the Supreme Pole was still uncertain. The Eternals and Lu Yin's mutual destruction had successfully confused them. What they wanted to do most now was to kill Yu Sang Tian. No matter how great Lu Yin's threat was, it was far behind. However, Eternal was determined to kill Lu Yin. If Eternal killed Lu Yin, he could return to the Tianyuan universe. But what about the consciousness universe? However, if Lu Yin was really a disciple of the Supreme Pole, his threat would surpass Xianxia's in the future. He was too young. No matter how they looked at it, the consciousness universe could be restarted in his hands. The old chief and the others were faced with a dilemma. They could not help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia, why aren't you helping me? Lu Yin suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. What? Did they hear wrongly? He was actually asking Xianxia for help? Not to mention the old chief and the others, even those from the Ninth Heaven universe were stunned. Eternal raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xianxia. He was not worried that the old chief and the others would help Lu Yin. The identity of a disciple of the Supreme Pole was too sensitive. He was most worried about Xianxia. Now, it seemed that he might really become the biggest variable. Xianxia watched the battle between Eternal and Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin shouted, I'm not Eternal's opponent. You don't want to see me die, right? Why don't we take this opportunity to kill Eternal? He has been hiding all this time. Not only does he understand the Ninth Heaven universe, but he also has the turbid spirit seed. He is the biggest threat. You're tuning in to the Sworddance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.